Madam Chair,
Yes.
before you, in the interest of full disclosure, I should mention that my wife works for Actually Simple and advocating for the parent child service. She does not lobby, she does community organizing. And our politics, our shared politics do not derive from our relationship. We are quite the other way around.
Oh, that's good.
So, as we said, what Katie walked us through on the some significant changes in the child care world, or the beginnings of changes, and more to come. Reva is going to walk us through. Reva, your official title is you're the Deputy Commissioner of the Child Development Division, Children and Family.
That's right.
And you played an incredibly key role in making sure that we got to the finish line with this. So tell us what we did in a little more detail.
Okay. So I have, I think, 4 handouts for you. Can we get this up here, Mike? I put it into a PowerPoint, sort of put a lot of the PowerPoints we were using together for you because I thought that would be helpful just to walk it through. But usually I come with some numbers for you, so I threw those in too. So I'm going to sort of walk through this, trying to leave, it's, this one?
Those are all the points.
No, that
This
is,
one,
no. I didn't send the PowerPoint, I thought I did.
the PowerPoint, that is the update.
Ah, thank you,
And
that's the one.
as you scroll through,
Yeah.
it goes on to.
Thank you, thank you. Technology. Then I also just gave you, so you have it detailed, it never comes out well, the actual new sliding fee scale. The gray in the back is what was true before last week, and the blue on the front is what is true now. And this is the rates, and I gave you the sliding fee scale. So just to refer to those if you want that level of detail for how that fits. And then we did create, just to keep it straight, there was quite a lot of changes in our budget. So we created just this budget fact sheet that I gave you. I can refer to all of those as we walk through that. I'm excited to be here with you today because there is a lot to report about childcare. It was a great year for early care learning. So I'm going to walk you through some of the data slides about capacity and quality that we often talk about, so you can sort of look at status. I'm going to share those new investments approved by the legislature and also talk a little bit about the long-term plan, which is to really completely redesign the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. So, and I'll try to walk through these slides quickly enough to leave plenty of time for questions and answers. So this is the capacity conversation we've had in previous years. Access to childcare and early learning, how much is out there. The capacity decline seems to have slowed, and we are actually hoping, we have seen, as you know, over the past few years, we have lost childcare capacity. That seems to have slowed, particularly in school age. We're actually seeing some growth. Infants and toddlers is still a very delicate situation, but we're doing pretty well in preschool. So if you just look across the, across the bars, you'll see that in 2018 we're beginning to do a little bit better. We hope we've hit the bottom of the curve. There's a lot of capacity building work going on. The Early Care Learning Committee of Building Bright Futures, which our Child Care Licensing Director co-chairs, is working really hard on capacity building. We have marketing campaigns for providers to open. Let's Go Kids has a program called Make Way for Kids, and one of the new investments that you'll see at the bottom of the budget updates page is that you all, the legislature, very kindly gave us some money that had been planned to be cut from last year, let us push it into this year to help with those new programs. So we know there are some shovel-ready programs that will significantly increase capacity in some areas that need it. And we'll be putting out an RFP to get that money out there to help those programs get going and keep going and enroll kids. So, so we think we're beginning to turn the curve on child care capacity. Also, part of the new investments that we got from the legislature was If you will recall, we had early care and development grants at one point, just to help programs that had a large number of our subsidized kids dealing with higher copays that families couldn't pay. What happened last year is $1 million was set aside to preserve, even with the rate increases that we got, to preserve a similar kind of program called stabilization grants for those programs who have over 50% enrollment of CCFAP kids. So that will look very like the old ones. Less programs will be getting them, but they'll be getting them on a quarterly basis based on a formula around their enrollment. And those will just keep rolling out as they did in the past on a quarterly basis. And then that's going to be about $500,000 will go out in those grants to programs with over 50% of CCFAP kids. And then
when you've got a good representative would have the question.
Yes.
Is now a good time? I didn't know. You seemed like you were.
I just want to finish, and then the other half of that $1 million is actually going out into capacity building grants for infants and toddlers. So we're gonna, and those are both, but that whole amount of the $1 million is in the base. So that means that those investments will continue. And so we're, again, going to put an RFP to one of our community partners to have this infant toddler grant program that will support building more specifically infant toddler spaces in the places where we know that they're most needed, high quality spaces. So that's some of the exciting capacity work that's happening. We're just beginning to see impacts in the data, but we hope by this time next year, we'll see some real impacts in data that will be really helpful to families.
So,
Yes, now's a good time.
Okay, so my question is around the capacity thing. So I want to make sure I understand, Rita. So in this coming year, you'll be spending $1.5 million in expanding infant and toddler. Is that correct?
Well, we'll be spending 1.4 in expanding all capacity as long as infant toddler is part of it. So a new program opening might also serve preschoolers.
Okay.
But they have to be serving infant toddlers to get they have to be expanding infant toddlers to get one of those capacity building grants. And that'll be the 1.4, that's one time only. So that'll be going out, we're hoping to have a lot of this, spent and be able to report it to you when you come back into session. So we're getting an RFP out in the street now. We know there are projects that are waiting to apply for these grants because they're trying to get some new places open.
And then the other thing that I wanted to ask is, how does this money sort of dovetail with the private money that's being invested? Because there was roughly around $1 million invested to increase capacity with a focus on infant and toddler.
That's right, Make Way for Kids. Let's Go Kids is doing Make Way for Kids. So I don't know if Let's Go Kids will apply for these grants. So it may certainly dovetail. We certainly work closely together. It may dovetail with these. A lot of what Let's Go Kids is doing is technical assistance to help people through business plans and developing their programs, and the actual cash dollars that programs are getting are fairly minor. We think that these investments can really help people with materials, maybe even startup of staff. It's pretty difficult to open a program. You aren't full the first day, even with all of the capacity issues we have. And so programs, even in areas of need, have struggled if they open fully staffed the first day and they don't have enough kids to pay their staff. So some of this may be startup grants to get you through your first 2 months of staffing.
And so, I guess the follow-up question is, you won't, so a program might be able to apply for the division's capacity building grants even if they've received a grant from Let's Grow Kids?
Yes.
Okay.
We weren't planning to limit them to people who had not gotten help.
Okay, thank you.
Because we know that some of those programs are struggling with some costs, even when they have gotten help.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And again, much of the help is technical assistance. So that's helpful, but it doesn't pay your bills in the first 6 months that you
Well,
will.
but they put out, the technical assistance was in addition to about $1 million.
Yes, and then there's money that's going into supplies and other things like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to let you know, I didn't print this for you, but there is a link on the PowerPoint. Folks asked us to update our closures report that we had done a couple of years ago. We updated that in December. Again, we're seeing, particularly in school age, we're seeing a turn in the trend. Again, family childcare, we have not had as many openings as we have had closings. The closing rate it has not changed significantly. It's the opening rate that we're not getting. So again, marketing has been really targeted around, particularly in rural areas, to family childcare providers and encouraging family childcare providers to open and get help getting into the business.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
So on the closure, is there sort of like an exit interview when someone closes to gather the data?
We do that in licensing. It's not particularly easy to pull that data. The time that we did a pretty extensive closure report, we actually had a summer intern. We had them call everyone who had closed and ask what they were doing now and what happened, and then we had them pull through our, because it's in our licensing notes. But we might do that again next year if we could get an intern.
I wasn't sure if that,
do
that
work.
might help to inform or.
We do try to keep that, and again, our licensors often will know that, so it's not as scientific as doing a survey and actually having solid data. But we do have that in the system. If you go into closures, you could mine that for reasons, whatever they tell us at the time they're leaving. Because the provider who's closing has to tell us they're closing, or they remain licensed until their license expires. And then we do call them if they don't renew and ask if they're closing, just so we have an official record of that.
Just one
Yeah.
more question, sorry.
Sure.
And this is, I just want to make sure I understand, this is licensed capacity. It doesn't mean that they are serving kids.
No,
at that
these
capacity.
numbers where you see desired capacity, that means it's their enrollment
That's
capacity.
enrollment.
They
Okay.
report to us how many kids they will take out of the number of kids that are licensed, and these numbers are those numbers.
Okay,
So we're trying to, now that that's pretty well populated, we're trying to use those numbers so it's a more real measure of what's actually available out there.
the license capacity is likely.
License
somewhat-
capacity is often a little bit bigger. Many Vermont providers do not enroll to their full license capacity, either because of staffing is still very tight. It's a tight workforce for all employers in childcare where the pay is not stellar and the job is hard. It is, many center directors have trouble, even in these new programs, with staffing. So, because you have to have, people are critical in childcare, you can't open without them. So this slide, the next one is about quality. So the good news is that quality continues to increase. And we know is that high quality programs have a positive impact on children's development, and so that's a really important part of the equation. And if you look at how the green bar is growing, oops, I didn't go yet. How the green bar is growing on this slide, that is 3, 4, and 5-star programs. Now I will tell you, we did a major evaluation of the STARS program as part of the Race to the Top grant. And there are reports on our website about the results of that, but we are doing an evolution of the program after 15 years, using all the evidence that we had, using what everyone's learned about quality rating systems over the last 15 years, and using all of the evidence from the evaluation we did. So the first change, so these charts will change drastically next year, because the first change is that now that our licensing regulations are strong and people have really settled into them, the first star will be a regulated provider. So all regulated providers will be a 1-star provider. So we've sort of linked the licensing and the STARS program so that people don't have to apply to both of them to get going. Now, many of the programs that are opening will be opening at 3, 4, and 5 stars. They may not be opening at 1. But anyone who opens and is compliant with regulations will have 1 star. That's also going to allow us to market to parents. We had a little dilemma about wanting parents to use regulated childcare, but not wanting to run 2 different campaigns about what to look for. So essentially the marketing campaign is about looking for a star. And so that will help providers, regulated providers who are marketing, and it will help parents better understand what the system is like. So the first phase is that, and actually Melissa Regal-Garrett, our policy director, is at LCAR right now with the new rules that will make that change. then the whole system is changing quite significantly in the next couple of years. We're doing research on the impact of the changes on current providers. We just did a tour around the state to tell providers about what we've been thinking about for the changes and get input and feedback from them. And so that's going to continue to evolve to really look at the best science and the results for our evaluation to create the best quality rating and improvement program that we can. So that's just something to pay attention to. I'm sure Melissa would love to come talk to folks about the STARS changes next session, because there's a lot going on there. But the good news is participation continues to increase, as does people's progress through the system.
So in the future, what you're saying is that that blue section will be non-existent?
That's right. There won't be, unless you are not, there is a status in licensing called provisional.
Yeah.
It's not automatic. You can walk right in and not have provisional. But people who are struggling with compliance may go into provisional.
Got it.
If you're in provisional, that would impact STARS, it would impact your ability to be in UPK, because that means you're not in good licensing
Okay.
standing.
Great.
But for the most part, we will not see very many of those, which will also impact CCFAP again, because all providers will get at least the 1-star rate as we move forward.
Would that be, I heard it would increase the use of it. We wouldn't have as much back of money not being.
It will increase there will be, so we have a base rate that if you're not in STARS you get, everybody's gonna be in STARS, so everybody's gonna get the 1-star. So that will help folks who take our kids as well. So now moving on sort of to CCFAP, you know, I think probably these goals are really important to you as a council. The two-generation approach around the Child Care Financial Assistance Program is really around helping eligible families pay for child care, which supports their participation in the workforce, education and training, and financial stability, and also access to high-quality early care and learning helps kids be prepared to enter school and succeed in school and succeed in life. So those are really important pieces about the program. The way that it works now is that it helps families pay the cost of childcare by payments made directly to child care providers on the family's behalf. The family's eligibility and benefit level is determined by their size and how much money they make. The payments are determined by the age of the child, the type of the program, and the star. So those all interact together.
Katie has a question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if this
That's
is
okay.
the right time to ask, but I just
Sure.
wanted, so part of the funding with Child Care Resource and for families who are looking to access funding, one of the challenges when you have a child with disabilities is the special accommodations grants. I don't know how much that plays into any of this. I know that the process was redone. It was redone last minute, so a lot of families actually didn't find out that the deadline for summer funding came until after. And also they have a lot of hard time accessing transportation. So it seems to be families who might qualify for family support, who might get that funding so they could be eligible to go to childcare, then can't get their child to childcare because there isn't transportation. The funding is very limited through Child Care Resource. And also same with the special accommodations. If you have a child with special needs that might need a support in a program, is there any conversation with any of this around helping families with the affordability of that piece?
Yes, so I don't want to go too far into this rabbit hole because those are two very complex issues. Both of those are Children's Integrated Services, so they're not child care services and they're not entitlements. They both have a limited pot of money that is available, and the kids have to be eligible. So certain kids are eligible for transportation because they can't get to child care, but not all kids. We have a process for the special accommodation grants, which is a very small amount of money. And that actually doesn't come out of Child Care Resource of the region. It comes directly out of the division, and the child care provider applies on the parent's behalf. So if folks are struggling with that, they should reach out to Jill Pearl, who's our specialized
I
child
actually
care
have,
person.
so that was the reason why I wanted to ask. Because
So she usually helps any parents who, and then we do have, and we've been working hard on specialized childcare coordinators in every region who are supposed to be helping families through that. So if you contacted Jill, it helps her know if there are any hiccups in particular regions where there are problems. We are, as a matter of fact, this afternoon, we just did a competition that we were required to do around our transportation providers, and we are selecting them this afternoon because the RFPs came in. But we are expanding to a couple of new regions.
So they're called regionals, what were they?
We have regional specialized child care services coordinators who are part of the CIS team. So for the kids who need a special accommodation grant because they need help thriving in childcare, but that is a very small amount of money. So we actually don't generally turn down qualified kids until very late in the year.
I just want to follow up. So I actually worked for Children's Integrated Services, EI, and had a presentation by Wendy and the team at CCR, and their information was a little bit different, which was that the funding for transportation and for special accommodation grants actually is a big barrier for children or parents with disabilities in accessing affordable child care. So it might be worth looking into some of that as a county. Yeah,
sure.
Where is that kind of gap coming in maybe? And how do they access or find out about these coordinators? Because I have 2 children with special needs, and I've never heard of that.
See, CCR actually is the host for the coordinators, so we should talk about that a little bit.
Thank you.
But I'm happy to take information from you. Our CIS director is having a baby as we speak. So she's out for a little bit. But the team is there and available, and they can talk to you about that. And I'm sure it would be a great thing to have Morgan come in after October. And she can talk, she could come, she could bring Jill and talk about specialized childcare. It really is an important topic because it's how kids who have special needs can go to childcare and do well.
Wendy LaChapelle is another great person who has a lot of information and insight into children with special needs and their family supports, as well as for families with disabilities who have a parent who has a need. She's the one who really supports in Chittenden County.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so thank you for your questions, but that is an issue that's important to talk about. Just in terms of who gets assistance from the program, some children and families have categorical eligibility, kids in protective services, kids in reach up, they have categorical eligibility. Children from 6 weeks to 13 years, or if kids have special needs, they could get assistance until they're 19. Families with income at or below 300% of the federal poverty level, and parents need a service need. And this just shows you what the service needs are and how they're distributed. This is fairly consistent with last year. It's not terribly different. There was a slight drop in protective services, which we always like to see, but protective services have spiked in recent years. And the total is slightly less, which is part of the story that I'll tell you in a few minutes. So this is sort of who is participating in the program, and you'll see there is a large number of families who are employed, a few less in training and education. Now there may be families who work part-time and get full-time child care because they're also in training and education. This data really shows their primary services.
So this is unduplicated then?
This is unduplicated, yes. So that's the total number of families, which is a little less than the total number of kids. And that's the unduplicated count of their service. So a good news, bad news slide here is that
Total is the number of families,
that's the number of, yes, that's the number of families.
7,176.
Yes, that's families.
and do we know how many children that is?
It's a little over 8,000 children. So I think our average is 1.2 children per family.
So above, those are numbers as well.
So when we talk about the changes in a couple of minutes, you'll hear something important about families with more than one child. This slide actually shows you something that some of these changes were designed to intersect with. You can see here over time, so this is our number of children. And the average number of children in 2018 and 2019. you can see that our average number of children is declining. Now, more of our kids are in high-quality care, which is a good news piece and is what many of our policies were designed around, but we have less children participating. And what we believe, after a great deal of analysis of the program, is that that's because the cost sharing for families with less than 100% benefit has been burdensome, and many families are opting to do something different about childcare, cobbling stuff together with relatives, using unregulated care, whatever they can do that they can afford. So the changes that the legislature supported this year and the change that we're trying to move toward was really designed around reducing the burden of co-payments on families so that families would use the program and participate in higher quality care.
I just wanted to clarifying question.
Sure.
Does this take into account the population demographics of children actually declining in our population? So we have like lower birth rate, we have lower K-12, because it might not be like the number might actually be declining, but that's because the overall number in our population is declining, which wouldn't actually be a decline in participation rate.
Well, these are just the numbers of the kids participating, but what I will tell you is kids participating in CCFAP are only about a quarter of the kids in unregulated care. So that is not the whole population of kids under 6. These are only the kids participating. And the families and the income levels that are not the people who are not here anymore. So if you look at kids in poverty, that hasn't been decreasing as much as overall number of kids. And this really is more relevant for kids at or approaching poverty, right? So it could impact that. I'm not quite sure how to analyze that, Heather. We get that question a lot. But because this isn't it's not an entitlement, it's not a total population, and we're still seeing of the population who could participate at 100% of benefit, which is 100% of poverty. Yes, I think we've pretty much saturated our market. Those very low income kids are participating. When you start moving up the sliding fee scale, we see less and less participation of the total population that would be eligible. So we think that had something to do with copays. It will be interesting to see with the changes that were made this year, if that changes.
It's one.
And that's probably how we have to do it by income bracket to analyze it, and so that's.
And it's 25%?
It's about 24-25% of all kids in regulated childcare are CCFAP kids. Now that's only 50 or 60% of all kids in those age groups, right? So it's only a portion of the population. It's not the entire population. But that's a great question and often gets asked and is worth analysis. So that was something we spent a lot of time analyzing when we put up forth some of the proposals we did. This is just information about dollars spent. One thing that I would mention based on some of the things I heard you talking about just previously is you will see that in 19, even though our total number of kids declined again, or at least stayed stable, our expenses went up, and that's because we made some changes mid-year, particularly around kids in protective services. We had always paid all of the co-payment for kids who are foster kids, because essentially DCF is the parent, so we pay the provider rate. That was a problem for kids going into reunifying with their families. It was a problem for kids who were in what they call conditional court cases, where the court had assigned a kid to somebody else that wasn't their parent. And those kids weren't getting their co-pays paid. So in order to try to increase stability and make sure that people were willing to take these kids that are involved in protective services, who are often some of our most difficult, we made a policy change to pay the provider's rate for any child with a protective service need. And it has indeed begun opening more slots for them. So that's kind of good news. And it helps the kids stabilize in childcare.
Yeah,
Did that include kinship placements?
If it's through DCF, right? So it's, if it's not a child who's in our protective services system, we would consider the income of the kin. But if they're in protective services, we no longer consider that. All of those kids get 100% benefit, which they always got, but we also pay the provider's rate.
Okay.
also make a change in the infant toddler?
That's right,
rate
we
in
also increased the infant
2017?
toddler rate. So that's important to know. We did that, and so that started,
And then-
what surprised us was it took a long time to impact.
Yeah.
In the first, in the early months, that, we thought that would impact right away, and it didn't seem to. I think perhaps more providers are taking more of the CCFAP infants and toddlers, because then after January, we really did begin to see that rolling out. So the thing that's tricky about childcare is it doesn't always, sometimes it takes a while for the policies to actually cost the money that you estimate them to do. So we'll be watching that pretty closely this year. Though we've never done what we did this year in terms of combining both a rate increase, or we haven't in 10 years, combined a rate increase with an eligibility increase. So we think that's going to have more of an impact, but we'll be waiting to see.
And how will we be reaching those families who are in unregulated care or not in care at all, you know, so that they know about the changes?
So we will be marketing. We've done, some of the things we did sort of towards the tail end of the Race to the Top grant was we put together some marketing materials and some marketing campaigns, both for STARS and for CCFAP. So we'll be doing more marketing of CCFAP as well.
And will that also involve like partnering with schools? Because oftentimes
Yeah,
they might
always
see an older
providers
child or
and
yeah,
providers in schools often will be who refers families.
yeah.
And all of those community child care support agencies, of which CCR is one, also have a responsibility to do recruitment and information and referral. There is a lot in the new federal law about family information, so we have more on our website, and that's why we're doing some of this marketing stuff, to try to make sure families know about it, and that they know that they should come take a look again if they had looked before.
And, I'm just wondering, I'm presuming, you know, since we're all in the agency of human services, but that we utilize the health department and the health and babies visit,
Oh, yeah.
home visiting and all of that kind of stuff is a source of referral too.
Yes, and Help Me Grow also is a great resource for families. You know, families are looking for childcare, they know where to refer them to or how to help them think about what might be a good match for them.
Does anybody help anybody with that might need help with the paperwork for the process? I know sometimes it can be a bit of a hoops.
The community child care support agencies are supposed to help families who are struggling. So you can go into one of the agencies. Though our eligibility is not done by the state, it's done by agencies in the community so that families could actually go in and get help with their paperwork. You can submit online. It doesn't require a face-to-face. You can do it online, you can do it by mail. But if you need to go in, or families who speak a second language, you know, whose first language is in English, can go in and get support. So yes, that's available throughout the state. So,
I just wanted to ask you
sure.
something on the marketing. Okay, so we've got new investments and new changes coming. Is the marketing budget the same as it was, or do you have an opportunity to increase your marketing?
well, I mean, our marketing budget is part of our general operating costs, so it's our website or the things we produce. We don't spend significant amounts of money on it, I will tell you. But we use the stuff that's available to us. So we actually have increased a little bit because we can use some of even our CCDF quality money around this. We've bought like front porch forum pieces, things that we think families participate in more. So FSD has always had a subscription to do, you know, to look for foster families. We're getting, and we used to borrow it every few months, but we're getting our own. We also, I was dragged kicking and screaming into social media. So we now have a Facebook page and are sort of trying to use some of the new media around getting the word out to folks.
Oh, good, good.
Both on the recruiting child care providers and letting parents know what's happening.
I know what Katie was mentioning too, that sometimes in other state things, in state governments, a lot of great things that are happening and opportunities that are there. And then we don't fund you enough to be able to get the word out, maybe.
And really, our community partners are great at that. They know this. And so sometimes we produce materials that then they can use, right? The recruitment materials that we produced are being used all around the state by BBF councils, by community child care support agencies by everyone as well as by us, so.
Good.
So this is the fund new investments in '20. About $5.8 million of additional funded was appropriated for CCFAP itself. We did 3 new things with that. We maintained those infant toddler rates at 2017, which is our most recent market rate survey. There will be a market rate survey. We'll collect the data in October, and we'll be publishing somewhere between January and February of what 2019 looks like for rates. That may change some of our estimates I'm going to show you for the future, but that's at least 2017 infants and toddlers are current. Then what we did was we adjusted the income guidelines to align with the new federal poverty levels. And I will tell you what I am eternally grateful for that went into permanent law was that we will now be adjusting those automatically every year, which we had asked for many, many years, so that we didn't have to keep going to ask, and we never could get that approved, and it flew through. So we're very grateful for that, because if you wait too long, it costs a lot of money. If you do it regularly, you can usually factor it into your budget. So that it will happen annually now. This year it was a little more expensive than usual because many families had sort of reached a threshold where they were getting more benefits. So all of this is very good news for families, because that has sort of a small impact on their benefits. But there are a lot of families who are seeing big impacts this year. And then we changed the income guidelines. So I'm going to show you that a little bit more in detail. But if you look at the income guidelines, which is this one, and there's an orange line, so I can. So these families who are now getting 95% of a benefit, which means 95% of the rate we pay, we're getting 85%. So that their benefit increased by 10%. These families, and then all the families in between, because we adjusted the scale, get a little bit more. These families who are getting 75%, I want to make sure I give you the exact right number, so because I looked at it, we're getting 60%. So their benefit is increased by 15%, which is quite significant to many of these, and that's for each child in the family, because right now it's a per child benefit, so for each child in the family. And these families here that are now at 50%, we're at 15%. So that's a huge increase in benefit for those families. And then all the families who earn a little more than that, they were all at 10. And now they're all, now we've sort of scaled that out some more. So this is a huge and really unprecedented in 10 years impact on families' co-pays.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember the unspent funds from past years, weren't those in part as a result of higher income families just not wanting to bother with the paperwork because the amount
of co-pays sometimes we believe that was
too low, and so this should help with that.
We think this will help with that, yes. That's exactly right. So that's a significant change and will really help families. And I'm going to show you some families in a minute so you can actually see that impact. And then we put the school age and preschool rates, which were still back at 2008 with a 3% bump that they got up to 2014, which is also significant. And so we are hearing from providers, this just happened over last weekend. So all of my staff is busy folding certificates to send to families. People just do it in all their spare time because that's still a paper process. But so families will be seeing that, but their providers will know it immediately from the system, and we'll be sharing that with them. And we've already begun hearing from providers who are really excited about
I was
the
just going to say, by way of feedback, which you probably heard the other day as well at the Building Bright Futures meeting, the providers that were in the room were ecstatic.
Yeah, really excited.
Yeah.
So I actually gave you, there's a lot of detail about these changes on our website for providers or for families who are interested in it. So I gave you that link to give you, I gotta get going there. So what I can tell you is 2,000 families, 2,800 children will get a higher percent of CCFAP. And over 1,500 families, and in addition to that, 1,500 families who are preschool school age will also get the rate increase and the percent benefit. So it's going to be a really big bump for many families. Okay, so I'm going to move quickly into the redesign so I can tell you about it. There's a bunch of reasons that that CCD worked with the administration to propose this redesign. One was the underutilization problem. Also, the feds were not happy with our sliding fee scale. So we've been having a conversation with them about that. And actually, it's the one part of we are probably the most compliant state in the nation, except for that one area of non-compliance. And so we were trying to think about what we could do differently. Many champions for change. Some of you have participated in the groups that have examined this, the Blue Ribbon Commission, Building Vermont's Future from the Child Up, the think tank, had all been recommending significant changes to CCFAP. And it fits all the governor's priorities. And we knew there was an opportunity to leverage new investments. So we really sort of went to work and said, how would we solve all of these problems? And we came up with a totally new plan. Right now, when we talked about, we've kind of flipped the system. So what happens now is we give the family a percent of benefit, a percent of our rate, and then they essentially pay the rest. So they're, we put our money in, and then they sort of backfill whatever the cost is. We're kind of flipping that, and we're creating a flat, and I'm going to jump a slide a little bit so you can see it, and then I'll go back. Families will pay a flat co-payment based on affordability for their family. And we did examine every index we could, federal poverty level, living wage data. I think there were like 3 or 4 we looked at. They actually weren't that different in impact on the family, so we decided to stick with the federal poverty level because it's what the underbenefit programs use, and they were a little bit consistent. So based on the families, again, size and income, they would be assigned what they have to pay as their share. That's all they pay for all of their children. If you have 2 kids, so we know sometimes that families may have 2 children, a school-age child and a younger child, and they may not be using school-age care because they can't afford both. In this case, you would not get additional copay because you have additional children. You pay what you can afford, and then we would pay the rest. So we've kind of flipped that. So that's a very significant change for families that you will see.
So let me just, so I'm looking at that slide, monthly accountability, 200% federal poverty level. I have 3 children. I'm gonna pay $50
Yes.
for all 3.
Yes,
Do I get that?
per a week, $50 a week in the copay.
Yeah.
For all 3.
For all 3.
$50
Not per
each.
child.
No, not per child, totally. Yes.
That's awesome.
So we
Do I
think that
have
will
6 children or 2 children
Yes.
or 1
It
child?
doesn't matter. It's based on your
$50.
income. Now, your family size impacts your assessment because family size and income are part of the eligibility assessment. But you don't have any more money to pay for the more child care because you have more kids, or you may have less, right?
Yeah,
Um,
so that's an important, that's a huge,
We think that's important. Yeah, it's exciting. The copayment would be assessed at the youngest child first, but it doesn't change if you have more than 1 kid. We'd stop using that percent of our rate as the benefit, which the feds are super happy about and have already approved. And then we would pay the provider's reported rate, again, based on the age of the child and the schedule, after the copayment was assessed. It will be a capped rate. We will maintain tiered rates, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, based on the market rate survey and the provider stars. We would have, if you charge over what our 5-star rate is, you might not get your full rate, but you would get
the 5-star.
you would get the 5-star rate. So that we think is a pretty big change, is a good change too. And so this is the income guidelines. These are the rate caps. These are again based on the 2017 market rate survey. So these would likely change because the plan is to try to stay current, but this is based on 2017 and the estimates are based on 2017 until we find out what 2019
So you
says.
won't find out what 2019 is until once we're in session. Did you say January, February it comes out? Or?
Yes.
So you won't know it before the budget? Or
No,
changes?
no.
So, okay.
And in our original plan, I don't know if this is changing. In our original plan, we had not proposed a change between year 1 and year 2. We had proposed a change in year 1 that would be maintained till the big change. So the trick of this, however, though, is that our current system cannot manage this plan. So people got really excited about it, but we can't actually do it in the system that we have. We can't, we have to really tear the system up and recreate it. Now, the good news about that is our system is 16 years old. It's also the youngest system in the department. But
When you say system, you mean?
which is the Bright Futures Information. It's a technology system that runs really everything for us. That's why you get all this data. It's licensing, it's provider credentials, it's subsidy, it's all of that, right? So that system has to be rebuilt to accommodate these changes. And thank you, you gave us $1 million to get started on that process, which has made ADS and our department take that very seriously, and we will be reporting to you on those plans when we come back in January, but we're working really hard on moving that forward so that we can do these changes. So I just want to show you quickly why this matters. So these are 3 families. Let me tell you who the families are. I have my notes to tell you that. Family number 1, the one all the way over here, is actually a family of 3 at 100% of poverty. So that could be a single parent on Reach Up, and with 2 kids, an infant and a preschooler, at a 4-star center. That parent still has a co-payment.
Who's looking at it? Are you okay with being a little?
I'm fine.
Oh, sorry.
All right, no.
I'll go as fast as I can. And then the second family, and that's a family at 100%. So even at 100%, that's because of rates.
I'm going to suggest, or even that you stick with one family and go through the now.
Okay, and then I think I'll pick the middle family,
Okay.
right? Because that's a family of 3.
It'll start to get too confusing for people.
Right.
3 families in 3
Yeah,
years.
that's a family of 3 with a single parent that earns $15 an hour, which is only about $31,000 a year, a little bit more than that. Currently, that's one of those families that had a 60% benefit for each child, the infant and the preschooler, in full-time care at a center. And you can see that their weekly cost sharing is $250 on that income, right? So this is now. I'm so happy to be able to say this is now. Like we were saying, this would be if this passes. This is actually now. That family has shaved over $100 off of their copay for that middle family. A week, right? And so if you look at the other 2, you will see the differences for both of them. So that's really significant. Even this year, and this is what we're calling the down payment, right? So when we flip the system, now you'll see our copays are at the bottom, but there's no copayment for families at 100% of federal poverty level. This family, this single parent at $15 an hour is only paying $25 a week. And even for the family of 4 with 2 parents, they're only paying $75 a week. So they're much more likely to use assistance than they would otherwise. And we did factor we actually did a 5-year plan where we factored in more children coming in the final years. We didn't factor in a lot of new kids in the first couple of years because we think it takes time for families to realize what the change is, so it might escalate faster than we imagined. And so this is my last slide. That means we're going to need more money. So just to let everyone know.
I don't know what this is what your plan is, but it would be helpful to know what it would take to get the 14, we ended up 14.
To get up to 19
to get up to
and a half,
17.
and 17,
Right.
sure.
Because
Well, we always do a budget pressure around rates, so we'll be producing that. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's a regular thing, but we can do some more estimates for you on
be
that.
awesome if you would.
And we'll have to relook at these as well. So what we estimated was that it would take us about 18 months to revamp the system. ADS is not blanching too much at that, and we'll probably be working with contractors, which is good news. And so our plan would be to implement the redesign Somewhat on the federal fiscal year, we have a new state plan that would be coming in at that time. What we promised the feds is that we'll come into compliance by the new state plan, which is October 1st of 2021. So that means that that's when we would expect to be putting the redesign in. And they've accepted that corrective action plan. So right now, that's the road we're headed down with them, as well as with support from the wonderful legislature and the administration. So we're kind of excited. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
I know this was a lot of information. I hope it was helpful. It would be great to have, to talk more about kids with special needs, because that's really an important part of the overall system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Out of the way. Thank you.
You're welcome to stay, but I know you're busy.
Because I have to score all my transportation for this afternoon.
Rita, I don't know if we should indicate for changes.
I know. We just want to, I want to personally thank you publicly for the many years of guiding this program forward and the changes that have been made and the partnership that we had in really advocating for children and families. So thank you on behalf of.
It's been really fun, the work.
You're here.
And the support all of you have provided has been remarkable. So
Thank you.
I feel blessed.
Don't stay in touch. I know you say that, but stay in touch.
Believe me, I will.
Okay, good.
She's available for hire. I'm your walking commercial, Rita.
Yes, thank you.
Erin, come on up. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
You know us.
I do.
We try hard.
And I love the iPad. It's great.
If that you can think about it. So Erin, why don't you introduce yourself and then we'll get started.
Great.
Hearing some other good stuff.
Good morning. My name is Erin Olikin, and I am the director of the Reach Up program. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here today to talk with you about some kind of highlights and updates that have been happening in Reach Up over the last year or so. So just to kind of give a little bit of background and framing for the program and the size of the caseloads have continued to decrease since 2013. And so that has enabled us to be able to provide, I think, a little more intensive case management for participants. And they are projected to continue to decline. They will plateau most likely at a certain point, but as for now, they are declining not quite as rapidly as they had been in the previous years. But they are still going down. So that's really primarily due to the economy, but then also due to the work, I believe, of the case managers in helping folks.
Erin, this is number of families, households.
Households, right. Families, correct.
I just want to clarify, so this is the number of family, like there aren't families on wait lists or anything, this is
No.
everybody.
Correct, yeah.
PSE stands for?
PSE is also included in there.
What does it stand for?
Oh, sorry, post-secondary education, yes. So in August of 2019, we're of course very excited and thankful that the legislature approved an increase in the benefit, which is the first time since 2004 that the Reach Up benefit has changed. So this is really a big deal for us. It really is significant for the families that we serve. So for a family of 3, just a couple of examples here. Outside of Chittenden County, currently they'd be getting approximately $684 if they don't have any other income. That's per month. And beginning in August of 2019, this year, they'll be getting $744 a month. So we are grateful for that change. Still not a lot of money to live on, clearly, but any little bit does definitely help. So this is the average.
Does that reduce their other benefit levels?
That it does reduce a little bit their three squares benefit.
The 3
Yes.
squares of food stamps?
It's approximately a 3-to-1 comparison, so for every $3 in addition that they get from another source, it's about $1 decrease in their
Okay.
3 squares benefit. Yeah. So Reach Ahead, and that's our transitional benefits program. That's when somebody closes, their Reach Up closes, and they go on to Reach Ahead. This program has been, the numbers are decreasing a little bit in the last couple of years, but the percentage of the caseload is remaining stable. So we know that people are still going to work from Reach Up, and so this is really encouraging. And also, we met our work participation rate in 2018, and about 80% of our work participation rate is due to Reach Ahead. So it's due to folks going to work, and that is our federal performance measure, if you will, or measure that the federal government, the only measure actually that they look at when evaluating our program.
Can I just add, I just got this is all come in, so I missed the beginning of it, sorry. So you're saying that the 478 is 100%, I may have this wrong, just, can you restate it again?
Sure, so the 478 is the number of families who are on Reach Ahead, which is our transitional benefits program. So all of these families are working, and they're meeting what would have been their work requirement if they were in the Reach Up program.
Because you said 100%, I caught that part.
I think maybe it was the so the percentage of the total caseload, including all Reach Up, post-secondary education, who are on Reach Ahead has remained the same, even though the numbers have decreased a little bit. But our overall caseload is also decreasing, right? And you may also be thinking of the 80% number that I rattled off, and that is because almost 80% of what comprises our work participation rate, which is our measure for the federal government in order to receive our grant, is comprised of Reach Ahead. And so these families help us to meet our work participation rate. Work participation rate has come under a lot of scrutiny because of what activities it kind of measures. And so I do think that's important to note, because that's only one measure, and that's only what the federal government measures us against. So it's important that we meet it so that we don't get fiscal sanctions. But at the same time, we're always looking to do what's right for that individual family.
So I'll try to be quiet, so the employment though, so here would be my question on this. So you've got 100 people who are great, they're all employed, but do you look at what their job is and that the wage? Is it livable wage? Is it, gonna sustain them?
We do look at the wages. They do tend to be, and the annual report that is on online, it has more detailed information about that. We do know that the wages have increased in the last couple of years. So the average wage has increased, I think, by about 30% over the last couple of years. So that's encouraging, but we do know that they tend to be in fairly low wage.
And then I know your job is because I just remember from years before, it's the post-secondary education piece that has the best results.
Right, in terms of increasing wages.
You want to be able to see the numbers participating in that program.
Yeah.
High, right? Okay.
Well, they're higher than they
Higher.
have been in the last couple of years, yes.
So our work participation rate, according to the feds, where are we in terms of meeting that and not being sanctioned or?
We have met it for the last 4 years. We just got notification that we met it again for 2018. And the other important thing about meeting the work participation rate is that it gives us more freedom to be able, a little more slack, to be able to work with families in the way that's most important for them and the way that's actually going to help them move forward. So a family may not be ready to meet their work requirement at any given moment, but if we invest in them at where they are at that given moment and are able to help them set those meaningful goals, then we see them moving on to employment. And so I think that's just important to note. And I'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing to help families meet their goals. So these are some of the partnerships that we've had in the last year. We've been working really closely with Mathematica Policy Research. organization to work on really looking at the program in general, doing some strategic planning. We are completely revamping our assessment process, and then we're in the process of revamping the family development plan, which is the family's plan for what they're going to do to move towards employment. And then also the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities has, this actually is a really interesting website if you're interested in research and building better programs, which has a lot of information about how to improve program participation, improve results and outcomes for families participating in programs. We're also working, and so the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities notes 3 things that are kind of the key hallmarks of a science-informed approach, which is what we are really trying to do within Reach Up, because this is based on research, what actually works to help people move forward. And so those 3 things are to create and support responsive relationships, to strengthen core life skills, and to reduce sources of stress.
Oh, can you say that? I'm sorry. Create and support relationships?
Responsive relationships. 2, to strengthen core life skills. And 3, to reduce sources of stress. So there's a lot of research out there, from the Strengthening Families framework to the Harvard Center on the Developing Child, and numerous other research that's been done to support these kind of key hallmarks. And then in addition to the,
Well, just
Thank you.
wondering about responsive relationships, is that that's with family members within the family unit or with extended family or social connections?
I think all the above, yeah. And then in addition to these organizations, we're also working with the Office of Family Assistance, so that's our government oversight organization, and they're providing us with technical assistance to assess Reach Up as a trauma-informed program. So they're going to go through a lengthy assessment with us to help us determine what do we need to do to improve to truly become a trauma-informed program. What things do we need to change in our rules and our policies and so forth. And then also they're going to be providing extensive training to our staff on what trauma-informed means and what that means in terms of working with families. So one of the first things we did with Mathematica, which we felt was really important as kind of to lay the groundwork, was to develop a mission. And this was done as a collaborative process with staff and participants and community partners all over the state. So I personally visited all 12 districts in the state, and this was about 18 months ago, I think. And we formalized the mission last summer. And so the mission for Reach Up is that Reach Up joins families on their journey to overcome obstacles, explore opportunities, improve their finances, and reach their goals. And what we came to was that we really feel strongly that it is and needs to be a holistic program, works with the entire family, and that we walk with the families on a journey. It's not about us telling people what they need to do. It's about walking with them and supporting them on their journey. And so we're using this mission to frame our strategic planning and our road mapping over the next year. Our overarching goal within Reach Up is to reduce intergenerational poverty. We know that up to about 60% of families who are on Reach Up today were on Reach Up as children. And so our goal is to reduce the number of children who are in families receiving Reach Up today who will need it in the future. We're also going to be repeating an intergenerational poverty study that was originally conducted in 2013 for Reach Up. And we're going to be repeating that in the next year to see if...
What was the study?
It was by our contractor, Leslie Black Plumo, and it was a study on intergenerational poverty within Reach Up.
I'm sorry, I missed something. Yes.
Can I ask a question? So, remember, I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, in one of your presentations to House Human Services, there was, I thought, an extremely compelling table, or maybe it was a chart showing how many people time out over, at the 5-year point, and then come back within 3 months, 6 months, and within 1 year. And I was just surprised and startled by how many people wind up coming back. And to me, it was an indication of the number of folks experiencing intergenerational poverty. And as great as the increase in benefits is, and I know you've heard this from a lot of folks, and you don't make the top level budget decisions, and ultimately they get made in appropriations committees and by the General Assembly, but every year sweeping caseloads into the general fund budget instead of reinvesting them in those families is really self-defeating, and I think we could really change a lot of the families that are experiencing that intergenerational poverty by reinvesting those funds in other ways that help those families, including housing as an example, and supportive services. Sorry for the soapbox, but I just felt like I needed to say that given.
You wouldn't be yourself if it wasn't just for this.
Audrey, Trauma Informed Efforts. So can you say more about who's helping you with that?
So we are working through the Office of Family Assistance, and they're providing peer TA, technical assistance, and they have contracted with a trauma expert through Rutgers University, and she's going to be consulting with us to do that work.
So this is news to you?
News to me, news to you.
No, it's not news, but you know, from ACEs in the trauma environment.
Right, and it's funding that's provided by the Office of Family Assistance, so we're able to leverage that funding through our federal partners.
So is there something you want to keep an eye on?
Oh, I'm working with them very
Okay.
closely,
All
actually,
right.
yeah, so.
Great.
Okay, good.
Or feel free to reach out to me, I'm happy to talk more about it if you'd like. Yeah. So part of this kind of revamping both the assessment process and the family development plan process is using a goal-oriented approach. And this is an approach that is trauma-informed and that has been shown through research to be highly effective in helping people to set and reach their goals. So some of the main things that we need to look at are to ask people what's interesting to them, find out what is meaningful to them, what is the thing that at that given moment is most meaningful to them, and then what is interesting to them just in general. And then find routines that involve deliberate practice or specific skills, helping to build executive functioning skills, finding meaning and purpose in what they're doing, and having hope that what they are doing will improve their circumstances. And I think that that's one of the major shifts in what we're doing now in Reach Up from what has happened in the past, because we don't just put people automatically into unpaid work sites anymore. That's not necessarily something that's going to interest someone or help someone to gain the skills that will help move them forward. It may be an appropriate thing for someone to do if it meets their interest and is meaningful and helps them to meet their goals. And so that's what we're really trying to capitalize on. Find out what is interesting and meaningful to people, and then help them to find the opportunities to match those goals in that meeting.
Yeah. We're going to avoid you stuff, head out this time, you say.
Thank you. So this is just a quick snapshot of our new assessment process, although it's actually less of an assessment and more of a tool that helps people to establish their goals. Many of the families we're working with have been assessed to Kingdom Come. They have had so many assessments in so many different areas, and what this really does is shifts to what is meaningful to you, what here resonates with you the most, and then we're going to help you set goals based on that. What we are finding is that employment falls into place very naturally, that almost everybody wants to work, and people are at different places along in that journey. And so our goal is to meet people where they are in that journey and to help them get to where they want to be. What we have done with this is we've gone through a road test with Mathematica. So we've actually done tests with both participants and done surveys with both participants and with case managers to find out, how is this working? And what we're finding is that most case managers and participants felt that this process focused more on their goals it was respectful in asking them what was interesting and meaningful to them, and they felt more motivated when they left the meeting to go and to, you know, follow through on the steps of their goals.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Do you ever, in that kind of testing process, did you have any experiences that might have shown families that had a really hard time with this when they identified that maybe they don't have the ability to achieve some of the goals, or that there's so many goals that they are feeling overwhelmed? Is that something that you guys had, or?
That's a great question, and yes, and that, I think it's really important to recognize that, because it's a matter of finding out, you know, if somebody's really overwhelmed, even with the word goal, which we find sometimes, is shifting the language. So, okay, so we don't need to talk about specifically a goal, but what would you like to accomplish between today and tomorrow? And sometimes it's a matter of breaking it down into much smaller steps so that people find success with whatever it is that they determine that between today and tomorrow, this is what I need to be able to do. I have to get up and get my child to childcare, for example, or and then building upon that. And so yeah, that's a really good question.
Did you find people had a hard time checking off the box, I need help?
That was also something that we found sometimes, yeah. And so people are kind of all over the map on that. Some people appreciate being asked, and others say, like, I don't want to have to ask for help. And so that's where we are going back now and working with Mathematica on how can we approach using this tool in a way that's going to kind of work for as many people as possible. So it may be a matter of kind of saying to people as we approach them with this, you don't have to fill this out. You know, sometimes what case managers do is they actually just fold it over and they just look at the main categories and say, like, what kind of like resonates with you here today, and then work from there. Other people prefer to have kind of something to work on. So it's really just about it being an individualized process. It's not about it being another piece of paper that we need to track, and, you know, so yeah.
It might just be the language piece of it, you know,
Yeah.
having somebody have to check off on all of those boxes that they need help.
Right.
Maybe something about just a language that's more about collaborating and accessing help and admitting that they need to access help, but maybe not having to check a box that says I need help
Yeah.
in every category.
Let me just ask, is the participant filling this out, or is the caseworker? Because if the participant's not, this is not something they're seeing, right? Or is it something
It
they're
kind
doing
of-
together?
They're doing it together. So either the participant is filling it out, or they're just kind of looking at it together, and sometimes they don't use it at all. So it's really about a mindset shift more than anything with the case managers, of starting with what's meaningful and then working backwards from there.
So they're using their skills and knowledge to assess the person in front of them, to get that feedback as to what their comfort level is on,
Right,
you know.
exactly. And motivational
Well, and some
interviewing.
just, they get the program and they're told to fill it out on their own, and then kind of the case manager works with them from there.
Yeah.
Somebody has to-
I have an 11:30 meeting, so
Okay.
I do want to say that how much approve of this direction. I think it addresses the real underlying needs. I mean, people, when they're in financial trouble, what they need first is cash. I mean, we know it's like first aid, you need to
Right.
stop the bleeding. But the underlying issues here need to be addressed, but also from the point of view of a politician who acts as sort of a bridge between the public and the actual people who do the actual work. The constant resentment that I hear from the public about, and you often hear, well, it's not my fault that they got themselves into trouble, and they do have some complicity in their own fate. Why do my taxes? And what I answer is, yeah, you're probably right. I share your resentment, to tell you the truth. Now that that's settled, what are we going to do about it? Okay, and to have an answer to the what are we going to do about it question.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
I just want to follow up. I think that was a really great point. I do think there are a large number of people in Vermont living in situations that they did not make choices, and they have found themselves, whether they're living with a disability, with a child, or health, or whatever it is, that do end up kind of in these same spots. So it is sometimes important to
So you need to run, I know that we're running a little bit over, and I wanted to make sure that in case I forget, that we were going to take a look at the dates to make sure where people were comfortable with on what was thrown out there. And Mike, did you have something that you want to add?
I just thought it was.
So we're not quite done. You've got 2 minutes, and then we'll go to that. And then if people need to leave, to be respectful for your time, I totally understand.
Is Aaron going to be able to?
Yes, let's finish.
Okay.
Yes. But if people need to go, I totally understand.
So one of our other strategies is bringing the mental health outreach for mothers, the Moms Partnership, to Vermont. We are really, really excited and honored that we were chosen by Yale University to replicate this research-based intervention in the Chittenden County area. So this brings mental health services in a cohort model, and so its purpose is to reduce stress in mothers with any age child. And one of the biggest factors that makes the biggest difference is that there is a mom with lived experience embedded in the program, and that's a paid position. So right now we're piloting this with Howard Center, and we know that mental health, addressing mental health needs is one way to help interrupt intergenerational poverty. It's clear, obviously, as you all know, intergenerational poverty is extremely complex, and so this isn't, the magic tool, but it is one thing that can help. And so we are definitely very excited about that. And I actually meant to put these were results from the New Haven project because ours hasn't started yet, so we don't have our own results. We're due to implement in January of this year.
Are these available online? I don't think we got the...
This was the first handout, it was underneath the file, so you should have it.
I have it.
And they're online.
Okay.
So just a few of the outcomes that they have already seen in implementing this program is that 78% of moms adhere to the treatment, and so that's compared to 40% nationally. It's a huge difference.
And that's having this peer, I call it.
Right,
Peer.
exactly, a peer. 76% of moms experience a decrease in depressive symptoms, and that's compared to the average experience of only a 48% drop in depressive symptoms. 67% decrease in parenting stress. The children of moms attend 6 more days of school per year. So it has, even implications for the children in these families. And that is, again, one of the reasons why we are really excited about this program, because it is truly a 2-generational program. And then even the hours of week that people are becoming employed is increasing with participation in this program.
How long is the program?
It's only an 8-week program, so it's 8 weeks of, I believe it's an hour and a half each week.
Is it in the home or in the?
It's in community hubs, so there will be several different places where it's happening around Chittenden County to be able to come to areas where moms typically congregate. So in New Haven, what they did was they actually set up at grocery stores, and moms came there. And also the purpose is to kind of destigmatize mental health and depression, and living in poverty is incredibly stressful, and so anything that we can do to be able to help moms address this is really critical.
So we're just starting this off,
Right.
In Chittenden County, and you've got one at Howard Center?
Yeah, so we have an agreement with Howard Center, but we'll have groups running at the same time all around Chittenden County, starting in January or February. So we're in the implementation phase right now.
Is there any transportation for people then?
Yes, we'll provide transportation if they need it.
So Aaron, is any of what you've been talking about, because it sounds like in the budget there's the case management, review and community engagement, the review of reach up case management that's due in October. Is this part of what you're doing now or talking about? Okay.
Yes. This is a program, another pilot program. However, we need to stop calling it a pilot and figure out a way to expand to the rest of the state. So we are working in conjunction with Office of Economic Opportunity and with 2 community action organizations, CBOEO and Capstone, to, we call it the Financial Empowerment Program. It provides financial coaching to help families build assets. And as you know, building assets is also crucial for interrupting poverty. And so these actually are before and after, before we kind of made some big changes to the program that were science informed. And so before we made these changes, you can see the difference in the number of participants we had. The jump was huge once we made some of these changes. So what we did was we increased the demographic that we offered the program to. We did some marketing that was informed by participants and asked them, what is working, what is not working. We restructured the incentives, so it's a highly incentivized program that allows people to earn incentives as they set financial goals. And so you can see that the financial incentives increase quite a bit as well. So again, it goes back to using the hallmarks of science. And people have reported feeling decreased stress, knowing that they have some money in the bank from these incentives that they've earned, that they're able to take their kids, to an activity and do things together as families that they weren't able to do before. And we know that increased money in a household, even a little bit each year, is tied to better outcomes for children in the future. And so any bit of extra income that we can help families to achieve or provide that environment where they can do that is really crucial for that. And I'm almost done, I promise. And so
we took some of your time.
okay. And so along with the mission, we also developed a vision for the program. And so a vision really is supposed to be pretty lofty and forward-thinking. And so our vision is that families will be empowered, connected, and thriving. And if you kind of reflect upon some of the changes that have been made in the program, this again is going back to hoping that we will achieve that through these changes that we're making in the program. We do have some opportunities for the future. I think including 2 parents to be able to participate in the post-secondary education program is something that statutorily they're not allowed to do. We would really like to be able to see that.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. You know?
Also, the child care copay issue is incredibly encouraging, and right now, families even on Reach Up are paying sometimes $50 to $100 a week for child care, and when you see how much money they're actually bringing in, I mean, the state of scarcity is so extreme that it's hard to imagine, honestly, how you can pay for child care and also try to participate in just life.
Is there a further explanation of this pilot program that you're working on with the incentives and the goals? Specific goals?
If you go to our annual report, there's more information on that there, and I'm happy to provide any more information
If
that
you
you'd
want to
like.
provide that link to that to
Okay.
Mike at some point, and then
Oh,
we can
sure.
point it out to everybody.
Absolutely.
And where does the money come from for this?
Oh, great question. So Office of Economic Opportunity has been able to seed some money for the financial coaching, but that's going to have to change because the bucket that's coming out of is not one that is supposed, is for training and kind of like initiatives is my understanding. And so that initiative needs to, we need to move to sustainability, and so we're really trying to think about how to make that happen. The incentives come from Reach Up through the support services budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just some other opportunities and things to think about. Of course, housing. Only 27% of our families are receiving any type of subsidized housing, which means that the remainder of those families are trying to get by either by doubling up, they're precariously housed, they're paying way more in their rent than is even remotely affordable. So just the dire need for actual housing is
So you said
really
25%
intense.
received out of the 100% that could.
Correct. Yes, they would all be financially eligible. And then transportation, we're really trying to focus on increasing car ownership. And again, research shows that car ownership is one of the biggest factors in economic mobility. And we all know that in a state, especially like this, we're very limited access to public transportation, not to mention being able to get your kids to various things at various times. is incredibly important. So those are just some opportunities to think about. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time to come to talk to you all. I'm always happy to come back. And this is the link for the annual report, but I'm also happy to send it to you. Yeah.
Oh, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you walk away, we've made some improvements, but going further, we still need to work on transportation ownership and housing. That's the two. And cash and.
Well,
Okay, and cash. Or payment.
I would add one to the list, which is
I just want to make sure.
reinvesting in families that, instead of sweeping
Yes.
caseload savings, reinvesting in families.
Yes.
We actually put that language one year in the budget, but I don't know how much.
Oh, the caseload savings. Yeah, you know that. All right, good, so 4 things. Thank you, Erin.
You're welcome. Oh, and the post-secondary education.
And the card. Good.
Any other
Those
questions?
are, yes, you are excused unless anybody has any questions.
Question, but I was
Okay.
It's kind of a big question.
Okay.
It's 7:01. Let's call this meeting to order. All right. Does anyone have any additions or corrections to our agenda tonight?
No.
No? Good. All right. Members of the public, are you here for something other than to discuss the vote, sir? All right. So, this is just an information meeting to answer any questions anybody would have about the public bond, the vote on September 10th. It is essentially a revote of a vote we already made to dot the i's and cross the t's to legally borrow the money as a bond rather than as a commercial financing transaction. And since borrowing the money as a bond saves us somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 over the 5-year life of the loan, it was worth redoing it, even though there's costs to redoing it. The net savings will still be more than $20,000 to the taxpayers over 5 years. So, that said, any questions about this thing at all? About how this works? Mr. Member of the public?
Well, I already had all my questions answered. I was just here to see if anybody else was going to ask questions.
Okay. Anything that we should, as a board, point out in case this gets watched? I mean, I've spoken with Chris Mays of the Reformer, and I know Bill has as well, and we've kind of laid this out for him. I know that we have that explanation on Facebook pages for all the schools. I mean, we're trying to put this out there that nothing's really changed except for the method of obtaining the money, and the way that we're obtaining it is actually less costly to the district and ultimately the taxpayers. It's confusing. It's another vote, which makes it hard, but it's really worth doing.
Only other thing for the purposes of the video might be polling places and available times.
Polling places are Brookline Town Office, Jamaica Town Office, Newfane Firehouse, Newbrook Firehouse in Newfane, Townsend Town Hall, and Wyndham the Meeting House. Brookline is 9 to 7, Jamaica is 10 to 7, Newfane is 9 to 7, Townsend is 9 to 7, and Wyndham is 10 to 7. And it is next Tuesday, September 10th.
Absentee ballots available?
I believe absentee ballots are available. See your town clerk. Anything else?
It's our shortest meeting in history.
I make a motion, we adjourn then.
All righty.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all for coming.
Wow.
We're rolling.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:30 PM. I'm looking at the public. It doesn't look like too rowdy a bunch, so I will avoid reading the rules of procedure tonight. Are there additions to the agenda?
Let's see, I have some correspondence.
Correspondence. Well, it's under communications.
Oh, I guess it's under communications.
Okay. Are there changes to the agenda order?
Not for me.
Not for me.
So I would ask if everybody's had a chance to review the minutes of the meeting of August 12th. If somebody would
I move that we
to
accept the minutes.
approve
And I will
the
second
minutes
that.
of the meeting of August 12th. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Dan Zambreski, you walked in just in time.
Hello,
Hi.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Highway update.
just grading the roads, doing culverts and mowing roadsides.
And very few equipment repairs this.
So, been easy on the equipment, and our new man started today, so,
Oh, is the garage a lot noisier?
yeah, he kept everybody laughing.
Purchasing sand and gravel.
Pardon?
Purchasing sand and gravel.
Yep, we've been hauling some sand, gravel for culverts.
The person who is mowing the Packer Corners Road, you know, is very genial, and he's doing an exceedingly thorough job.
Yeah, Jimmy's doing a good job. Yep.
Yeah,
He does do a good job.
he's great.
Excellent. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, any questions for Dan? So the road safety audit report, Peter did a lot of work last week, 2 weeks, last couple of weeks, and you're going to update us on what's been going on. So this is for both Guilford Center and Algiers Village. I got my full pen.
Okay, there's a few new updates on here.
Okay.
All right, so for Algiers Village, I'll just try and go through these as quickly as possible. There's a request for the review of speed limits on US Route 5. We needed to send a letter to the V-Trans Traffic Committee Coordinator. That was sent.
Excuse me, let me just ask, did you ask them to bring it down to 30 miles an hour?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the current speed through the village is 35 miles an hour. Due to a variety of the findings from the report as well as from requests of residents, we are requesting them to reduce the speed. It had initially been asked to reduce it to 25 miles an hour, and during the review they flat out said that due to the nature of that road that they would not reduce it to 25. So we're requesting it to be reduced to 30. Then I sent a multi-part letter to our local District 2 office requesting them to take action on a number of things. Those items included cutting brush as necessary along the eastbound shoulder, cross-hatching the shoulder and installing no parking stencils within the existing no parking zone next to the country store on US 5. Consider adding curbing to better define the access and egress to the country store. Review signage and tighten the existing pedestrian zone. Some may argue there is no pedestrian zone there, but we're kind of waiting to hear back from them. As well as either cut the brush around the stop sign or to completely move the location of the stop sign at B Barn Road. And then to consider the westbound shoulder, basically next to Richmond Auto, and making that into a no parking zone similar to in front of the country store. So that was all included in the letter to V-Trans.
Which went?
It was sent, yes, last week, beginning of last week. I actually got a call this late afternoon from Mark Pickering. He received the letter, and not everything, there was a little bit of miscommunication within V-Trans, and so not everything we were told on this list goes to him, so he's actually on our behalf forwarding the letter to the appropriate person.
So, sorry, one question about, we had consider curbing to better define access to the country store to send something to Friends of Algiers Village.
Yes, so there is actually I was going to talk about that next. There's one of the other items on there. For those of you who are familiar with the country store, know that their open flag sticks out into the right-of-way in the road, and one of the suggestions from V-Trans was to request them to change the location of that, and as well as the curbing. And so I'll be sending a letter to actually the Friends of Algiers Village, since they're the owners of the building, to consider moving the flag and installing a second one on the south side of the building so that folks can, from either direction, can see that the business is open, but not have obstructions in the line of sight along the roadway.
That's Chuck's idea.
So, well, they listened to you, Chuck, and they made that as one of the recommendations. Then moving on to Guilford Center Village, which for the select board is on the other side. Most of the recommendations that they made regarding Guilford Center Village were all action points for the town to take, with a couple of minor exceptions. And earlier this spring, the town had signed an agreement with V-Trans in which they are coming through, starting in the Greenland Bends, and they're going to be replacing a number of outdated signs for us. And they actually offered, without us asking, if we wanted to include changes to signage in Guilford Center Village as part of that package. Obviously, it seems really silly if they're paying for the replacement and installation of the signs, why we would say no. And so we said yes, and they happily accepted. The one caveat to that is that project won't be completed until next spring. So the signs that we were responsible for here in the village, Dan and his crew have already taken care of those. So it's replacing a couple of speed limit signs as the select board reduced the speed limit to 35 miles approaching either end of the village and then to 25 miles an hour within the village. Dan has also replaced a couple of stop signs, and what was the other sign you guys replaced?
The 25.
Oh, you're gonna replace the one right here on School Road.
Finally came Friday, so.
Okay. So the other thing that we did is we looked into installing Welcome to Guilford Center Village signs, which Dan and I looked at and placed an order for last week because there was only $90 per sign for the one that we chose. And so you have one on the north and the south side of the village to help kind of get people's attention that you're entering a village and they should slow down in addition to the numerous other signs. So yeah, so that, I'm not going to read through the entire list, it's very long.
Great.
And we have it here.
And you have it here.
So
Any questions about those items? There's one thing I forgot to mention. The only thing that has not been started as of yet is they recommended that we, being the town, work with Wyndham Regional Commission to undertake a pedestrian facility study. That's one thing that I need to work with them on doing, and that involves writing a grant to the state. So that's more of what is deemed a midterm project, which is a 1 to 3 years completion date. All these others were short-term projects, which is less than a year, and we'll have most of them completed very soon.
Oh, I have a question, Peter. In terms of this pedestrian facility study with WRC, is that something that we want to do in Algiers as well?
Yes, we have, it was recommended for both locations.
Oh, I mean, is that on here and I missed
It
it?
is towards the bottom right here.
Oh, thank you so much.
could we use the Better Connections grant for that study?
I guess theoretically, yes. We don't need to because the state has a round of grants that are specifically for pedestrians.
We would,
We will apply for it.
okay.
And WRC will assist us with that application because
Okay.
it's not the easiest application to go through. So,
Yeah.
and they've done it with numerous other towns in Wyndham County, and so they know what they're doing. So it's just a matter of reaching out to them and scheduling time to start working on it.
Great. So I have one comment and one suggestion. Dan, thank you so much for acting on that so quickly. That was awesome. And my suggestion is that you track this spreadsheet on a quarterly basis just to see, or maybe next spring, because they probably won't do anything in the winter, just to follow up, and then also to check with residents and maybe the people who were at the public hearing in June, was it? May?
May. No, it was June 13th.
The one in the village, Algiers Village? Whenever we had the thing at the church, just to check in and see if people feel like things have made a difference. So that would be my recommendation to the select board. And I also think we need to sign the revised traffic ordinance at this point. It just makes sense to do that.
You guys adopted this at the last meeting, and we just need your signature. And
Highway ordinance, right?
I have a
no, it's a
question.
traffic ordinance.
Is it the traffic?
It is a traffic
Okay.
ordinance.
Yes.
Does anyone know why it's called the pedestrian facility study? Do they referring to facility as making it easy for pedestrians?
That's my understanding, but I don't know for sure.
It's an odd,
I agree, it was odd to me too.
but facility does mean ease and making things easy, so I.
Well, it has two meanings, you know.
Well,
as
I
if
wouldn't
it's-
disagree with you. What's the second, I mean,
Well, a facility is a thing.
right, but I don't think that that's what they mean.
No, I don't think that's what they mean.
While we are signing, I will invite probably Jethro
Yes.
to start us on the planning commission update.
Thank you, Peter.
And to
for
say,
your
I'm sorry that Michelle couldn't be here tonight.
Peter was very helpful.
Sure.
How about if you sit next to Michael Jethro?
All right.
Your commission members can also participate and see you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, welcome planning commissioners.
I'd like to start by saying, I'd like to say that Sheila has been a great civic leader, and I'm saddened that this is her last day, but hopefully she'll keep supporting us.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've been plugging away at the town plan, which we were under the impression that it was going to be postponed to the following year. We weren't really prepared. There was a little bit of confusion as that we were going to have to do. We ended up having to do it this year, and so we've been plugging along at that, and now that it's going to be an 8 years, right?
So you have an existing town plan that runs from 2015 to 2020.
Yeah.
And by June of 2020, you need to have a new 8-year plan. The state has
Right.
changed it to 8 years.
Yeah.
Right.
From originally 5 years.
5 years,
right?
yeah.
Which is a long time to have put the foresight to that, as we look at it, to think, well, something that's going to be in writing that's going to be for 8 years that we're going to be following. So thankfully the last update was pretty thorough, so it's been pretty good to go through, and we've just been updating it as we go. And yeah, we started in doing that. We've also put we've been working on the Guilford handbook. That's kind of been set aside a little bit now that we've been focusing more on really trying to get the town plan situated. But we really would like when we have the time to really focus on that too.
And the handbook, Jethro, is a Welcome to Guilford handbook?
Yes.
Or a handbook for Guilford residents, including Welcome to Guilford?
I think it would be both. We've been referencing the Dummerston. They did a welcome kind of general handbook for their town many years ago, and we've kind of taken that and we've been kind of using that as kind of a reference. And it's really nice, and I think it would be really something that would be really great for Guilford to have, and something that could be updated, but for the most part, it's something that was kind of basic, and that would, as new residents come, or even residents that aren't fully aware of what Guilford has to offer, could look at that. And yeah, I mean, it's for me, because I wasn't on the commission for the last town plan, so it's been very informative to look through and be a part of.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I was talking to Jethro today. It's a lot of work to do the town plan because you need to think about everything from residents and environment and conservation and the economy and try to anticipate what the next 8 to 10 years are going to look like and how the town might face issues that could come up.
Right, exactly.
And the terminology that you use and the policies and the actions that you come up with will determine how the state might assess individuals' claims or developers' claims. So thinking very carefully about how the town wants to take care of its residents, take care of its financial assets, attract people here, take care of all of its assets, not just the financial assets, and also respond to development of possibilities and growth possibilities is really critical. And it's a big task, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, by June of 2020, you have to have had the plan, put it out there to the Wyndham Regional Commission, had it out in the public for 45 days, and have a public hearing before the select board makes a decision about adopting it or not. So it's a pretty long, complex, involved
And we're really
project,
hoping,
and-
I was talking with Michelle, and we're really hoping to have something by March, by like town meeting, that's something that we can present to the public, so, because, you know, hopefully there won't be a lot of revisions, but at least that'll give us time where the public can review it, and then we can look, we can kind of go through it, so that's our goal right now. Does anyone else?
Well, you're lucky to have Chuck and Harry, who've done this many times.
No, it's great to have such a big board, and, you know, we and have a lot of input, and it's a big process, but it's part of it, and it's in a way to protect us too, you know, because we don't have zoning, and so it's something that give, you know, that can be a reference as people are looking at what we would like to see happen, and how we see our town, and
Any questions?
I have, well, sort of a question and comment. I mean, one of the interesting things, as I understand it, about the Planning Commission is that it's a quite diverse board in terms of where people are coming from, and so it's really interesting to balance what we think might happen and what we want to have happen. And, you know, I don't know that there's time in this particular meeting to find out how you all consider that, but it is something I'm curious about, if you understand my question.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, it is, you know, I think it's helpful, and I think it's, you know, helpful for a group to have people from, you know, coming from different angles with different ideas, and us being able to meet and put something like this together. Challenging, but it's good.
Did you, so you said by March you'll have something, the 5-year plan to?
This is going to be an 8-year plan.
The 8-year plan.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're hoping to have it by
and
March.
And we'll go to 28, yeah.
So, apropos what Veranda just said, I just remembered that I'm the liaison to the Planning Commission, and I will no longer be on the Select Board. So perhaps one of you would like to volunteer, or wait until we appoint a new member and decide who. That needs to be decided pretty soon, probably at the next meeting. But it's a good way for the Select Board and the Planning Commission to interact, is to have this liaison.
Yeah, and it's very important, I feel like, to have us being, you know, I think it's nice to get updated and for us to be well connected.
Yeah.
And then I have 2 other comments. One is that at the end of the 2015-2020 planning process, Michelle and I created a spreadsheet with who's supposed to be doing what in this plan, which is a lot of different things. And I think that it would be good for the Planning Commission to review that spreadsheet 5 years later and see what still needs to be done, and what's been done, and what has worked and what hasn't worked. Because I think it might help you focus in on important areas for the next plan.
And is that something, so is that a spreadsheet that you have?
It's in the Planning Commission's drive.
Gotcha.
And I probably have a copy of it as well, but I'm sure that Thayer and Michelle do. And the other thing is, one of the things that we had hoped would happen tonight is that we would have a discussion facilitated by Wyndham Regional Commission on potential growth in this area, not just in Guilford. That would be a joint Planning Commission and Select Board meeting, but Chris Campany is not available, and that discussion, if you all decide to have it, is probably going to have to take place in October. He's just swamped with other things going on, but I strongly recommend that conversation be had.
Great, thank you.
And so that conversation could be part of a regular Select Board meeting.
I think we had planned to have a joint Planning Commission Select Board meeting tonight, and then Chris just got overwhelmed by everything going on.
It'll be very helpful for us, not that you guys don't have a lot to do, but if maybe that could still be on a select board night.
Yeah.
And we could make that work in October, if you guys can set that up.
And you all have had the document that Chris and I wrote about that, so
Yeah.
the planning
Which is
commission
very
and select
helpful.
board.
How do we make sure that happens? Peter,
I'll follow up on it.
It's on the,
I already am aware of it.
it's actually on a future agenda
Correct.
topic in the
Right.
spreadsheet, so.
Yeah, I'm already working on it.
Thank you, Peter. So Steve, and I was going to say, any other comments about the plan?
Jethro, at all, what's your plan for getting the word out to the community that the town plan is being worked on? The reason I ask is that sometimes what happens is you bring the new baby in and everybody forgets about the one that's already grown up. And I think the issue that happens is that it would be a good idea to tell people that the new town plan is being worked on, and that within reason it's being based on a lot of the language that's in the 2015 plan.
Right.
Because I think there are a lot of people, over the last year, there were some references to the town plan, and certain individuals and wide ranges of people hadn't really read it or seen it or anything else. So I would say it would be a good idea to try to get as much word out that it would be good for people to take a look at the existing town plan online on the town website, or pick up a copy here, because it'll make them so much more informed about things they like or don't like about the old one, so that they're prepared to discuss the new one.
And then that's a good point too, where we don't, even though we'll have some time if we announce it in March, it's still, the sooner people are aware of it, and then, and so it's a good point, so.
Well, and Steve's point may also pertain back to the fact that you may get people more engaged in your planning meetings when you're discussing this issue, and I think that's a great idea. I think it's really important to incorporate as many voices from the outside of not that the planning commission doesn't have enough voices, but if there are people who are passionate about the town plan and the direction of Guilford, it would be good to kind of hear those thoughts earlier.
The other thing is that people may not be passionate about a town plan, but they're passionate about conservation, they're passionate about energy, but they're passionate about a portion of it. And that, they don't have to read the whole thing to find the things that they're interested in. So that's the thing I would encourage them to do, is to review it and find those segments that they're interested in, and get their voices heard.
Maybe there could be an article in the Guilford Gazette.
That might be a little late. It's August.
When's the next one come out?
Oh, let's see, October, November.
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Well, maybe
I mean, I could post stuff, I could post
You can post
stuff.
stuff on Guilford, Vermont,
Yeah.
and the town, and the town has a website and stuff like
But
that.
And remember,
because that's a good
no,
idea.
how good we are at trying to communicate, this is coming up, you're gonna have people say that.
Well, key words too.
All you
maybe.
can do is try, so.
Right.
And
All
the
right.
other thing is to remember, like, in the current town plan, we spent a lot of time working with the Conservation Commission. And as long as you have people aware of the sections that they're really involved with, like the Conservation Commission, then you give them that to review, and they'll bring it to you. You don't have to do that, so.
Right.
Perhaps a Guilford Gazette article could just be a reader's guide to the town plan, just sort of breaking it down a little bit so that it will be a bit more user-friendly than...
Or it could be a good opportunity, I mean, some people might not even know it exists. So, I mean, it could be
That's true.
Could just be
Where
a
they
good
can
opportunity.
find it.
Yeah, be a good opportunity just to make it known.
Okay.
And one last thing,
Oh.
not to make a million copies of a big document, but just saying it's on the website isn't enough either. There has to be printed copies, enough printed copies for
Which we have a ton here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just so that somebody could
Right.
pick one up here, or maybe put a copy in the country store or something, for people to glance at while they're having lunch. Just make it more of a working document than something that is done and then goes on the shelf.
Thank you, Jethro. Thank
Yeah.
you, everybody. The next item on the agenda is that we need to appoint a new select board member. I announced that I will resign. I announced in July that I'm resigning. And we went to Facebook, Front Porch Forum, website, Gazette, and also announced on
Here.
during meetings that the process would be for, if anybody was interested in filling the vacancy, to submit a letter of interest and please call me if they have any questions, or Peter, and to come to meetings. And we had 2 people express interest in writing, one of whom withdrew rather recently, and we had one person express an interest verbally who got the same response from Peter and me that the other 2 potential candidates expressed. So we've involved the select board, and appreciate Steve Lemke and Ann Ryder's involvement in this process as well. And we still have standing one volunteer to fill this position, which would be through February of 2021, and that is Zon Estes. So I will be seeking a motion to appoint Zon Estes as our new select board member to fill out my term. You second that? Any discussion?
I think he's very experienced, knowledgeable, and public-spirited person, and I think we're very lucky that he's chosen to come forward.
I agree.
Yeah.
I do too. Good point. It's great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And
So he will take my position at the first meeting in September, which is
The 9th.
September 9th. Jethro?
So he will be taking over chair?
No,
No.
The next meeting, the newly comprised select board will select a new chair.
Gotcha.
And vice chair.
And vice chair, yeah.
And you, Peter,
And until then, you are the vice chair, and
So you are.
you serve in my capacity.
I'm honored.
And just to note,
Will you, just to follow up, you will write Zon, who is going to write Zon?
I will write a letter on behalf of the select board notifying him. And then also just as a quick note, the select board in March of this year had appointed him as an auditor for the town. And with his new appointment, per statute, those 2 roles are a conflict of interest. And so you as a select board will need to find another auditor.
Somebody else volunteered,
Yes, she did.
so maybe.
We can follow up with her and
that,
see
yeah.
if she is still interested.
So will the minutes reflect that discussion just now?
Sure.
Yeah. So we need to
Thank
find
you.
an auditor.
And Peter, will you also, is it appropriate to send a message to the person who verbally expressed interest but didn't follow through, or should we let well enough alone?
I think we did. I mean, I said thank you for your interest.
Oh,
Here's the
so
process.
that's done.
And with the person who withdrew, I said thank you for your interest. We're sorry that you, so it was, we sort of covered it. Steve?
The process was announced clearly going into this. How will the decision and the new member be announced to the public? I mean, we do front porch forum, or, I
We
mean,
can do that. Yeah, I mean, it's on the agenda, it's on the meeting minutes, and
I think
it'll be
it,
obvious next meeting.
yeah. My suggestion would be, since there were certain procedures to get the process in place, it would be good to follow that same, to say the process was completed and this is the new person.
Well, that's what this meeting is
Exit
doing.
my meeting minutes, my notes for the meeting, and just send that out to people. Okay. Thank you. Old business, town office water filtration. We got a sulfur problem. We asked Gary Line for a quote. It's in the full, if people have seen it.
So just to be clear, this is in addition to the original quote that you were presented with a couple of months ago. So this quote was only for the plumbing work. The reason, so
For the backwash period.
for the backwash.
No more than $1,000.
Yeah.
So the backwash part of the new process, right?
And it's not to exceed $1,000. That's because
Right.
he has an idea in
Right.
which he believes will only cost several hundred,
Right.
and if it will work, the thing that he doesn't know is he needs to actually cut a hole in the wall to see if it is feasible before he can say whether or not it is feasible.
I trust Gary to do that, so that's great.
And, it's not to exceed $1,000. That's because he has an idea in which he believes will only cost several hundred, and if it will work, the thing that he doesn't know is he needs to actually cut a hole in the wall to see if it is feasible before he can say whether or not it is feasible.
I trust Gary to do that, so that's great. Do we need?
You need a,
official- I'll make a
a
motion
motion
to,
authorize him to proceed with the remedial actions at a cost not to exceed $1,000.
well done.
So how is the disagreeable smell?
It's getting worse every day. It's horrendous.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
And what about a motion to approve the filtration and water
I thought we
softening?
did that, we didn't do that?
You didn't include that in the documents for the meeting.
I didn't, no.
So what would you remind us what that quote was for, please?
Sure. Give me just a brief moment.
So this, excuse me, so the sulfur issue, that's been going on for a while, or?
Since the new well was drilled.
Which
last
was,
summer.
really?
Yeah.
And not that the old well was perfect. There were
No.
other issues with the old
Yeah.
well. The sulfur was not one of them, I guess. But I know that the town employees would not drink out of the old one either.
Didn't we have a discussion of this previous
Yes, we
quote?
did, but
Yeah.
I don't.
But I guess we
I don't
thought-
remember,
I
it, but
thought
I guess,
we-
I don't know whether we voted on it or not.
You
so.
did not. You wanted follow-up, and we have been trying to track down a plumber to get in and give us a quote. And
Has the water been tested here?
Yeah.
yes, 3 times.
How about lead levels? Is it,
Non-existent.
is that the same with the school? Has the school been, do you know?
And that's their responsibility.
Yeah, no.
Ah, here it is. All right, so that was from the 24th of June, and that total cost was $4,440.
Yeah, I remember that.
That is for a Water Right 1054 water softener, as well as a Water Right air draw carbon filter, miscellaneous plumbing, and labor for installation.
And the annual maintenance on it was,
The annual maintenance on it
Couple
was
$100
a couple
or something.
$100, that's correct.
Is that the only quote that we had?
Yes, it was the only quote that we had. So the one thing that you guys did talk about at that meeting is
Having
going,
another bid.
no, you
Single
you
source.
chose to go with a single source vendor,
Single
but you
source.
wanted more information before you made the final vote, is what the minutes for that meeting reflected. So
So I.
Did we get more
So-
information?
it would be a total of not to exceed $5,440 for the entire project. It's to the point where we have searchers, attorneys, et cetera, who come in and use our bathroom and are commenting on almost every day. It's got to that point where the public notice it now.
So do you want to amend your motion?
Well, I'm not understanding something. What is the difference between what we know now and what we knew in June?
Is the additional cost of, so the meeting in June, what was presented was just the actual system itself. It was not the necessary plumbing, because Gary does not always do plumbing. He can, they're licensed to do so, but they don't, that's not their specialty. I tried contacting multiple different plumbers who all stated that they were either too busy or didn't end up showing up. And so Gary got wind of that, and he came in and said, okay, I'll give you guys a quote.
Got it.
So,
so yes, I'll amend the motion to the total of not to exceed $5,440.
And I will second it.
for all of the work as
For
bid.
The water
plumbing
softener.
And the water softener.
Any more
filtration
discussion?
and labor and maintenance.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And good luck with the stink.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so thank you both for sitting here this meeting. Next item on the agenda is the Stony Hill South Road repair process. And at the last meeting, we had this great presentation, and we asked for time to think about this and to give the public time to comment or give us some feedback. 2 people commented. Both people are in favor of this project. One resident would like to see updates to the community via the website, so I think maybe if we go through there, and want to know how long the work would take, how many large trucks will be hauling back and forth. And once a letter sent to Mr. Belogor to advise all contractors of regular pedestrian and bicycle traffic that frequent this area of Weatherhead Hollow Road. The second resident was supportive of the road upgrades and was also supportive of the town throwing up that section of the road, which is not the question at hand. That's basically it. So those were the two comments that we had. We also wanted to know if you had reached out to Mr. Nestor, is that his name? You're the abutter, Rowan.
Right.
Yes.
No, I have not at the moment. I tried. I wasn't able to reach him.
So, let me think. So if we were to, so then Peter made some recommendations, which I will just review quickly. He said if we are to approve the request, it would be, and we can give you these in writing. So, but, and Peter, I'm just going to make two little edits to you.
That's fine.
So all improvements will comply with all current town road standards as specified in the highway ordinance and recently adopted road and bridge standards. 100% of all costs for the upgrades from Weatherhead Hollow Road to Mr. Belogor's driveway will be borne by Mr. Belogor. Am I saying that correctly?
Correct, yeah.
Belogor?
Absolutely, yeah. Belogor.
Belogor.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Mr. Belogor will be responsible for obtaining all necessary state permits and paying the associated fees, copies of which will be sent to the town. After completion of all proposed upgrades, the town will not be responsible for road maintenance beyond the existing 211-foot section of existing Class 3 road. While upgrades will be to Class 3 standards, it will still be considered a Class 4 road not maintained by the town. And unless a letter is received in writing and a copy sent to the town from the abutting landowner granting such permission, Mr. Belogor or his contractors will not work outside of the town's right-of-way. So those would be the recommended conditions. So I don't know if other people have questions, comments?
Overall, public support has been for you guys.
Yeah, very much so.
And I believe that the contractor from Pathways has had that road surveyed as well. And I think that was shown in the plans that we provided to you, so we would use that as a baseline for the construction.
So,
And use it as a baseline for knowing the right of way.
Yes.
so I am looking for a motion to authorize Paul Belogor to proceed with repairs to the section of Stony Hill South from Weatherhead Hollow Road to the drive to his property at his expense with the conditions outlined, just outlined. Anybody want to make that motion?
I will make that motion.
And I will second it.
Any discussion? Any questions?
If we could just make sure that we get those conditions in
Yeah.
writing, just so
Yeah,
that
we'll send it to you
make sure
tomorrow. Yep. I'll send you a letter tomorrow.
That'd be great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You want
And it would be
Thank you.
lovely to follow up, Paul, if you
Yeah.
felt comfortable to make a time when at least some members of the public could take a stroll with you. I think it would be great.
I can definitely allocate the time, schedule with all of you. And,
Sure.
take some of you, all of you. Absolutely.
Great.
I'd like to do that.
Yeah, thank
So-
you.
I'm sorry, real quick, since you guys are probably going to want to leave, do you want me to put it in snail mail or attach it in email is fine?
Email's fine.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
So I want to thank you for a well done presentation. It made our job so much easier.
That's
Yeah.
what our job is.
Really, it was really great to get that kind of information
Great.
at the last meeting, so thank you. And congratulations.
Appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're like really excited
Yeah,
about what's
I definitely
happening.
wanted you to come and take a look.
Yeah.
We'll keep you apprised of construction schedules and
Thank you.
anything else. We'll make sure we keep everybody in the loop.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
If you've got any follow-up questions, obviously, you know how to get hold of us.
Yep, definitely.
Good night.
So the next thing on the agenda is CC4G update, and Dana Berry is here, and you are invited to bring a chair up.
Hello, Dana.
Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
I have brought more paperwork for you. Aren't you glad? But they haven't given you the whole thing. You all know about, no, that's not mine, I'm sorry. You all know about CC4G's quest to locate space during these last few years to develop an early childhood center for Guilford residents, families of very young children. And what we, it seems that the stars came together along about March when we realized from an outside source that what I call the Omega campus, but is really the Delta campus, has space that also has Guilford and Brattleboro, mostly Brattleboro land up there, but it also has, it borders Guilford. And they have, they've taken over that whole area with the idea of building a campus community for workforce readiness, as well as developing services for its workers. And of course, we raised our hands and said, let's talk. So we started talking, and what has occurred from actually April to now is we have met, the board has met with Bob Johnson and his project managers, and we have developed a concept paper that was presented, which is what you just got a copy of. If you'll turn to the last page, you'll see a the perspective that we've developed. This looks like it's going to happen. Now, we haven't had handshakes, but we haven't signed any papers yet. But what we've done is looked at their space. They had a school up there at one point, and we have
They Delta? They Delta or they Omega or they?
It was prior to that. It was an Austin school. I
right there?
Yeah, some kind of a school for children with.
Okay,
good.
Yeah, Inspire.
All right, good.
Inspire was
Yes.
up there.
And that currently is being used as their R&D, but they're looking to build a new R&D building and having us come in and take over. So if you'll look at the scope of work, the prospectus in front of you, I'll just catch you up that during July, we met with Brian Johnson, who came in to look at the building, and we needed to have that for public safety. And he's basically said, it's been a school, I don't see any problem. Let's just call me back when you get more information on square footage, and we'll talk, but as far as I'm concerned, we can work on this. Also in July, we worked with Megan Young, and this is all brand new to me about water rights. But apparently Omega is also tied into Brattleboro Public Water, which is great for this project, as well as having its own well. So she apparently gives us the okay for a certain number of people to be on the campus. And by us bringing in a program that's going to bring in probably, 40 to 60 children to start with, she said she didn't think that there was going to be any problem with that, so we got that one checked off. I mean, we're very excited about this. And I am working, as soon as vacations get over, with a representative from the Community Loan Fund, because she is very good on helping projects like ours get a funding, not getting funding, but to find out what the real actual total cost will be per child for us to develop the program. We're also working with, I'm working with Thrive, which is going to be doing the needs assessment for us. CC4G did this a few years ago to see if there was need for an early childhood, and we had 75 respondents. I think that this will be included in the bigger scope that she will be doing through her company. And we are also working with Let's Grow Kids, which is a statewide funded group for early childhood education. And they're just great to work with. They're very supportive and can lead us into other funding bases. So I'm having a wonderful time developing this at this point. Good. A little nervous because, you know, again, it's a handshake. It's nothing there, and we have to really get the cost of care for our children. We'd like to run infant programs, waddler programs, which deal with that 12-month to 18-month age child to differentiate between toddlers.
and have 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and then an after-school program, and it would be year-round. It will be open 10 hours a day, and it will be open during holidays and the summer when school is out, which will make parents really be able to have that kind of comprehensive care model. They're very interested in hooking up with the, is that a proper word in town meeting, hooking up? I don't know, they're interested in working with Precision and the dairy consortium up there, which has been sold, but the people that it's been sold to are very interested in this concept of combining family services to a workforce development program. So we're very, we're absolutely on target. My goal is by this Friday to have a preliminary budget as we have our weekly meetings with our project director that's assigned to us from there. And by the end of September to really know if what we've done so far is logistically possible from a cost of care perspective. Mm-hmm. The concept is to have them present and give us the building, reconfigure the building, and support the building. It will be open to Guilford children as well as the campus children as first choice, and then we'll open it up to the larger community. And I am just being met with encouragement and delight and a real optimistic feeling that this project is going to come to fruition. I wanted to inform you of this. We, CC4G, will get an article ready for the Gazette. When does that come out?
Is it November will be the next?
Good, by then.
I mean, the deadline, I believe, is maybe October 1st.
Okay.
And then it will come out before Thanksgiving.
All right, then we'll get our pegs in a row and get that submitted with the hope of maybe getting it open by this time next year or a year and a half. And some of that actually will depend on the funding as well as how quickly we can do the reconfiguration of the building. So that's where we're at, and I'm excited. And for the Planning Commission, we are available to work with you in any way, shape, or form since this was part of the 2015-2019. Yeah. Any questions? I'd be delighted, but here we go.
Good presentation, thank you.
Yeah.
And it's very exciting.
Oh, very exciting,
really
finally.
is.
And Richard, you all at this table have helped. Well, I haven't met you yet. Hi. I'll catch you later, probably.
Yeah, you'll help out.
So I'm done with that. Are there any questions?
Yeah, what's your maximum capacity?
I'm sorry?
What's your maximum capacity?
Well, we're going to, it depends. It's a hard question to answer right now, but we're thinking between 50 and 75. Interestingly enough, they have said to us, would you like us to build a new building for you? Or do you want to take over this? And we have said, let's start slowly. I have learned, being relatively new, that we need to start slowly, but we see this as growing over time because the space is available. And having corporate support is going to make a big difference so that we can really develop a program that is a model that has that $15 an hour wage for our people, that has hopefully the medical insurance. So there's those kinds of conditions that we have to work out. And certainly the stipend and our parents can't pay the full cost of care. So we're going to have to figure out how to bring in that corporate body for that. But it's a very good model for us.
Does it have a playground at the moment? Or
there is space for a playground.
Yeah, is that something that would be needed right off the bat, or?
Not right off the bat. Well, yes, we have to have a playground when we open it to get our license. But yeah, are you interested in playgrounds?
I have young kids, so I know that's a key piece.
Key piece, yes. I think, yes, and I think a lot of the curriculum will be built on outdoor activities and our environment within our community.
And I know of a couple of funding sources that specifically fund playgrounds.
I'll just bet you do, I'm glad. See, I came to the right place.
So this actually started out in 2013 with the Vermont Council on Redevelopment, Rural Development, and it was one of the top 3 objectives that 150 people who participated in town developed. But this was for Guilford.
Yes.
And now it's Brattleboro Guilford, and it is the kind of the godchild of corporations. So how is Guilford going to rank in this? And Guilford residents and Guilford board the Guilford community going to, how are they going to treat Guilford as opposed to employees?
Certainly. Because I think what we're going to do, and we haven't gotten to governance, so we're all open, but I think what we're going to do is have a satellite from the corporation, so CC4G's board will actually run the program as a nonprofit, because that gets us into a larger funding base in some respects, but having an executive board be head of the corporate managers over here, that lets us get into a different funding. So we're trying to do the combination. Guilford children will have, I'm hoping, will have at least 1/3. I think they get first choice because we are the operators of the program. And then they would have the other people that are coming in, whatever the corporations do that kind of sign off the paper, they will come in, and then with the extra spaces, we will bring in children from the more of the Brattleboro community. So we're going to start out slow. So I think we'll be offering maybe 20, 25 slots to our Guilford kids, mostly probably infants, waddlers, and toddlers and threes. Does that kind of give that thought? Okay.
No, I had the same question and concern, and so you'll be trying to spell that out more specifically.
It will
in
be,
some
yes.
form.
And when we get, probably at the end of September, when we get to a memorandum of understanding, we will kind of divvy that up. We're still trying to sort through the exact number of children. It gets complicated because the younger children get more money from subsidized state than the older children, and we have to match it all together. And that's part of the fun of it. But also, it's a sell point for Guilford to say, look, we spent 4 years trying to find space in our community for this. We went to the school, we went to many different places, and it just didn't work out. And then this is opened up, and we're going to go forward if we can with this.
So there are some existing programs at the school at the moment, is that
well,
true?
There is a 15-child, 4-year-old classroom for preschool for on a school schedule 6 hours a day that does not really address the issues of that this program will have a full year-round 10-hour a day for working
Would
families.
the program at the school be sort of absorbed into this new facility, or would that keep going?
I don't know how to answer that yet. I've thought of it. We haven't discussed it. I haven't discussed it in terms of this collaboration, but I have had discussions with the principal at the school, and he seems to very much want to have his preschool program continue.
And I'd like to also say, there's probably close to a 2-year waiting list for the preschool.
Oh, yeah,
So-
people get pregnant and they're like, they go
They
sign up.
before the
Yeah.
baby.
And so I think this is definitely it's definitely a need in this community, and it would be great to see it. It'd be great to see Guilford residents get some first choice, and also just like you're saying, like there's a lot of disconnects between when school starts and when it stops, and in these in between times that I feel like parents do really need a lot of help, and this could really fill a gap for working parents.
I think Bob Johnson, who is the Omega CEO, is really has had this vision for a very long time to have services on his campus for his employees and using an early childhood education program as the basis. And my experience in my lifetime of working was that there's always need for that kind of consortium to develop and to continue. So I think we're in good shape here.
So Dana, you say here that CC4G's mission is to develop an early childhood education center to serve young children living in Guilford.
Yes.
And that mission is still
there.
The primary mission.
That is the primary mission. And there is a $1,500 grant that's coming in. We are still doing smaller projects. When we received the $150,000 Promise Community Grant that started in, I think it was 17, 18, 19, it went up until January of this year. That program enabled us to reach out to the early childhood community and offer gyms for the children. We had play groups, we had support groups for our moms. Those services will be wrapped into this program as part of the program. Whether there's going to be kind of a stopgap now until we get
Are they
some
still
more
going
funding,
on?
we just don't know. Yeah.
Is Reagan working? Is Reagan still working?
She had just had her second baby, so she's very busy.
Yeah.
Yes. The nice thing I forgot to tell you, I'm sorry. Part of our mission is to have parents be advising us. So we have reached out, and Taylor Baldwin Franklin is on the board. And she is responsible for also reaching out to other mothers so that we can have a focus group and really hear what it is that they want to have. Because we're kind of working out here in left field. We think we know, but I certainly am not a parent of a young child anymore. And I wish I were a grandparent, but I'm not yet. So there you go. So we'll see.
Great.
Yep.
Great job, though, Dave.
Thank you.
Well, Taylor's been very eloquent about, her own frustration with the unavailability of reliable childcare, and she'll be.
I think it's going to be an economic boom for Guilford and this part of our town here. And I think we're going to use this as a model for the state, that yes, this can happen with the cooperation of our local business community.
Well, Bob is doing a tremendous amount of investment. I heard that he just bought
Yes, he
the
has.
Baptist church.
Yes, he did.
We have plans, if I'm being facetious, I won't go there.
Dana,
Let's get this up on the ground.
Thank you so much.
That's great news.
Moving right along. Gordon, do you want to do warrants?
Sure. So I will, okay, sorry. Make a motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 8/18/19 for $6,320.35. Payroll week ending 8/25/19 for $5,961.83. Expense warrant number 2004 for $25,839.93. And expense warrant FW04 for $40.50 for a grand total of $38,162.61. And on expense warrant 2004, the three major things that stood out to me were the payment of our Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance, our commitment with the Broadbrook Community Grange on an annual basis, that new fee, and primarily sand that has been purchased by our highway department.
I move that we pay the warrants.
You mean you seconded?
Second.
So you had a question about the library summer program.
Oh, right,
payroll.
right, on
And
payroll.
I think that, I just don't remember it being part of the budget, the library's budget. So I think we need to have somebody look into that.
Thank you
And,
for remembering that.
I have a note.
Yeah,
Richard's
and then
on it.
either it comes out of the town's budget that was approved, or it gets reimbursed to us by the library from some other source of funding. So
So you'll let me know when you find out?
that will be an action for these warrants.
Okay. Thank you.
Otherwise, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Communications.
I have a couple of brief communications, and I think Miranda had one. First is that Rescue Inc. has invited current sitting select board members to their dinner and discussion of emergency services for your town on September 24th at 6 p.m. at the station in West Townsend.
Correct.
So if any of you wish to attend dinner and the talk, please let me know and I will RSVP for you.
And what was the date on that?
24th of September.
I learned a lot when I went to that. I will say, it was an eye-opening meeting.
It's a good meeting. I will say just quickly two things. One, we've committed to a 3-year commitment to rescue, so we know the numbers. I don't think we're going to learn anything new. I do attend and am on the finance committee at Rescue. So we can have a rescue discussion some night or an update.
And you plan to attend?
I am doing my best to attend, yes, this came up last week. But I would open that to any select board member that would like to get a wider view of what rescue is all about and what they do
It
for our
is
town.
eye-opening.
It is eye-opening, and what they're doing, I mean, and I'm gonna say this just quickly, I hadn't thought about this, I didn't know this was on the communication agenda. But their reimbursement from the federal government is being hit as hard as everybody else, meaning the hospitals as well, with Medicare primarily, Medicaid, all the regulation that goes with it, the town, we're dealing with, state regulation on our roads now. So all these things are binding the ability for rescue to really perform their mission as succinctly as they can. So it has been eye-opening for me. We spend a lot of money with rescue. In my opinion, it's, going to a good place. And the money that is being spent at rescue is being spent very frugally. It's being spent on high-end, equipment and ambulances. They're not cheap, but I have been very impressed with what I've seen thus far. So, but if anyone would like to join me at this dinner,
What day of the week is that?
it's a Tuesday night, I think it was. Tuesday the 24th. So it's a Tuesday evening. It is in Townsend. Unfortunately, there is a lot of training going on in Brattleboro, so we can't have it at Brattleboro.
Fortunately, there is a lot of training going on in Brattleboro. That's a good thing.
We can't be there, that's all. But it's good the training's going.
Thank you.
Anyway, sorry, Peter.
Nope, not a problem. The last but not least, VLCT has announced this year's town fair. For if any of you wish to attend, because we're members, one of you could attend on Wednesday for the annual meeting and the annual awards.
Wednesday, what date?
October, I'm sorry, just blanked out on it. This 8th, sorry, yeah, sorry, October 2nd. When? 2nd and 3rd. It is in Killington. Of the town staff, Penny and I are going. The primary focus this year is on cybersecurity, community engagement, and safeguarding employees. And I think that there's relevant topics based on numerous discussions we've been having over the past 6 months or so that I think would be good to learn about. So,
And when do we have to sign up to get the early bird special?
Within the next 2 weeks. So
You might encourage Zon to go to this.
I will inquire with him to see if he is available.
Just, it's pretty interesting to, have you been to the town?
What did we go to? That was something.
We went to the introduction to the select board thing.
That's
This
you went
is
to the
town
select
fair,
board
is an
in summer.
annual thing put on by VLCT. They talk about their policies, and then they have themed meetings. And it's 2 days of meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is
But
their,
one day is really substantive.
this is the largest event that VLCT puts on every year.
It's
So
worth
a lot
it.
goes
Yeah.
into it.
I just don't have the vacation time
Yeah.
at the moment. Sounds interesting though.
Peter will report back.
I will.
Okay.
That's all I have for communications.
Okay, well, I have a communication. And so here is my communication. And let's see, I had some help with this communication from your sisters, from other select board members, especially Richard Wazansky, who helped me with some of the more literary parts of it. And so, as you might imagine, it's a poem.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we go. This does not have an audience participation part because I just can't handle audience participation right now, but it could in the future. Okay, this is called Praise Song for Sheila Morse on rising from the chair of our select board. In the sudden chill before Labor Day, when fall is the writing on the wall, we bid farewell to Sheila Morse, and ponder how we'll fare without her. Sheila, who brought the sturdy furniture where we deliberate from a ghost office of her past. Sheila, who is local as the squirrels Sylvia, her mother, used to stew. Sheila, the firstborn delegator of daughter chores, cook, can, pickle, freeze, vacuum, dust, iron, shovel, hoe. Sheila, who set her ducks in a row, landed in highbrow schools, pressed her luck across the pond, settled on a kibbutz, wrote airline safety protocol, advanced women's philanthropy, raised sons, resigned, returned, and nested with her man in these genial hills. I have an idea for your poems, said Sylvia to my phone. Say, giving and forgiving, time, intelligence, support, loyal to family and community. They work hard, don't hold on to mistakes, and there is always a welcome at their table. Now Sheila, still a newlywed, is off to roam with her squeeze in the snug RV. Sheila, who mentors, partners, pulls meaning from tedium, delivers links and findings, tracking tasks, she spreads the word in any medium, takes the brunt of resentment, listening. Praise Sheila, whose fortitude is silent, whose humor is vintage, whose kindness is covert, whose vision is driven by love.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask for a motion to adjourn. I don't have anything else to say.
Adjourn.
I will second it.
Thank you, everybody, for making it the best thing I could have ever done, which is to serve this community.
Thank you for
And
serving.
thank you to
All
our
in
studio
favor?
audience.
Aye.
Start right on time this morning. Good morning. I'm Jerry Manick, Interim Chair of the Vermont Committee for the Employer Support of Guard and Reserve. Welcome to the signing ceremony for Governor Scott's proclamation supporting ESGR in Vermont. Before I introduce Dave Wheel, our Executive Director, I'd like to announce that Mr. Charles Martin, Government Affairs Director for the Vermont Chamber of Commerce, has officially accepted the chair position for our committee. Charles could not be with us today, but we'd like to publicly thank him for his commitment. Dave?
Thank you, Jerry. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for making time for us. Governor, thanks for making time for us. This week, our nation honors the civilian employers of Guard and Reserve members who, in doing so, contribute greatly to our national defense. Since 1972, ESGR, with its strategic partners, has worked to assist employers in understanding the value of employing a member of the Guard and Reserve and recognizing the support these employers provide. In Vermont, we are very fortunate that we have so many employers of our citizen warriors who not only do what's required, but also provide extraordinary support above and beyond what is required by law. National Life Group, represented by Director of Benefits Michelle Granitz, is such an organization and has done so over many years. And it's also very appropriate to recognize that National Life Group was one of the earliest recipients of the Freedom Award, the Secretary of Defense Freedom Award, the highest award that a civilian employer can receive. This year, Dr. Pepper was our nominee for the Freedom Award, and unfortunately no one from that organization could join us. I do want to recognize, though, Jason Patnode from Alliance Group Incorporated, who is president and owner, and is representing the company today, and thank you, Jason, for making the trip down. I'd like to recognize a few other folks who are here today with us. Mr. Dan Pipes, who is representing Adjutant General Greg Knight, and Dan is the Executive Director for the Vermont Military Department. He'll speak briefly in a few minutes. Senior Chief Petty Officer Richard Baumert, Senior Enlisted Advisor from the Naval Operations Support Center in White River Junction. We're also very fortunate to have several of our strategic members here today. From the U.S. Small Business Administration, Chris Harriman, who's the Veterans Business Development Officer, who we work very closely with, and Brian DeClue, Loan Relations Specialist, and also Vermont Department of Labor, Commissioner Lindsay Curley. Thank you for joining us today, Commissioner. And Veteran Services Coordinator Larry Forsyth. Also present are a number of our Vermont ESGR volunteers. Unfortunately, my colleague Linda Fowler, who works full-time, is under the weather and couldn't make it today. This week, the President signed a National Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week proclamation. On Friday, the top 15 employers nationwide will be recognized as the national finalists for the prestigious Secretary of Defense Freedom Award. So today we have asked Governor Scott to sign a similar document proclaiming this to be Vermont Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week, and thanking and reaffirming how critical our supportive employers are to our citizen soldiers, airmen, sailors, and Marines. Before he signs that, Dan Pipes, I'd invite you to say a few words.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it, Governor. Good morning. Thanks for taking the time to be here and for your support. On behalf of General Knight, who just returned from the Republic of Northern Macedonia, I want to just emphasize and reiterate that we could not do this without you. At the end of the day, the employers that support our guardsmen and everything that we understand it's a big ask, but we ask of you. And we do appreciate your ongoing support. It comes down to communication. So if you have questions or concerns, and these things do arise, please let us know early and often, and we'll address them head on. So that's pretty much all I have for you. Thanks again for your time. Sir.
All yours, sir.
All right. So I'm going to ask everyone to come up because you deserve a lot of credit for everything you've done, and everyone who's here. If you could come up and be a part of this as well, if you would like to come up as Representative Leclerc. So thank you all for being here today, and thank you, David and Jerry, for the introduction. We all owe so much to those who serve our state as well as our country. Those who put themselves on the line so we can live safely here at home deserve nothing but our respect and our gratitude. I believe it's our responsibility as civilians, government, and businesses to do whatever we can to ensure our service members can thrive in the workforce. And the fact is, we benefit tremendously by employing these men and women. I talk a lot about workforce issues. It's one of the greatest challenges we face here in the state because there are still about 13,000 fewer people working today than we had in 2009. It's the #1 concern I hear from employers across the state. What I also hear is veterans and members of the Guard and Reserves are some of the most reliable and most productive employees in the workforce. That's why my administration has worked with the Guard, the legislature, and others on initiatives like licensing, reciprocity, So when members of the military and veterans apply for civilian licenses, they're recognized for the experience and skills gained while serving. Vermont is a leader on that front, so it can be used as a recruiting tool for our Guard and for vets looking toward a second career. I've also proposed eliminating the tax on military retirement pay, another critical recruitment tool. Although the legislature hasn't gone along with this as of yet, we'll continue to work on this in the next legislative session. But probably the most important thing for our reserve component service members is knowing they have an employer who is understanding, eager to accommodate their needs, and get the most of their experience. That's why I can't thank the ESRG committee members, the employers, and others enough for being here and supporting the fine men and women who serve our nation. And with that, I'd like to read today's proclamation before signing it. Whereas National Guard and Reserve forces comprise nearly half of our nation's military strength and are essential to America's national security. And whereas Reserve component forces stand ready to answer the call to serve, whether serving alongside active duty counterparts all across the globe or responding to humanitarian crises at home and abroad. Whereas employers provide critical support to members of the National Guard and Reserve forces, allowing our citizen warriors to serve whenever the nation calls, often foregoing financial gain, being separated from loved ones, and making other personal sacrifices in the process. And whereas employer support is stronger than ever, more than 47 years after President Nixon authorized the Secretary of Defense to establish the National Committee for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve, and whereas our nation is in debt to the citizen warriors departing the comforts of home to ensure our freedoms remain intact. And whereas America pays special tribute to the commitment of dedicated and supportive employers who continue to make service in the reserve component possible. Now therefore, I, Philip B. Scott, Governor, hereby proclaim August 19th to 23rd, 2019 as Vermont Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve Week. And with that, I'll sign the proclamation. And the support of the Guard.
We're also asking the governor to sign this, the employee statement of support.
Absolutely. So, if you want to come around this part, makes for a great picture.
Shoes on today, so.
Yes.
Come on in. Sure. Come right on in.
Come on in. Yeah, squeeze on in.
As we say, make your buddy smile.
It's a big family.
Jerry, you should be right back here.
Oh, we're good.
Come on over.
I need a stool.
First. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your commitment. It means a lot to all of us, as well as those who you employ. So, thank you. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. See you. Thanks again, sir.
All right, good morning and welcome to the University of Vermont. We are here at UVM because the Attorney General's Consumer Assistant Program is part of the University of Vermont. It's been a great partnership for the last 30 years. And it really was the Consumer Assistance Program that dealt firsthand with the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. And we are here to announce a national settlement and what Vermont's share of that settlement is regarding the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. I'm Attorney General TJ Donovan. Joined with me this morning is Charity Clark, my Chief of Staff, Chris Curtis, the Chief of our Public Protection Division, Ryan Krieger, who was the attorney who worked on this national settlement, Crystal Baldwin from our Consumer Assistance Program, and members of our Consumer Assistance Program. When the Equifax breach happened in September of 2017, the phones at CAP did not stop ringing. 251,000 Vermonters were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. 148 million Americans were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. All consumers had their social security numbers, their birth data, and their address information compromised. Some consumers had their driver license, credit card numbers, and some credit dispute documents were jeopardized. When that breach became public, our Consumer Assistance Program worked around the clock taking phone calls from Vermonters. We received over 700 phone calls that first weekend because people, Vermonters, were rightfully scared. When you're talking about a data breach, you're talking about a higher risk of identity theft. You're talking about a higher risk of being scammed. The bottom line is this: because of this data breach, Vermonters felt anxious, scared that their financial livelihood was on the line. They rightfully should have been scared. We are in an online, digital, global economy. Scams are on the rise. This Equifax breach demonstrated that. That's why we joined with our colleagues around this country to hold Equifax responsible. And I'm happy to announce today that Vermont is part of a national settlement which will total close to $650 million. Let me give you the breakdown of that money. And the most important part of this is about the consumers who were affected. $425 million will go towards a restitution fund. And I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. $175 million will go to the states. Between 50 to 100 million will go to the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Out of the $175 million to the states, the state of Vermont will receive $1.85 million. Those funds will go into our state's general fund. As I said, we had 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers nationwide that were covered in this settlement. That is 0.18% of consumers, and that equals our share in terms of the settlement. The effective date of this payment is August 22nd, 2019. The payment will be made within 30 days of the effective date. Now, regarding the restitution fund, $300 million is guaranteed payment that must be paid to consumers. That means Vermonters. How do you make yourself eligible, and what is eligible in terms of the restitution? Here's the quick part. Many consumers spend a lot of time on the phone making sure that their money was safe. Consumers can submit claims for time spent dealing with this breach. If you spend any time dealing with this breach, you're eligible for $25 per hour, up to 20 hours for time spent dealing with a breach. On the phone, calling us, talking to your bank, freezing your credit. If Vermonters spent time making sure that their money was safe, you are eligible for restitution up to 20 hours at $25 an hour. Secondly, if you have documented out-of-pocket expenses, and we're going to talk more about that later, you're going to be eligible up to reimbursement of up to $20,000. Everybody will be eligible, if you're an affected consumer, for 3 free credit monitoring for affected consumers. If you don't like one of the 3 options in terms of the credit monitoring, consumers can opt for a cash payment and use it to purchase credit monitoring from another vendor. As I said, those out-of-pocket expenses like freezes or credit monitoring purchased apart from Equifax's offer are reimbursable. If that $300 million is exhausted, that additional $125 million in funds will become payable if the original fund amount is exhausted. In terms of the monitoring services, for adults, you will have free 3-bureau credit monitoring for up to 4 years. The monitoring will include a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. After those 3 bureau monitoring expenses expires, consumers will get 1 bureau monitoring for 6 more years. And if you're a minor, if you're a kid, you'll have free 18 years of credit monitoring, 4 years plus 14 years for 1 bureau monitoring. 2 free credit reports every 12 months for 5 years, and Equifax won't charge anyone for credit freezes or any of the earlier breach responses, and no upselling to other services. This is a good settlement for Vermonters. This is good for consumers. But most importantly, what this breach did was to raise awareness about online security. That, as I said, we live in a global digital economy. More and more of our financial transactions are being done online. That raises the risk level for scams and for these breaches. Vermont has one of the strongest and most robust data breach notification laws in the country. That's a good thing. Why we have that is so we can protect consumers, so we can tell consumers when their money is at risk. When we are in a world where people have anxiety and angst and uncertainty about their financial futures, we have to do everything we can as a state to protect them. And given Vermonters the knowledge, the information, and the tools to protect their money, their retirement, and their livelihood is good consumer protection. That's what this settlement does today. That's why I'm proud to be a member of this national settlement, to bring this money back to the state of Vermont, and more importantly, to open up avenues so Vermonters who are affected can get paid back for the time they spent making sure that their money was safe. With that, let me turn it over to Chris Curtis, the chief of my Public Protection Division. Chris.
Great. Thank you, General Donovan. Again, my name is Chris Curtis. I'm chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. I want to invite Ryan Krieger, one of my colleagues and our Assistant Attorney General who worked on this matter for our office, to the podium. Ryan has done an outstanding job. And I also want to thank Crystal Baldwin and our entire Consumer Assistance Program team for all of the work that they have done to reassure Vermonters in the wake of this data breach and others. When these things happen, this office is responsive. And General Donovan has made this issue a top priority for our office. And Vermonters should know that we've redoubled our efforts with respect to data privacy, consumer privacy, security breach, all of our outreach efforts in this area. And the Attorney General has made that a priority for our office. The truth is, the future of consumer protection is online. We have a long and historic tradition in the state of Vermont of protecting consumers, and many of those laws are responsive to the face-to-face transaction, the Vermont handshake, the understanding between parties. But increasingly, we live in a wired world, and those transactions are happening in cyberspace. So it is crucially important that this office be responsive and be bold in making sure that there is accountability, there's transparency, and that there is an effort with respect to both our education and outreach efforts and our public policy initiatives, that those are reflected in this office. And that's what Attorney General Donovan has done. And that's in part what this settlement is helping to do as well. It's a broad recognition, almost an endorsement of the efforts of this office in that area, that we are going to make sure that Vermonters feel secure, and that when there's a breach, there is accountability, that there is restitution available for Vermonters, as in this case, where it's warranted, and that we can have preventive measures in the future. So ongoing credit monitoring, all of those security measures that will be in place for affected Vermonters going forward, critically important. I want to note that 2 years ago, when news of this massive breach broke, not only did the Consumer Assistance Program triage, in fact, our entire office, we had attorneys taking calls from consumers that were alarmed, hundreds and hundreds of telephone calls from concerned Vermonters all across the state. But that wasn't enough. The Attorney General directed our office to work with our partners in the legislature to have community meetings. We went to Barton, to Springfield, to Bennington, to Burlington, all over the state to convene community meetings to address Vermonters face to face and tell them what they could do to take steps to protect themselves, how to prevent identity theft from happening, how to secure a credit freeze on their accounts. And even that wasn't enough, because subsequently we worked with our partners in the legislature to make sure that Vermont eliminated fees to place security freezes on their credit files so that no Vermonter would have to pay to put a freeze on their credit so that they can help protect their identities at no cost to themselves. That obviously was a law that took effect going forward in time. So for Vermonters that heard about the news and immediately acted to protect themselves, they may have incurred costs. Another reason why this settlement is so important, so they can get reimbursed for those costs that they may have incurred. So this is a crucially important settlement. It's going to have, I think, major importance across the country for consumers, for federal agencies, and of course for our state. And we're very pleased to be part of this today. I wanted to, Ryan, if there's anything you want to add vis-a-vis our outreach efforts or with respect to, I do want to note that Attorney Krieger has done an amazing job of helping us to facilitate working group proposals, both as to privacy matters, along with our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark. They have spearheaded the effort on privacy working group. There is a bill pending in the legislature on additional privacy measures in the future that may help to ameliorate some of these kinds of issues in the future. And of course, we had a data broker working group that resulted in the nation's first data broker registration law. So all of these activities are part and parcel of this new frontier, new online consumer protections. Our office is proud to be a part of it, and we're proud to get this matter resolved for Vermonters today. And with that, I want to open it up to our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, and she can share with you what Vermonters can do to better protect themselves.
All right, so as Chief of Staff, one of my responsibilities is that I'm lucky enough to oversee the Consumer Assistance Program, which is located here at UVM. And they have, I want to reiterate what others have said, they did a phenomenal job in the aftermath of the breach of being available to Vermonters. They had a website up literally the first day. People didn't know where to turn, and they knew in Vermont because we were so responsive. So I was very proud of that. I thought it would be helpful if I shared some tips about identity theft. And I also, the Consumer Assistance Program, brought these handy dandy brochures for you that can help with a recovery plan if you do have an identity theft situation on your hands. These are free from the FTC, so we have a bunch. I'll pass them out because they really have a lot of great information. And let me say what some of those tips are. So the first step is we should all be reviewing our credit report every year. You can get a free credit report going to annualcreditreport.com and just looking it over and making sure there's no inaccuracies or suspicious activity. When I'm talking about suspicious activity, I'm talking about things like credit card accounts that you did not open, address changes that you didn't initiate, loans that you did not take out, things like that. And if you do find suspicious activity on your credit report, there are recommended steps to take. The first thing that you should do is call the company where the fraud occurred to let them know, I did not open up this credit card account, I need to close it, and let them know that you believe you may be the victim of identity theft. You should change your password, your logins, your PIN numbers, and then contact the credit reporting agencies to ask for a correction to your credit report. And the FTC is incredibly helpful. Not only do they have this brochure, but you can go online at identitytheft.gov, identitytheft.gov, and they will walk you through a plan that would work best for you. Some of the other things that might be recommended are to put a fraud alert on your credit report. That means that when someone is looking something up, it'll kind of have a red flag on it to alert them, you know, this person may have been the victim of identity theft, so just be careful here. And you can also freeze your credit. That used to cost money and it doesn't anymore. So you can freeze your credit and unfreeze it without paying anything. So that's available as well. And the other step that we always recommend at CAP when folks call is to contact your local police and make a report of identity theft. You can use the police report that you'll fill out. If you need it down the road, you might need to demonstrate to someone, this happened to me, and you can have that in your file. With all of this, with identity theft, be sure to keep really good records, keep a file, and who you talk to and when, and it'll help you as you move forward. So those are just some of the resources that we wanted to bring to your attention, and like I said, I can pass these out that if they're any use to you. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Charity. So this is where we need your help. How do Vermonters get their money? Here's the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. This is going to be the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com, where Vermonters will go to submit their claims, whether it's for the time spent, again, $25 per hour, up to 20 hours, for just time spent. equifaxbreachsettlement.com. Secondly, if you have those out-of-pocket losses, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If you have out-of-pocket losses, it's up to $20,000 reimbursable. So those are the big two restitution issues for Vermonters to be paid back. You got to submit a claim. In addition to that, the free 3 credit monitoring services that will be provided to all affected consumers. So please get this website out, and Vermonters should go to equifaxbreachsettlement.com. I don't want to confuse matters, but there's another website too. The FTC, just explain what that is, Ryan, please.
So the Federal Trade Commission has set up, the Federal Trade Commission was one of the parties in this settlement. They have set up a website. All you have to do is Google FTC Equifax Settlement, and it's going to be the first thing that comes up. That's probably the easiest way to get there. And on that website, there is a link that you can click on, and you will get email updates regarding the settlement. That's important because on that equifaxbreachsettlement.com, there is a judge in Atlanta that needs to approve this settlement, and once that approval comes through, some of the things on the breach settlement website will go live that might not be live right now. So if people go immediately to that website, they might not be able to take advantage of all the other things. We suspect that within a week, everything will be live on that website.
Thank you. Okay, so to get updates, the FTC website to submit your claim is going to be Equifax Settlement, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If our partners in the media could put that information out, we would appreciate that. So with that, let me just again thank my team. I want to thank our partnership with the University of Vermont. I want to thank the students at UVM who were on the phones talking to Vermonters. It is a great testament to the quality of students here at the University of Vermont and to the institution itself for having such mature, responsible young professionals that the Attorney General's office relies on to handle consumer issues. I just want to say this about CAP. 13,000 calls a year we get to the Consumer Assistance Program from Vermonters. I think we're the only place in state government where you actually get a real live person on the phone. That's why we get so many calls. We're not going to be able to answer every question, but we do our best to navigate the bureaucracy of state government to get information to Vermonters to solve their problems. That's how government should work. That's what we're doing here at the Attorney General's office, working with UVM and working with our CAP program. So with that, let me conclude and open it up for any questions. Joe.
You said what, 256,000 Vermonters have security breach?
251. The exact number is this, 251,419. 251,419 Vermonters were affected. 148 million total Americans.
So I'm trying to do my math here.
Yeah.
It comes to like $7 a person.
Your math is better than mine, Joe.
Do you think that's enough?
Yeah.
This is a severe security breach.
Yeah. I think when you are part of a national settlement, which we are in this case, and we are in many other cases historically as well. It comes down to an equation in order to try to bring about fairness, and population and the number of affected consumers is always going to be part of that equation. So I think the exact math, and I may be wrong about this, but this is what I have. 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers is 0.18 of consumers. And our share of the penalties is about 1%, 1.05%. So that's the ballpark, and I think the math does work on that. When you're in these national settlements, it comes down to the affected consumers' population, and it's always going to be an equation.
What did Equifax do wrong? I mean, was it willful? Was it an accident?
I'm going to ask Ryan Krieger to explain that, and to talk also about I think the importance of our data notification security law.
Sure. So the key thing that Equifax did wrong was not having sufficient data security. And that is often the case when we see these data breaches. It is possible to have a data breach and still have done everything within your power. The bad guys are often just that good. That was not the case here. Equifax had some pretty bad data security. In particular, there was a vulnerability called the Struts vulnerability. It was a known vulnerability that Equifax should have patched. They did not patch it. The bad guys were able to get to a database by logging in through the internet. It was a database with a lot of data that probably should not have been easily accessible from the internet. And another really important part of this settlement is there is an entire data security regime that Equifax is going to have to implement in order to comply with this settlement. So they have to have much better data security going forward.
And is it still true 2 years later that no one has been provably not exposed, but there has been no actual damage yet? These stolen files have not been used yet, is that correct?
That is really hard to say. I don't know that the files have been, say, dumped onto the dark web for purchase. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not being used. Identity theft happens all the time. Were the bad guys using this tranche of data to do that? It's hard to sometimes tie an individual ID theft to an individual harm, although in this case, if someone was affected by the breach and they did suffer ID theft, they will be able to submit receipts to try to get reimbursed.
Who were the hackers?
I don't know that they were identified.
We don't know?
I don't believe so. I can look into that deeper and get back to you afterwards, but I'm not sure they were identified.
Do you have to do anything to sign up for the 10 years of free credit monitoring?
You are going to have to go to the Equifax breach settlement website. Yes.
You have to ask for it?
Yes.
Ryan, how do you spell your last name?
Kriger.
I do want to, I know that there was a mention of the FTC website. One benefit of going to that website, and it's very simple, it's ftc.gov/Equifax. So if you can put that out there as well, consumers can sign up today to get email alerts so that when the National Claims Administrator website goes live, or portions of that start to go live, they can get email notifications through the FTC that that's happening. So that is one action step that a consumer could take today, so that even if the settlement website isn't fully up and running until after the orders are approved and so on and so forth, the FTC will keep people updated. So if you want to know and not have to be checking back yourself every day on that website or looking for the news about when the settlement is approved, you can sign up for the FTC through the FTC website for email updates and alerts that will keep you apprised as the process unfolds. So.
The judge's decision is expected when? When will the money start flowing?
It's impossible to say for sure. We are hoping and suspecting that within a few days it will come down. Yes.
Well, I'm going to conclude the press conference before I file a consumer complaint because of the paint fumes in the room. But with that, if there's no other questions, thanks for coming.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
It's not going to come as a surprise to most people in our audience that when it comes to factual knowledge, right now we have a president that doesn't know much about economics, doesn't know much about trade, doesn't know much about currency, doesn't know much about finances or debt other than personal debt or credit or jobs or any of it. But that has not stopped President Trump from having very strong opinions about all of these things for sure. But in addition to not knowing about any of these things, Donald Trump has another interesting quality, which is that he's completely out of touch with the average American. So in other words, because he's been rich for a long time, he got rich by building a business. Well, his family was already rich. He personally built his wealth by creating a business on the back of a small loan of $1 million from his dad and then even more money from his dad. You have to take that privileged status and combine it with his ignorance on so many of these financial issues. And that's where you really get an understanding that Donald Trump, by the combination of lacking knowledge and being completely out of touch with the way that the average person lives, he can't possibly understand your financial situation. And clearly he doesn't understand your financial situation. Here is Donald Trump being asked about recession fears. Have no fear. Walmart is doing well, Trump says, and everyone's rich. So how could we possibly end up with a recession?
I don't think we're having a recession. We're doing tremendously well. Our consumers are rich. I gave a tremendous tax cut, and they're loaded up with money. They're buying. I saw the Walmart numbers. They were through the roof just 2 days ago. That's better than any poll. That's better than any economist. And most economists actually say, Phil, that we're not going to have a recession. Most of them are saying we're not going to have a recession. But the rest of the world is not doing well like we're doing. The rest of the world, if you look at Germany, if you look at European Union, frankly, look at the UK. I mean, look at a lot of countries that are not doing well. China's doing poorly. Parts of Asia are doing poorly.
Right. Walmart's doing well and people are rich, so everything's fine and a recession would be impossible. This is what happens when you combine total ignorance on all things economic with weaponized narcissism and a life of blinding privilege, literally blinding privilege that blinds him from understanding what the world is like for most people. Now, what's fascinating is that Donald Trump isn't merely saying there can be no recession. He's saying if there is one, on the off chance that there is one, it will have been the media's fault as an attempt to get him to lose the 2020 election. So we can now continue to build our picture, ignorant on all financial and economic related matters, blinded by ignorance, weaponized narcissism, and a level of paranoia that rises to the level of diagnostic. If there were to be a recession, we would blame the media who has been reporting on me in such a way to cause the economy to go into a recession. This is the trend under Donald Trump. Stocks did well this month. Oh, Donald Trump deserves the credit, of course. Stocks did poorly this month. It was the Fed. It was the media. It was China. It was whoever the president can think of. But the most disappointing and outrageous thing is this idea that everybody is doing well financially. Trump doesn't see. And when I say that, I don't mean he refuses to recognize. He's just not exposed to the reality that 40% of Americans can't afford an unexpected $400 expense without having to go into debt, take out a loan, go to a payday loan place, borrow money or whatever the case may be, start charging stuff at interest. Trump sees his cabinet, his golf members, his family, the people he interacts with every day, and that's it. Everybody's rich. How could we possibly have a recession? When Trump says everyone is rich, I guess he means everyone that matters to him is rich. Everyone that he needs to please is rich. So there's the message from Donald Trump. We definitely would not be having a recession because everybody's rich. But if we did, it would be normal because other countries are having recessions. And it would be the fault of the Fed and China and the media. Definitely not his fault if that were to happen. This counts. I mean, we've fallen so far in terms of what counts as political positioning and discussion in 2019 America that position counts as a political position. Trump's been doing great and stocks are flying high, except when they're not, it's because of the Fed and China and the fake news media. Whenever I see these headlines, Trump says can't have a recession because everyone's rich, I still have a reaction in my brain, deep in my brain, that is a pre-Trump reaction, which is there is no way that an American president would ever say this. And that's, by the way, after having lived through 2 terms of George W. Bush, I still have that reaction in my brain. Trump used a Sharpie, or someone in Trump's administration used a Sharpie to change the path of Hurricane Dorian on a chart, which we'll get to later. That can't be true. Oh, but it is. It is true. And then I look at the quote, or I look at the video, or I hear from one of Donald Trump's flunkies. And not only are the headlines typically accurate, the reality of actually reading the quotes or looking at the video are often even worse than the headlines even suggest. I hope that his voters will hold him accountable. Now, I don't want a recession. I know that there's a contingent on the left, very small, that wants a recession in order to remove Donald Trump. That's not me. There's a big contingent of the right that claims much of the left wants a recession to remove Trump. That's based on a completely false assessment of the left. I want a good economy. If we get one, and Donald Trump is reelected or not reelected, the economy being good is good for many people, even though it still doesn't work for tens of millions of Americans. If we do get a recession, I still don't want one. If Donald Trump's supporters recognize that it's because of him, at least partially, that the recession was precipitated, then the question becomes, will that make them vote for a Democrat? Because if not, then it's all merely academic and hypothetical. So that's what I want to talk about next. How are consumers, as Donald Trump refers to them, feeling about not only the state of the economy, but Donald Trump's role in it now and his potential role in a future recession? There have been very few consequences for Donald Trump during his presidency for all of the horrible things he's done. And by this, I mean the bad policies, the ignorant and ridiculous statements, the embarrassing actions on the geopolitical stage, the lack of decorum, the coarsening of the political discourse, all of it, right? I mean, all of it. There have been very few, if any, consequences. Now, the most immediate and impactful consequence there could be would be just voting Donald Trump out in November of 2020. We've heard from more and more farmers, I told you about this last week, who are clearly and directly now saying, we are getting crushed, and we know why. It's because of Donald Trump's tariffs. This is Donald Trump's fault that our businesses are imploding and the markets in which we operate are falling apart. That being said, I asked the question last week, will those farmers actually hold Trump accountable by voting for somebody else next year? You can be a lifelong Republican farmer that is angry at Trump for his tariffs and for destroying your business, but you might still be unwilling to vote for a Democrat in November of 2020. We have to wait and see. What voters more broadly are thinking about Donald Trump and the economy may bode well for the left in 2020, or it may not. What I mean by that is there's a new poll from Harvard Capps Harris, which is sort of positive. A majority of voters say if we have a recession in the next year, we will blame Trump more than anyone else. And most people are worried that indeed there will be a recession in the next 6 months. Now, humans are notoriously bad at predicting when the next recession is going to be, economists included. We know every day we are one day closer to the next one because that's how the system works. But by and large, we're not good at predicting exactly when we are going to have a recession. Sometimes we don't even realize we're in one until we've been in it for a little bit. That being said, 57% of Americans would blame Trump more than the Federal Reserve or anyone else if the United States were to enter a recession by the end of the year. 62% of Americans say they are somewhat or very concerned that there will be a recession in the next 6 months. Remember that Donald Trump has been insisting that anything bad that happens in the economy is the Federal Reserve's fault. Of course, the Federal Reserve is led by the person that he selected to lead it. That's rarely mentioned when he talks about that. On tariffs, 63% of Americans believe that the tariffs are hurting the United States more than China. 74% of Americans believe that it is American consumers, not China, that pays for the tariffs. Now, that's true. I'm actually shocked that 74% of Americans understand this because Donald Trump has done a good job, to the extent that you need to do a good job to convince ignorant Trumpists. of saying it's China who pays the tariffs, even though, of course, it is ultimately American consumers passed along down from American companies and manufacturers that are paying those tariffs. So all of this looks great, right? People understand it's American consumers paying the tariffs. People understand Trump is to blame. People understand if we have a recession, Trump would be more responsible than anybody else. But then the question is, will the people blaming Trump for the recession vote for a Democrat in November of 2020? And it is the same question that we have about Republican farmers. Just because you accurately, correctly, precisely blame Donald Trump for tariffs destroying an economy doesn't mean all of a sudden that a religious right Midwesterner is going to go out and vote for a Democrat. So the strategy I've outlined before, there will be some disaffected Trumpists because we have a country of 340 million people. Some disaffected Trumpists are going to go and vote for a Democrat. Great. We'll take it. Some disaffected Trumpists are going to stay home and not vote at all. That also helps us, assuming that we can get out our base. But none of this counts as a strategy. We must get our base out. That's it. As far as the economic stuff, we do actually have some tools at our disposal to try to mitigate how bad, whenever the upcoming recession, it's coming at some point, we have tools that we can use to mitigate the seriousness of the upcoming recession. We can tax the wealthy through increasing capital gains, through inheritance taxes, through increasing top income brackets. We know that that's a tool that can be used. Is there the political will to do it? That's a different question. We can do infrastructure spending to soften a recession, to create jobs, to improve communities. We can look at doing something with student loan debt and medical debt to free up disposable income for people to try to push back against the effects of a recession. We can deal with the cost of housing and the rising cost of living to put more disposable income in people's pockets. So each of these is a big project that requires a lot of discussion. But the point is, we now have the 2008 recession as another case study as in terms of helping us know what tools that we have at our disposal can lessen or soften the effect of a recession. Is Donald Trump willing to use any of those tools? It's not clear. But in the meantime, we can say it's good that people will correctly blame Trump most if we are to have a recession in the next 6 to 12 months, because that is where the blame should be. We actually have specific economic policy that we can tie to it. And then the broader question becomes, as we are now 14 months out from the 2020 election, will that blame translate not just into saying you blame Trump, but into actually going to the ballot box and saying, you know, on some social issues, I don't agree with these Democrats or whoever it is that ultimately is the nominee, but for the good of the economy, I'm going to vote for a Democrat. That is the big question mark. And that's what I want to hear from you about. Will disaffected Trumpists to any significant degree vote for Democrats, or are they more likely to just stay home or even vote for Trump with the caveat that they don't like everything he's been doing? Let me know. I'm on Twitter at dpacman. The show is on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And make sure you're following us on Twitch at twitch.tv/David Pakman for live streams several times per week as of late. Hope to see you on one of them.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Seni Tibebu and James Wilkinson. Seni and James, I really appreciate your support. Membership is the #1 funding source for the program, and I appreciate everybody who has signed up as of late at www.joinpacman.com. Also want to say thanks to someone who's been with us for almost 5 years. That's Adam Johnston. Adam Johnston is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Signing up is step 1. Staying a member is step 2. And I invite you to join at www.joinpacman.com. I will mention today a super secret coupon code. I rarely mention this one. The coupon code HALF19, HALF19, will save you 50% off of the cost of a membership. Something to think about for sure. All right, some very interesting comments and ideas from our audience through the David Pakman Show subreddit. You can find the subreddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT, now boasting more than 14,000 David Pakman Show viewers, one of the largest independent media subreddits out there. And there's an interesting question here from a user called Eon Hourglass, which is, David, can you ask YouTube to make your channel authoritative? And they make a good point, which is we've been talking about how YouTube has been using this coded language. We are going to prioritize authoritative news content at the expense of non-authoritative news content. And I've explained many times, we are caught up in this as non-authoritative, and thus we are suffering the consequences that a lot of the conspiracy channels and others are suffering. So this is a great idea. If the David Pakman Show YouTube channel could be marked as an authoritative news source by YouTube, it would be hugely beneficial. However, as the first person who responded to this said, authoritative is not actually about authority. It's code for corporate media. And that's why I think it is a great idea. I would love for our channel to be designated authoritative for our own benefit. But it's code for corporate media to the greatest extent that I can tell. And thus, I don't know that that's something we can convince YouTube to do. Also, earlier this week, I recommended some books. It's funny, the book segments, when I recommend books I've read, there never are that many views for those videos or topics or clips from the podcast. But a lot of people will email me and say, David, thank you so much for the book recommendations. Not enough is discussed just about reading in general. Everybody's stuck in social media and smartphones and whatever. Thank you for doing it. I bought this book. I bought that book. A user called Ferret Ninja 91 posted a picture of one of my recommendations in his hand, Delta V by Daniel Suarez, which I read, as I mentioned, during my recent vacation in like 5 days. I couldn't put it down. So I will keep doing it. I think I'll do book recommendations every 2 weeks. I have such a back catalog of books I've never talked about that I can recommend to you. And I'm reading so much these days that there is going to be no shortage of material. And remember that you can go to davidpakman.com/recommendations for a list of my book recommendations, both fiction and nonfiction. And please, if you use the links on that page to buy these books, you help to support the David Pakman Show as well. That is all at davidpakman.com/recommendations, and join the discussion on the subreddit as well. I have a fantastic decision to tell you about that was made by a panel of judges in North Carolina. Now, it's just one decision, and it is a much broader problem, gerrymandering, than one decision can fix. But this is the right decision that was made, and that's what matters in this particular case. The way that Republicans drew the district lines in North Carolina does not, quote, permit voters to freely choose their representative, according to Superior Court decisions that have been filed. And the districts cannot remain drawn this way. The maps, according to this ruling in North Carolina, were specifically drawn, no surprise, we've known this for years, to maintain a Republican supermajority in the state legislature. This is what North Carolina Republicans are known for. This is what North Carolina Republicans have been doing and succeeding with for a very long time. Now, there's an interesting sort of legal circumstance here that's important to understand. You might remember that just a few months ago, the Supreme Court ruled that you cannot challenge partisan gerrymandering in federal court. And yet, here we have a Superior Court making this decision. But there is a rule in the North Carolina Constitution called the Free Elections Clause, which specifically says you cannot do partisan gerrymandering. Partisan gerrymandering, according to the North Carolina Constitution, is unconstitutional. And that is what led to this decision being made in North Carolina, even though conceivably if it had been appealed or attempted to be appealed up to the Supreme Court would not have taken up, given their prior decision in June. So the right decision in North Carolina. We know that this has been going on. What happens now with the districts in North Carolina? There is a deadline until September 18. Lawmakers will have to redraw new maps, which, if they are fairly redrawn, they could give Democrats a chance to actually do some damage in the North Carolina state legislature in 2020 and hopefully pick up some seats. If Democrats can pick up the majority in the North Carolina state legislature in November of 2020, then they will be in charge of drawing the maps after the 2020 census in 2021, which would be great. But again, this is where Democrats and Republicans, where left and right are not the same. I have no interest in Democrats taking over the majority in the North Carolina state legislature in November of 2020, and then redrawing districts in a completely unfair way that benefits Democrats. Now, you could say it would be a just outcome because Republicans have done it for nearly the entire period between the 2010 and the 2020 census. Republicans in North Carolina deserve to have the lines redrawn in a way that favors Democrats instead of Republicans. We don't need to cheat to win. I just want fair maps. Fair maps are what I want, not differently unfair maps that now benefit Democrats. When it comes to a lot of these issues, I am not looking to reverse the structural advantage that Republicans have unfairly created for themselves and create it for the left. I just want fair maps because I know that with fair maps and voter turnout, meaning everybody's allowed to vote who wants to vote and their votes are counted, I know that that's enough for us to win. However, it's completely plausible that the maps that are redrawn in North Carolina between now and September 18th will simply be slightly less obviously unfair to Democrats, but still heavily slanted towards Republicans. That's a realistic possibility. One of the things about gerrymandering is that there's a huge incentive to do it, even if it later is going to be tossed out, because people who were elected under gerrymandered districts don't lose their seats if the districts are found to have been gerrymandered and the map has to be changed. Your election under a gerrymandered map doesn't become null and void if the district maps are later determined to be unconstitutional, which is why they keep doing it. You have a census in 2010. The next year, they draw bonkers, crazy districts. They win seats. They maintain a supermajority. Then they can actually push what they want in terms of bills becoming law for one election, for two elections, whatever. Meanwhile, Democrats have to fight them in court on the way the districts were drawn. And then if a few years later, the districts end up being tossed out, you picked up the seats, the winners were there, they got to pass bills, they got to make laws, and then you get to keep those seats even if the judge says that the districts ultimately have to be redrawn. This is the evil genius of partisan gerrymandering. Even if you later lose, the other side has to spend a ton of time and money fighting the drawing of the districts, and you get to keep all of those seats that the gerrymandering helped you win in the first place. That's why it's so pernicious. This is why the census matters so much. And this is why we need there are models. There are endless academicians who have put together models for how you should draw districts. Computers can do it. You don't need people saying, let's shift this around and include this weird protuberance in this district because it's advantageous. It's completely unnecessary. This is actually something that computers can do very well and very fairly. As Trump says, it's amazing what even kids like Barron Trump are doing with computers these days. We don't need partisan gerrymandering. We don't even need partisan involvement in drawing these districts anymore. So the right decision in North Carolina, to some extent, too little too late, because Republicans in North Carolina have gotten so much out of the way they've drawn these districts over the last several election cycles. Make sure you are following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. A lot of funny stuff there. And while you're on Instagram, make sure you follow me at david.pakman. We will take a quick break. And yes, coming up next, we will talk about Donald Trump's Sharpie Gate.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
This next story is just one of the most ridiculous and stupid things that has happened during the Trump presidency. And that, I mean, it takes a lot for something to make that standard. Donald Trump yesterday, during an Oval Office briefing about Hurricane Dorian, held up an obviously doctored weather chart that suggested that Hurricane Dorian could have hit or was on track to hit Alabama. Now, you might say, why is that something that even matters to Donald Trump? This is all to retroactively defend Donald Trump's tweet from a few days ago, warning Alabama about the hurricane when Alabama wasn't at risk. Trump holds up one of those big blown up images. This is the hurricane track for Hurricane Dorian, and something looks weird on it. Take a look and see if you notice it in the video. If you're just listening to the show today, don't worry. I'm going to describe it in detail right afterwards.
We thought we'd give you a update on the hurricane. We got lucky in Florida, very, very lucky indeed. We had actually, our original chart was that it was going to be hitting Florida directly. Maybe I could just see that, Kevin. It was going to be hitting directly, and that would have affected a lot of other states. But that was the original chart, and you see it was going to hit not only Florida but Georgia. It could have was going toward the Gulf. That was what was originally projected, and it took a right turn.
So in the video, when Trump holds up this image, it looks like a Sharpie was used to add in a different hurricane track that included Alabama to provide cover for Donald Trump having previously tweeted that Alabama was in danger when it wasn't, which of course resulted in mass confusion in the state of Alabama. It resulted in weather services saying Alabama is not at risk. You don't need to evacuate. You're okay if you're in Alabama, other than obviously the completely horrible social service infrastructure that exists. As far as the weather, I guess I mean, you were okay in Alabama at the time. This is not even remotely funny. This is extraordinarily disturbed behavior. So now let's look at these images in detail. This is the original map that was published, the one from actual weather people. And as you can see, the track simply does not include Alabama as a place that's at risk. And then here is another version of the same image that was held up by Donald Trump with a black circle, potentially a Sharpie, used to draw in a section of the Florida Panhandle and pieces of Alabama, which is totally and completely bogus. It happens to be a crime to issue or publish an incorrect or counterfeit weather report from the U.S. legal code. 18 U.S. Code subsection 2074, called false weather reports, says whoever knowingly issues or publishes any counterfeit weather forecast or warning of weather conditions falsely representing such forecast or warning to have been issued or published by the Weather Bureau, United States Signal Service, or other branch of government service shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 90 days or both. Just another crime under the Trump administration. No big deal. There are many now. Someone actually asked Donald Trump during a subsequent media availability about the word, about a Sharpie being used for this to be drawn, and Trump just kind of stuttered and looked away and said he doesn't know about that.
And that map that you showed us today looked like it almost had like a Sharpie.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
And that map that you showed us today looked like it almost had like a Sharpie.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Think for a second. If the Trump administration is willing to go this far for some, offhanded, stupid, incorrect tweet from Donald Trump about a hurricane in Alabama, how far are they willing to go in other areas? And how far are they going in other areas that we're simply not hearing about? Because every day it's lies and scandals and deception and misdirection. The lengths to which this administration goes to avoid simply owning up to a small mistake. I mean, would it be that bad? Would it be that crazy if we just had a statement from Donald Trump, I didn't mean to alarm people that didn't need to be alarmed. There was a point very early on where I believed from the briefing I got that it was possible that the hurricane was going to Alabama. That possibility was no longer a possibility when I sent the tweet. Didn't mean to disturb people. This was a very damaging storm regardless, and we're right. You could just admit it, but there is something that goes on in the guy's brain, and it has spread like a virus to the people around him, where everybody knows you can never back down. You double down, you don't back down, and this time they used a Sharpie to double down. This is comically insane, except it's not comical, and it's not actually insane in that this would be an insult to insane people, and I don't want to do that. This is also not criminal genius. This is struggling for what to call it. This is malignant criminal narcissism and idiocy, maybe is the way that I would sum it up. And fortunately, Fox News is not allowing this to go unnoticed. Let's talk about that next. I don't want to overstate the importance of the growing Donald Trump battle with Fox News, because Trump and Fox News getting along slightly less well, as I've been telling you that they're getting along slightly less well, it doesn't really alter that in the big picture, when you zoom out, Fox carries water for Trump. Most hosts still worship the guy's every word. You've got Hannity, Tucker, Jeanine Pirro, whatever. Trump might even see the increasing battle that he has with Fox News, really only Shepard Smith and sometimes Chris Wallace and some of the weekend hosts. Trump might even see it as sport and a way to get publicity by attacking Fox. But the reality is that we don't want to overstate the importance of that conflict between Trump and some elements of Fox News, because overall they're still on the same page, and Fox is mostly a pro-Trump propaganda outlet. But the disagreements between Fox and Trump have now spread beyond just Shepard Smith and occasionally Chris Wallace, and once, I believe, Neil Cavuto. Even now, Brett Baer is having reporter John Roberts simply say Donald Trump's bogus, Sharpie-altered map of Hurricane Dorian is merely that. It's bogus. It was never part of the original forecast. Now, I already told you in the last story exactly how this map was presented. Donald Trump previously saying Hurricane Dorian was on track to hit Alabama. It wasn't. Trump then tried to retroactively defend that claim by using a Sharpie, not saying he personally did it, but someone did. To make it look as though Alabama was within the reasonable cone or trajectory of that hurricane. Fox News then reported on this, and they didn't fall for it. They said this was a bogus, altered map. Take a look.
John, you were in the Oval Office today for that pool spray. This afternoon, the president displaying a hurricane forecast map, but there appeared to be a change made to it. What happened there?
This was following a briefing from Kevin McAleenan, the acting Secretary of Homeland Security, and as well the comment out of the Coast Guard. This is a forecast track that the president held up from last week, where it looked like the hurricane was going to slam into the Florida coast, maybe even cross the peninsula and get into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see somebody with a Sharpie or some other writing instrument added a little bit to the cone of uncertainty, which was not part of the official forecast, which included the Florida Panhandle and parts of Alabama. President Trump had tweeted over the weekend that Alabama appeared to be in the crosshairs, and you could probably extrapolate that if it had continued on that track, Alabama might have been affected, but it was never part of the official forecast. When asked this afternoon how that marking got on the map, the president said he had no idea. Right?
Okay, John Roberts live on the North Lawn. John, thank you.
This is hilarious, but I really want to make an effort to provide the right context for these stories, okay? When it comes to this Fox versus Trump thing. Let me zoom out a little bit. Fox News and even corporate media more broadly are what we call sense-making tools, and they are terrible sense-making tools for society. So when we talk about sense-making and media, this is maybe one of the most important analyses that we can do. And I get it. We started with a Sharpie, but again, I'm making an effort to really provide broader and important context for when we do these media analysis stories. When we talk about the sense-making analysis for media, it goes well beyond the propaganda value of media. We've talked a lot about the propaganda value of media and how media can sort of serve corporate interest or political interest for one party or another party. And you really have to zoom out to understand this. We are an estimated, on this planet, we are an estimated 7.7 billion people, each kind of existing in our little corner of it, only having an awareness of a tiny, tiny fraction each day of what happens on our planet. A nearly infinite, I know that that's not a precise term, nearly infinite, but I think people know what I mean. A nearly infinite number of things takes place every day, depending on how you measure them. Births, deaths, violence, storms, crimes, entrepreneurship, food growing, medicine, technology, right? I mean, it's like the list doesn't do it justice, because think about everything that goes on our planet in one day. Sense making is giving meaning to what goes on in our world so that we can understand it. Because again, so much happens every day that the mind cannot actually comprehend it. So sense making is giving meaning to things that are going on. And this is actually what corporate media serves on a plate for us. We can't possibly follow every development that takes place on our planet. So what media does is not only do they explain things to us, but they also narrow the scope of what we pay attention to. And by virtue of that, they assign meaning to what areas of life should we be paying attention to. Local news, your 11 p.m. local news, takes everything that happened in the day, and it makes sense of the world by picking, it's usually like 5 stories. 1 or 2 are usually about some horrible crime that took place. They give you the weather, and then a couple of other stories, and that's how they make sense of the day for you. And as I've talked about countless times about corporate media, there is really no one media outlet, including me. I mean, I'm including myself in this. There is no one media outlet that can really do sense-making justice, because there's just too much that happens in the world. So to be an informed person, I've talked about the knowledge pyramid before. Oftentimes when I go in, I talk to at colleges and universities about critical thinking and epistemology. The knowledge pyramid is this thing that you have to build up. And the bottom of the pyramid is critical thinking skills, epistemology skills, learning how to think, learning how to learn. You then build the pyramid further by taking those epistemological skills, and you want to gain subject matter knowledge about sociology, culture, physics, math, whatever, right? You get subject matter knowledge. And then at the very top of the pyramid is sort of like what happens day to day. You have to use that entire base of the pyramid to interpret a specific event, to solve a specific math problem, for example. When you think about knowledge this way, Fox News calling Trump out or not calling Trump out really doesn't make a big difference in terms of Fox's bigger picture sense-making capacity. But when we think of the universe in which your average Trumpist is operating, people who don't have the epistemology and critical thinking foundation, people who have not used that foundation because they don't have it to gain subject matter knowledge, for them, their pyramid is truncated. And in those cases, it actually can make a difference that Fox News is saying the Sharpie image was completely bogus. It could pierce someone's echo chamber. It could get someone to rethink their sense-making choices, and it is still a good thing. That is a lot of context, but this is, I think, how we need to be thinking about this very public sort of pseudo battle between Donald Trump and Fox News occasionally saying, what you are saying there isn't true. What Donald Trump said simply doesn't correspond to the facts. And I think that if we want to be informed news consumers and really be thinking about these things more broadly, it's fun to watch Shep Smith say Trump's a liar, but we want to actually understand the context. And in the context, for an audience that is so lacking that critical thinking pyramid and the subject matter knowledge, it could actually get them to say, you know what, maybe this guy is a liar and I shouldn't support him in 2020. And to that extent, I think it's great. Let's just not pretend that Fox News is not still 95% carrying water for Donald Trump and effectively functioning as state media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So yesterday, CNN held back-to-back climate change town halls with a number of the 2020 Democratic candidates, and it just went on for hours and hours. And I'd sort of dipped in and out of it during a Twitch live stream that I did last night. It was relatively uneventful, but there were some interesting things that happened. The first one I want to mention, one notable trend, is that it again wasn't great for Joe Biden. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm piling on Biden, because there were also other candidates who have no shot who didn't do well, like Amy Klobuchar, I don't think did very well during this thing. Kamala Harris, I don't think did well, although she is in fourth place, and I guess you can say she still has a shot. The point is, Biden is leading in the polls, and he really didn't have a good climate change town hall. This was 7 hours of back-to-back-to-back town halls with candidates. The idea was a good one, which is let's go in depth on the issue of climate with each candidate. This is a really important issue, and we want to know who can go deep on these topics. Great. Kamala Harris had some weird moments. She had one about plastic and paper straws that was sort of odd. Andrew Yang was asked about quantifying carbon dioxide reduction that we can get from geoengineering, which he has pushed and talked about. He wasn't able to answer that. Okay, some people said it was a stumble. He should have been prepared. Biden really didn't do well. He was, again, not answering questions clearly. And there was this moment when what was clearly a planned attack question was put to Joe Biden. Take a look.
Have to ask, how can we trust you to hold these corporations and executives accountable for their crimes against humanity when we know that tomorrow you are holding a high-dollar fundraiser hosted by Andrew Goldman, a fossil fuel executive?
He's not a fossil fuel executive, I'm told. He is not a fossil fuel executive. And the fact of the matter is that what we talk about is what are we going to do about those corporations? What have we done? And everywhere along the way, for example, I've argued and pushed for us suing those executives who are engaged in pollution, those companies who are engaged in pollution.
So Biden says, wait, Andrew Goldman isn't a fossil fuel executive. And the relevance to this entire conversation is that Joe Biden pledged not to take campaign funds from fossil fuel executives. And if indeed he is involved with Andrew Goldman, fossil fuel executive, and money is being raised and money is being donated, that would appear to be a violation of Joe Biden's pledge. Now, it was later sort of clarified weirdly by Anderson Cooper, not by Joe Biden, that Andrew Goldman is not a fossil fuel executive, but he is a fossil fuel investor. So technically, Joe Biden's pledge remains in force, I guess, because he is not taking the money from executives, but rather from investors. It's one of these situations, though, where you really need to understand the dynamics of what took place. First of all, this was by every indication one of these planned attacks on Biden, but it was effective. And the clarification came later. The clarification came from Anderson Cooper rather than from Biden himself. Substantively, I don't think that anything shocking was revealed at this town hall about Biden or anyone else. But the longer format for each candidate does let us get more of a sense of how deep their knowledge is. The knowledge in climate from lots of the candidates is, quite frankly, not very deep. And I think that that should alarm all of us, given that it is such a major humanitarian crisis and an issue of national security and an issue of geopolitics. And it's disappointing. Now, I'm not saying Trump has any better idea. Trump writes the entire thing off as a hoax created by the Chinese. That's a disaster as well. At least the people on yesterday's stages acknowledge the problem that there is. But this was not a good moment for Joe Biden. Then just bad luck and timing by Biden. I actually feel bad about this. He burst a blood vessel in his eye during the event, which was noticeable on television. That led to the obviously predictable slew of allegations that Joe Biden is sick, sort of like the Hillary Parkinson's type stuff. That's all completely to be expected. And there are sort of two perspectives on this anti-Biden stuff that are growing on the left. There are those who are against Biden because he's simply a centrist. People are more progressive and they say, I want someone more progressive, and Biden's sort of a corporate center-left Democrat. There are others who oppose Joe Biden because they believe that Joe Biden is not electable. In other words, that he could not beat Donald Trump in the general election. Now, the politics part, I understand. Biden is not nearly the most progressive candidate. In fact, he's one of the most centrist candidates. That is simply a reality. The Biden can't beat Trump stuff requires a little bit of fortune telling and seeing into the future. But if you look at the hypothetical polling matchups right now against Trump, Biden is routinely doing the best, period. And the reason why is not his progressivism, clearly, or his lack thereof. It's a demographic issue more than anything else. Older people vote much more than younger people, and they vote much more reliably than younger people. And when you look at the demographics of who is supporting Joe Biden, you understand that any likely voter model that accounts for how likely people are to vote does help Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, in the hypothetical matchups, does the best against Donald Trump than anybody else. Now, Bernie's not far behind. Warren is not far behind Bernie. But it's important to understand where those numbers come from. And I know that every time we talk about this, I get emails from people saying, David, you are drastically underestimating that young people this time around are going to be the difference maker. I hope that's the case. I hope that that's the case. But every election cycle, we hear that, and rarely does it actually become a reality. Older people are the reliable voters, and the younger people simply are not. I hope it is different, but understand why a likely voter model would not assume that, because we talk about it every election cycle, and it basically doesn't end up happening. Now, let's talk more broadly about one of the macro issues that is a huge red herring in the discussions of climate. So yesterday, CNN did this climate change forum. They had back-to-back town halls. I think it went 7 hours in total. Each candidate, or many of the candidates, I don't have the full list of who even participated in front of me. As I mentioned, I just dipped in and out of a few minutes here or there and then read a summary. The idea was, let's go deep. Let's go deep with each candidate on climate change. And one issue that keeps coming up time and again, and Elizabeth Warren handled it really well, is this topic of plastic straws and light bulbs. And plastic straws and light bulbs are a bogus distraction to the broader systemic changes that need to happen in order to really deal with the climate crisis. So there's a really good analogy here, and it's undocumented immigration and wages. This has been waged effectively by huge corporations. Huge corporations really are what keep wages down. Huge corporations take advantage of undocumented immigrant labor who is less likely to push back against bad working conditions because they know they're undocumented and they know that they risk, if they start reporting things and getting on law enforcement's radar, they risk deportation. So it is really corporations that have to be blamed for perpetuating and even encouraging the status quo around immigration. But corporations have done something genius. They have fomented the idea that the middle class in America and the lower middle class, blue collar workers, they need to be at odds with Latin American immigrants. They, by fighting with each other, are lowering wages and blah, 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 blah. And it has worked brilliantly because very infrequently do you seriously hear the corporate responsibility addressed when it comes to keeping wages. You've got workers fighting workers, and that's exactly what corporations want. Apply that to climate change. The building industry, the electric power industry, and the oil industry are some of the biggest polluters and biggest sources of fossil fuel emissions. And yet, they, through corporate PR campaigns, have brilliantly put the focus on, have you switched off of plastic straws to the paper straws or compostable potato starch straws or whatever? Have you replaced all of your light bulbs with the CFLs, which last however long it is or whatever? And Elizabeth Warren was asked about this during her climate change town hall on CNN, and she brilliantly called it out.
But do you think that the government should be in the business of telling you what kind of light bulb you can have?
Oh, come on, give me a break. You know,
Is that
look,
a yes?
No, look, there are a lot of ways that we try to change our energy consumption and our pollution. And God bless all of those ways. Some of it is with light bulbs, some of it is on straws, some of it, dang, is on cheeseburgers, right? There are a lot of different pieces to this, and I get that people are trying to find the part that they can work on and what can they do, and I'm in favor of that, and I'm going to help and I'm going to support. But understand, this is exactly what the fossil fuel industry hopes we're all talking about. That's what they want us to talk about. This is your problem. They want to be able to stir up a lot of controversy around your light bulbs, around your straws, and around your cheeseburgers. When 70% of the pollution, of the carbon that we're throwing into the air comes from 3 industries, and we can set our targets and say by 2028, 2030, and 2035, no more. Think about that right there. Now, the other 30%, we still got to work on.
This is the answer. We can't let these bad actors do the sense making, to borrow a term from earlier in the show. Something like 100 companies are responsible for 71% of global emissions. Framing is extremely important. When you look at the discussion of Medicare for all, we talk about the economic benefits. We talk about the emotional, psychological benefits of not having to worry about if I get treatment or if I get sick, am I going to go bankrupt? There's all these intangible benefits to something that is affordable. We've seen it time and again. It is affordable. But you will hear this concern trolling of, but if we do Medicare for all, some people will lose jobs. Medical coders and insurance fraud investigators and medical billing people, those are jobs that should not have existed in the first place. I've addressed this issue already. Anytime government does anything, there is a job impact. Even policies that create 10,000 jobs might simultaneously destroy 500, meaning that the net benefit is only 9,500 jobs. It's a red herring, okay? It is the idea of putting pressure on people to fight against each other for the benefit of corporations. And we can't be distracted by this stuff. Fuel efficiency of cars is another one. Listen, if you can go from cars on average getting 10 miles per gallon to 60 miles per gallon, I'm not pretending that that's not going to have an impact. But when you look at vehicles versus cargo ships and aviation and all of this other stuff, it is again pressuring the consumer to believe that they are the ones who need to solve the problem by not using a plastic straw or by getting a hybrid vehicle or for whatever the case may be. And the whole point of it is prevent demand for corporate action. And the way to do that is prevent demand for government regulation of corporations, which is the answer. I mean, that is the answer, and that's where we need to be looking. That's why the narrative and agenda setting power of corporate media is so important, and we can't let them do it. Good for Elizabeth Warren for shutting it down. I mentioned the other day during our story about chicken sandwiches at Popeyes that it's been like 18 years since I went to a fast food restaurant. Here is a very specific question from a viewer left by voicemail at 219-2-DAVID-P. about my fast food hiatus. Take a listen.
Hey, David, you mentioned that you haven't had any fast food in 10 or 15 years. I wanted to know if you would consider fast casual food like Chipotle or Five Guys, Fresh City, maybe Be Good as fast food, or, do you partake in those when you're dining out in a hurry? Thanks, bye.
Well, listen, it has a name. It's fast casual. Again, is that a corporate a focus group name? Fast casual instead of fast food makes it sound better in some way. I don't go to those places either. I go to. I'm trying to think. When I flew through, I believe it's Washington Dulles. There's I think in the international terminal. At least last time I was there was nothing other than a Chipotle. So I did get a grilled chicken burrito at Chipotle. That was probably 8 years ago. But no, I just don't go to any of those places. I'm lucky enough to live in places and mostly be in places, big cities, and also kind of hipstery small towns, Portland, Maine, Burlington, Vermont, Western Massachusetts, LA, San Francisco, Boston, Miami. These are all places where you just never need to go to any of these chains. Usually there are just local options that are much better. So no, I don't really go to the fast casual places. I don't really go to any of them unless it is an emergency. Although actually, here's a story. When I was flying back from Aruba last week, the Aruban airport is a disaster. I think it took nearly 2 hours of just going through different lines to finally get to my gate. And the only thing available in the international gate area where I was waiting was a Sbarro. So I went to Sbarro and got a slice of pizza, and it was vile. I mean, just absolutely vile. So anyway, no, I avoid the entire thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Get instant access by becoming a member at joinpacman.com or a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Fantastic bonus show coming up for you today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight, we have a completely different format for you. Never done this before. I am turning the mic over to Deb Bilodeau, who is the chair of the Vermont Republican Party. Tonight's format is a panel discussion with Deb as moderator. Deb will introduce the panel members and explain the format a little bit more as soon as I pass the baton. As you know, this show is open to all parties, candidates, and elected officials. Invitations to come on the show have been extended to both the Democratic and Progressive parties. We hope they will take us up on our invitation. So without further ado, here is Deb Bilodeau.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction, and welcome to the viewers. I am Deb Bilodeau, and I want to thank Campaign for Vermont for presenting this forum today. We hope this is to be the first of a series of presentations, panel discussions that we'll be having across the state of Vermont. This is a panel discussion about Vermont and Vermont politics. Each panel member will have up to 2 minutes to answer the questions, and I will allow for 1 minute for follow-up questions and answers. We'd like to take a moment and introduce our panel members. We have Joe Benning, Anya Tinio, and Bradford Broyles, and I'd like them each to introduce themselves and speak a moment about who they are.
So I'm Senator Joe Benning. I represent the Caledonia District in the Vermont State Senate. I also serve as the Senate's minority leader. I am the chair of Senate institutions, and I also serve on Senate Judiciary Committee. I am a lawyer by trade. I have been in practice for almost 36 years now. I live in the town of Linden with my wife. We have 2 children, Emily and Justin. And my greatest hobby is riding a motorcycle around the country. Some say I play a pretty good guitar.
Anya.
Hello, I'm Anya Tinio. I am from West Charleston, Vermont, and in 2018 I ran against Peter Welsh for U.S. House of Representatives. I am in advertising as a trade. I grew up on a farm, and my greatest hobbies would probably be reading, horseback riding, and taking care of my animals when I'm not politicking around the state.
Hi, I'm Bradford Broyles. I live in Mendon, Vermont. I've been in Vermont for 13 years. I come from Southern California, where I was involved in the real estate business for quite some time. Since I've been in Vermont, I've been active in Vermont politics, specifically with the Rutland County GOP. I've run a couple statewide races for candidates, for Republican candidates over the years. And the last 4 years, I've been producing political comedy for Blaze Television for a couple shows that we produce out of Los Angeles, but they're all from Vermonters.
Fantastic. What a great panel we have today. Thank you for coming today for this.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have a gong bell in the audience that you might hear if you're reaching the end of your time limit. And obviously we would let you finish the sentence, but not a book. How's that? Okay. So let's get started here. The first question is, what do you consider to be Vermont's biggest political challenge, and what plan would you offer to help lead towards a solution? Brad, why don't we start with you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having this, and thank you to Campaign for Vermont for presenting it. Vermont has many huge challenges, as we all know, but a couple of them that I see that are kind of intertwined are the demographic situation that we have with stagnant demographics. Our population is getting older. We don't have enough young people like the ones in this audience that have good jobs, that are paying taxes. We need to draw those type of people. That directly ties, I think, to the kind of the anemic economic condition that the state is in. We need new blood, we need new people, new taxpayers to come in and for the different opportunities that we need to grow here. So that would be the emphasis, and I think there could be some bold economic incentives to develop the resources for young people to have that they could use when they move here to Vermont, in short.
Thank you, Brad. We'll just move to your left, Anya.
I would say the biggest challenge that the state of Vermont faces politically and in everything else is socialism. I think that the socialist climate of the state is prohibitive to growth, to economic freedoms, to having businesses thrive, and ultimately to our population problem. People are leaving the state searching for better opportunities. So I would say socialism in the core is what is wrong with the state of Vermont right now.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Brad's demographic situation. The state of Vermont just recently released statistics indicating that for the first time in our history, those people who are 65 and older greatly outnumber those who are 18 and below. That is really problematic. As people like me, I'm age 62, going to be 63 in the not too distant future, get to a point where we want to retire, the impact on the younger people is going to be absolutely terrible. The services that we currently provide have to be supported by people who are working and providing good jobs to enable that to happen. And unfortunately, we're seeing fewer and fewer of those in the state. And as those demographics change, the pressure on the state will be enormous to meet its basic responsibilities like infrastructure, keeping the environment clean, responding to people who are in need. Those things are absolutely top priority for me, and at this point in time, this demographic situation, I think, is the biggest problem we're facing.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Do we have any questions amongst each other for other panelists on your responses?
No, I would say as a young person, I do understand what they're saying about demographics, and I agree that we need to have younger people in the workforce to sustain the state, but I still feel that the main problem is socialism.
Is socialism?
Yes.
Okay. What about the job market in Vermont? Do you think the job market is working well for us? That there's enough jobs being offered that would keep young people here?
If you're looking to me to start, there's two problems with the job market. One is we actually have jobs offered all around the state right now that we can't fill because there's an absence of workers. The jobs that we do have, to a large extent, are not paying enough for people to survive. Having that change is going to require a drastic influx of businesses that are able to have better paying jobs and more workers who are here to actually take advantage of them. So right now, I would say we are not in a good state. We need to change those two factors.
I did read recently that the top 6 jobs in Vermont are actually very low-wage jobs. They're service industry. They're retail, they're McDonald's, they're gardening jobs. Those are not necessarily jobs that people out of college are pining for and looking for. Do you see any programs or any opportunities for the state to encourage businesses to come to Vermont and open doors here in Vermont? Because I get the feeling that our doors are closed and that a lot of industry doesn't want to come here because of the tax burden and the economic burden in the state.
Well, according to a 2018 article in Forbes magazine where they were talking about business in the state of Vermont, the state of Vermont's cost of doing business for the companies is 12% higher than the national average. So that alone is prohibitive to many companies to come. I agree that there are jobs that are not being filled, and the drug abuse problems of the state also contribute to that. There's a lot of times where jobs are being offered, but there is a drug test in place, and they are unable to take the test, or they're unable to pass the test if they do take it. So those are contributing factors as well. All in all, I would say that the job market in the state is not good and definitely needs work done.
I see it as kind of two Vermonts. You've got Chittenden County, which has strong growth. You go through Burlington around here, and there's activity, there's construction, there's businesses opening, and then you get out to the rest of the state, from Washington County to Rutland County, down south, and it's a different world, and the jobs are struggling. The jobs have left. I'm from Rutland County, so I can speak specifically to Rutland. I've been here for 13 years, and I've seen a lot of big companies leave, and I've only seen a few come and set up shop. But there's progress being made, but it's a challenge when you get outside of Chittenden County.
Yep. Thank you, Brad. Yes, as someone that lives in Chittenden County, I've noted over the past 10 years tremendous amount of housing going up in Chittenden County, and I'm seeing it in other counties too, Franklin County, Lamoille County, other counties too, but not at the level that I'm seeing in Chittenden County. The thing I am noting is it's very dense housing. They are apartment buildings, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, and very expensive, very expensive. So thank you for pointing that out.
Can I follow up on
Yes.
Brad does have a point. Chittenden County is really doing quite well, actually, despite the housing problems that they may have. But as a resident of Caledonia County, I'm backed up against New Hampshire. I spend a great deal of time arguing on the Senate floor when issues are being presented and programs are being put in place. I try to point out constantly that, in fact, our ability to compete with the state of New Hampshire is virtually impossible under these circumstances. I've been to Rutland many times. I've noticed the difference between Rutland's business population and St. Johnsbury's business population. If you go through downtown St. Johnsbury right now, you will see numerous empty storefronts. That is somewhat of a problem in Rutland, but I would suggest that if you're literally backed up against New Hampshire, it's a completely different world. Even though Rutland is different than Chittenden County, we along the Connecticut River Valley are suffering as a result of what's going on in New Hampshire. And that's a constant refrain inside the State House. How to cure it? Maybe we'll get to that a little later.
I would like to add also that being from the Northeast Kingdom and right up near the Canadian border, opportunity is virtually non-existent in those certain ways. Granted, we have improved the storefront problem just a little bit, that there are more businesses there, but unfortunately, they come and go so often that they're not sustainable.
Good. All right, are we ready to move on? Next question is, for several years, Vermonters have elected a Democrat majority in the House and in the Senate. Can you comment on how this impacts Vermonters and why you believe there is such a strong Democrat majority? Brad, we'll start with you.
Well, I've been here for 13 years, as you know, and I've only seen majorities of Democrats in the House and Senate since I've lived here, so I don't know anything else. But I do know the history of Vermont, that it was the reddest of states back in the day, going back to maybe the 70s and before, and now we're arguably one of the bluest of states. So what's happened? Why has it happened? And I think it's a function of a lot of things. It goes to demographics. I think a lot of left-leaning people have moved here throughout New England, have set up shop in Vermont. The Democrats have outworked and outraised money and taken advantage of finding their next stars from school boards and working their way up through the system. And we're at a point where Republicans don't have a voice at the state level, and we do, but I mean not at the federal level with what we have in Washington. We're missing that voice, and so it's kind of festered to the Democrats have the momentum, they have the money, the resources, and it's you get what you get with it, which is one-party rule that Joe can speak about, and it's not healthy for Vermonters, whether it be all Republicans or all Democrats. It's always best when you have a blend and there's some compromise, but these days we're just, the disadvantage to Vermonters is that there's no obstacle you can put, there's no road bump you can put up to slow things down, bad legislation down, and it's we're on the fast track for a lot of it these days.
Good. Anya.
Well, I would think that, unfortunately, it comes down to the fact that the Democrats are better at reaching the youth in the state. They go to the colleges, they use the college vote to their advantage. Even though these students may not be long-term residents of the state of Vermont, they're allowed to vote in Vermont elections. People on the federal level will go to them and promise free education, free, and they will in turn vote for them. And it's truly unfair to the residents of the state of Vermont because these children have no vested interest. They're not going to stay, they're not going to have to live with the consequences of these votes. That is one of the reasons. The other reason is that throughout the years, as he was saying, there's been an influx of people that have come to the state of Vermont with liberal views, have set up housekeeping, and have created this world that they want it to be of the socialist dream, so to speak. And again, it's unfortunate for the true Vermonters who are struggling every day because of it.
I guess I'm going to part ways with my colleagues here a little bit and say that the Democrats have taken a platform of their own and have done a much better job than we have in selling that platform to the Vermont demographic. This is not a situation where there's a group of young people, for instance, who are here temporarily and are going to vote and then move on with their lives. The Republican Party, when it was founded in 1859, had ideals. It presented issues that the public in general appreciated and wanted to hear. And as a result, since 1859, up until literally the 1960s, it was locked in for power purposes in the state. Since the 1960s, issues have arisen, and I think the Republican Party has slowly forgotten how to reach the Vermont demographic. And that's why we are struggling to reach young people like these folks who are in our audience right now. Most of these folks here were probably born here. Many of them probably will go away for a while but want to come back at some point in time. All of us have a desire to experience life outside of our local communities at some point in time. But when they come back, they want to know that there's good jobs available. They want to know that there's a party in power that is going to take priority on preserving things like our environment, trying to make sure people who are in need are taken care of, and give people who are generally concerned about their own communities a reason to want to vote for a Republican. I have struggled with this in my own community. I am the last standing state senator east of the Green Mountain Range and the only one in the Northeast Kingdom. It wasn't 15, 20 years ago that was completely the opposite. And as I've viewed the demographics over the past 40 years, clearly the Republicans have been failing to reach that group of people that are voting here as a normal demographic. Thanks for the first gong.
If I may, so you don't feel that the Republican Party has the moral ground that people are looking for? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I absolutely did not say that, and I've been accused of that on several occasions. But the bottom line
how it comes across, I suppose.
Well, I suppose it is how you choose to interpret my words. Morals are not part of the equation whatsoever. There are people in the Progressive Party, the Democrat Party, and the Republican Party who all have questionable morals. The issue is, how does our party sell to the young people in this audience? How do we maintain the Vermont demographic? Before I get gonged again, I just want to say that's our responsibility, not their responsibility. We need to deliver a message that they can appreciate, and we have been failing at that.
No, I agree with what Joe just said, and what I see on social media, and I would imagine that people in this audience and watching on TV, you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on Twitter, etc. Conservatives or Republicans are, by my estimation, outnumbered probably 10 to 1 on the social media platforms. And that's part of the messaging. We're not effectively reaching our consumers, our customers, our prospects with our message because we're not on the platforms where people are getting their information from. And it's a problem. We need to find a better way to do it.
So Brad, do you think that's a demographics problem? That the party is aging?
Well,
and maybe not as social media oriented as perhaps the left might be. And the reason I say that is, Anya, you mentioned something interesting, is that, please correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think the educational system is a powerful tool for whoever is in charge of it. And that is the future. That is everything. And if the youth coming through the school systems is taught by those in that party that might be in charge of that system, that's a very powerful tool that happens. Do you think that the Republican Party has lost its messaging ability because the party is just an older party and that we're not somehow reaching into the youth of the state? This could be a national problem too, but let's just stay with Vermont.
If I may, nationally there are quite a few young Republicans. In the state of Vermont, it tends to be an older demographic, like many things are. It's not specific to the Republican Party, but I do think what you were saying about the schools, that who has their message being spread in the school system obviously has a leg up come election time, and that the Republican Party needs to make more of a concerted effort to reach the colleges, and frankly, as far down as high school and middle school. We need to start sharing fiscal responsibility, talking about taxes, talking about how this is going to affect their lives, talking about the implications of big government. All of these things we need to reach the youth with, and unfortunately, there's not really an avenue that we're following that does that effectively in the state of Vermont right now.
You're right, the headwinds that Republicans and conservatives have is, like you said, you've got, I mean, it's not a secret that most of the press bias is left-friendly, left-centered, especially here in Vermont. At the school level, at the education level, from grade school to high school to and beyond, the colleges, it is definitely, I've just put 2 kids through high school off to college now, so I can speak firsthand to what I've witnessed, and your kids can get a great education like hopefully all of you have received here. But make no mistake about it, it's definitely a platform for the agenda of the left, on broad strokes I'm talking about. After the last election, there was literally like a funeral at Rutland High School. But so it's a challenge. It's one of those headwinds that, getting back to, there are young, articulate conservatives that are part of Turning Point USA, other young conservative groups. But here in Vermont, it's a very small pool of people. I'm thankful that people like Anya and other women and young people are taking an interest. We've got people like Corey Parent, one of your colleagues. So I love seeing young people getting engaged, but we need to be the party that convinces a lot more of them to join our side, and we can do better.
Thank you, Brett.
I'm not sure I have much conflict with what I've just heard. I will say that it comes back to us and the message that we deliver. If you read some of our own Facebook memes, we have people in our party that are talking online about the fact that nobody in the public school system says the Pledge of Allegiance anymore. I don't believe that's true. My wife teaches in a public school. She's not a member of the union. She's been teaching there for 35 years. That entire school says the Pledge of Allegiance. There's 700 kids there. So if we come out looking like we are ignorant of what these folks are going through, we're not going to appeal to them. I would love to be able to ask this audience, do you feel you were somehow brainwashed growing up? Or do you feel you had the ability to look at us and evaluate us as candidates, no matter what party we're running from? Because if you feel like you grew up being brainwashed, then I'll sit back and shut up.
Okay, great question of the audience. We'll save that for the end. At the end of the panel discussion, we'll hopefully engage the audience. One of the things that, before we move on here, that I've noted is I've done a lot of public service in my community, and bench building is one of the most important activities that we should be involved in. And I do believe that the Republican Party, let me just say that the Democratic Party has done a much better job of bench building than the Republican Party has. We need to be on our school boards. We need to be more involved at the local level, which creates exposure, which builds you as a candidate. People become confident in who and what you are and when you speak and so forth. So hopefully we'll see a little more activity in terms of bench building moving forward into the next few years. Any other comments before we move on?
Just to build that bench, you need to be reaching people at this age level.
Yep.
And some of us who have served likewise on the school boards or in select board positions, we're getting really old in our party. Mm-hmm. And somehow or other we've got to rebuild that bench from folks like these.
Yep. The thing I note, though, is people don't generally find interest in local politics until perhaps in their early 30s. If you don't have a job here for those people to keep them here until then, there's no bench building that will happen. Does that make sense to anyone? Everyone? Okay.
If I may, I
Yes.
think that bench building also comes down to being known in your community as being a person of character, somebody that they know throughout you know, the time that you have said the same things. You've stood behind it. You've tried your best in your community and your state at all times. And I think that that helps people to feel connected to a candidate and to understand that they do mean what they say and they do have the best interest of the people at heart. And I think that's very important when we're looking at building candidates to run in the elections.
I would agree with that on you. Okay. Question number 3. Vermont's population has grown by just 0.1% since 2010, with a net increase, dare I say, of 555 people. Why do you think this is so? Anya, we'll start with you.
I would say it comes down to the economic climate that we have. Again, taxes and regulations, all of these things combine to make people feel that the state is unfriendly towards them, that they need to seek opportunity elsewhere. If you're a young person, and I am a young person, so I understand this fully, you want to go where you know you're going to do the best you can and not be limited. And unfortunately, in the state, there is a lot of limiting of what you can do. You can go into agriculture, which is a failing industry currently. It will always be there because we need it, but it's not something that people feel is helping them at this point. You can go into logging, you can go into a service profession, but there's nothing there that says, I'm going to go into this industry and 20 years from now, I will have what I want out of life. There's nothing that's being offered in that line. They're going to New Hampshire, as he was saying. It has much more opportunity. They're going to New York, they're going to Florida, they're even going as far as Arizona and California or the Midwest. All of these places are beating the state in opportunity. And it's unfortunate we have one of the most beautiful states in the nations, and people don't want to leave. They want to raise their families here. They want to be around their families. They want to have their friends nearby, people that they grew up with, and yet they're finding they can't. And that's the population growth. And even though there's not a lack of pregnancy in the state, I'm sure most people can agree with that, there is a lack of being able to stay here and make ends meet and make a living and make a prosperous life for yourself. So even though we do have children being born, we have so many people leaving. And it's not limited to young people. I know retirees that leave daily because the pensions are being taxed or because the cost of living is just too high. So when you add up all the people leaving, no matter what we're doing, we're not bringing them back in. She's really loving that gong, I can tell.
Yeah, I don't think the problem is totally unique to Vermont. There's other rural communities and states that are losing population. About a third of them, from what I've read, are in a similar predicament as we are with the anemic growth or flat growth. It's only about a third that seem to be doing well. So what is that third doing well that we're not doing? And we have some challenges in that we're in New England. We're not in, sunny, I mean, we got some weather challenges that are off-putting maybe for some people. But I think if we could focus on what makes us attractive as a state, getting back to some of the incentives for young people to have children and be taxpayers and raise their children here, we need to focus on that so that we get out of this stagnant slide that we've been in. And as the governor talks about and everybody knows about it, but we're at the point now where we have to do something about it. Just have to.
Thank you, Brad.
The core to your question is the birth rate. We are not by any stretch alone in the birth rate problem. Most of the Northeast is suffering in the same way. The states that are doing the reverse tend to be those states that have major economic opportunities. The Balkan oil fields in the Midwest, California, which has so many technological opportunities, Washington, Oregon. I travel quite a bit. I listen to people as I go on the road. And there are many states that are suffering the same kind of downturn in their birth rates. You can see it across the nation in small towns that are literally evaporating before your eyes. Vermont has some very good opportunities. We are within striking distance of Boston, New York, Sherbrooke in Canada, Montreal. We have to be able to sell ourselves in a better way that we attract those people who are of parentage age, and that will turn the birth rate around. But I think it is incumbent upon us as a government to sell ourselves out of state in such a way that people do want to come here. They coming here means that people who are here are going to have better opportunities than they do now.
Them coming here, though, is contingent on them having the jobs and opportunities to support their growing families. So it does come back to economy as well.
We need to do something better than offering $10,000 to bribe people to move here, because it's a gimmick, and it gets a lot of press, and it's a success at that level, but we need the underlying fundamentals to be attractive to get here besides one check. So
I think there's other states that are doing that as well. I never think that Vermont is building a better mousetrap. I think we often look at something that's going on somewhere else and think that we can do it better. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I think Kansas is running the same program with limited success in terms of attracting people there.
If you have to pay people to live in your state, you're not offering enough to have them there. I mean, it's unfortunate. If you are paying people to live there, something is seriously wrong. And so, yes, we can offer those programs, but we have to solve the core issues, or ultimately it's not sustainable to continue to do that.
One of the groups of our demographics that I'm very concerned about is the population that opted not to go to college. They're obviously going to fall into the lower economic level of our economic groups. And one of the things that I'm hearing from that particular group of people is there's nothing to do in Vermont. Boredom is trouble. Boredom leads to problems. And they're on the lower wage scale, you know, the group that we're trying to get $15 an hour for. And I'm just wondering, what are we doing are we doing anything to help that particular demographic in the state so that they're not so bored because they say there's nothing to do here, that they're turning to opioids and other issues that we have in the state? Joe, I'll start with you on that.
Sure. I have 2 children. Emily is the oldest. We put her through Cornell. Justin, the youngest, we dragged him kicking and screaming through high school and several different colleges that he wanted. It is now 15 years since he was attempting higher education. Guess who's making the most money between the 2 of them? He is. He managed to get a job that he liked, that pays extremely well and has great benefits by learning a trade. That is a key to a lot of kids who don't want to go through the normal college atmosphere. I'm not knocking college by any stretch. Having gone through college and law school myself, I know the economic advantages to that. But the bottom line is Vermont is in a unique position with qualified jobs for people who want to go to trade school, who want to take advantage of apprenticeships. We are a very small state, so most of our communities, my own for instance, Linden, we have 5,000 people in our town. He worked his way up, my son, because he knew the people that were there, they knew him, and he got opportunities as a result of that. So how does the state take advantage of that and promote that for those young people that you're talking about that may not pursue a college path? I think we have a great opportunity in front of us, but again, we need to sell that.
Do we have anything to sell?
Absolutely. We have some of the highest tech industries in the world in Vermont. My son is now working for one of them. He's building impellers for aerospace. We have opportunities in Virgins. We have opportunities in Rutland and even St. Johnsbury with Weidman Industries. Those opportunities exist, and many of them have signs outside right now saying, we're hiring.
We will train.
And we can't find the people to do that.
The trade school in Rutland, Stafford Technical, is at capacity. So that's a great sign, and they're looking at hopefully expanding and being able to accommodate just the demographic that we're talking about here. Learn a trade. You can have a great life as an electrician, whatever. I mean, there's opportunity out there.
Vermont Tech is a classic example of that, which the state needs to support better in order to get those jobs promoted.
I think that when you're talking about college, there are kids that, like you said, don't really want to go that route, and trade schools are excellent. And what I hear most from people that opted not to go to college is that the cost of the education was not going to be something that the state was ever going to be able to repay them if they wanted to stay here. They would have had to have left the state. They would have had to have found jobs elsewhere. And in these cases, they did not want to do that. So they opted not to. They found jobs. They trained in them. They rose in the ranks, starting at the bottom and going up. And some of them have made managers and are now running these businesses just because they learned it over the years doing it. But I think that when you're talking about college education, you have to carefully look at the jobs available and decide whether that is going to be beneficial or not. And I'm all for hire, and don't get me wrong, but you do have to say there's only going to be so many rocket scientists. You need to look at the jobs available and decide how that works for you.
Good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Back to leadership. Here's a good one. If you were governor of Vermont and could highlight 3 issues you would make your top priorities, 3 issues that you would make your top priorities, what would they be and how would you lead on them? That's a big question, I know it is. But we'll start with you, Brad.
All right. I would make connectivity first and foremost, and it goes back to drawing the demographic that we want. We want young couples with children. I live in Rutland County. Again, you get outside of Chittenden County, and cell phone calls, things that you take for granted up here, fast Wi-Fi, cell phones, being connected. In today's world, it is such a challenge outside of Chittenden County, around this state, and it's problematic to the point where companies won't move here. It's one of those fundamental basics that we have to have. So I would have, and I know people have been talking about this, Joe's probably heard this for 20 years, but we need to redouble our efforts. There's good things going on. Company EC Fiber is going into areas that have 0 cell service, like Barnard, Vermont, outside of Woodstock, and getting cell service and broadband there. So that would be a priority. I'd put a cap on property taxes. California, 1978, passed something called Proposition 13, where it caps your property taxes, so it's a known commodity at, say, 1.1% of whatever the assessed value. It's passed so long ago, and it's still in place today because it's so popular. And property taxes are something that Vermonters have been screaming about for ages here, because they just go up and up and up and up, and it's unsustainable. And I think just from a public relations standpoint, cap property taxes and deal with the aftermath, but just enough is enough, because people are at their breaking point. So I would put a Proposition style 13, put that on can you get that on the calendar, Joe, maybe? And the other idea I have is like a new market tax credit, like the federal government has tax credits for investors and developers to go into distressed areas and invest in the community and resources that the community needs. I'd like to see a Vermont new market tax credit that would raise money to support infrastructure like daycare and cell service and things that young families are going to need when they move here.
Joe, or we'll go to Joe.
Infrastructure. 3 components: internet, cell service, transportation. You've got to have infrastructure in this state that will support the very basics of what anybody needs that's interested in coming here to support a business. You have an issue about rising property taxes, which has been a perennial issue. One of the things the legislature tried to do to deal with that was Act 46. We are now trying to assess, did that work, did it not work, but it's an ongoing process. Whether you agree with it or you disagree, that was one of the attempts made to try to correct the problem. We don't have the ability to put Proposition 13 on our populace because California's constitution is designed differently than ours. California, you guys had the ability to ask the legislature through a referendum. Yeah. We don't have that in our constitution, so we can't have that done. The only thing I can do about that in the legislature is to do what I've done. I voted against the budget and I voted against the fee bill every single year I've been there except one. And the one time that I didn't do that was I knew that what we were passing at that time was sustainable based on the revenues that we had. But that's only happened one time, and I've been there since 2011. The nutshell is, if you are not paying attention to that as a governor, infrastructure, critical component to having us survive as a state, education. These folks need to have the best education there is to enable them to compete in a global marketplace. If they don't have that, we are failing not just ourselves, but them as well. So I would be concentrating on those issues, but I'll end by asking a question. Who the heck would want the job?
Of governor?
Yes.
I could think of a few people.
More power to them. More power to them.
People. Just a quick follow-up to yours. So if Proposition 5?
You're talking about a constitutional amendment.
Yes.
Yeah. Different than a referendum, which
No,
Bradford was
I'm
talking
going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Is it Proposition 5 that we're looking to open the Constitution in, or is that 3?
Well, there were, I think, 6 proposals for constitutional changes, 2 of which actually got through the legislature to some extent. Prop 5 is the one that made it all the way through, and that is now pending.
So with that on the horizon, 2 years from now, it's a 2 or 4 year cycle to get that through. Is there any particular reason that no one has surfaced why aren't we proposing a referendum in the state of Vermont so that the people of Vermont can have a voice and put something on referendum should they so desire? I've always felt like, did we ever have a referendum at any point? I've always felt like not having a state referendum really silences the voice of many if there's an overarching issue going on in the state.
To answer your question, nobody has attempted to bring such a bill in my lifetime in the legislature. I believe there have been previous attempts in the 70s and early 80s to try to do that, especially around the time that California was talking about it. People in Vermont were asking, why don't we have that ability? And I can't answer the question as to why nobody's ever bothered, except that I know in this day and age, with the current makeup of the State House, never happened. If I was to bring such a bill right now, it wouldn't get out of committee, much less through one of the bodies.
Thank you. Anya?
I think that one of the main focuses should be the opioid crisis. I think that with the opioid crisis, what it is, and the inability of employers to find workers who are going to be able to pass the drug test and to show up to work reliably and all of those things, that is something that hampers the state in more ways than one. We're talking about the burden on the families of the addicted. We're talking about the burden on children and family services, on the welfare system, on the job market in general, not to mention restorative justice, the courts, the law enforcement community that struggles with this every day. There needs to be tougher penalties for bringing drugs to the state. Currently, I believe that we have way too lax of penalties for this. We do want to encourage people to seek treatment. We don't want to punish people for seeking treatment, but there needs to be accountability for constantly being on drugs, for bringing drugs into the state, for getting people addicted to them. If you're dealing, that needs to be a whole separate issue from addiction. That needs to be treated in a way harsher manner than we are currently doing. Also, one of the other things that we need to focus on, of course, is jobs. Everybody says the same thing. I'm going to focus on the economy, I'm going to focus on jobs, I'm going to focus on education. And the reason they say that is because all of those things are always important. We do need to have quality education. Unfortunately, I think that in the school systems today, we are not seeing the quality education that we need, and that the students are suffering for it. The reasons behind that I'll go into my opinions on later. Jobs, education, opioid crisis, and obviously protecting the constitutional amendments that are intrinsic to the way our country was built. We must continue to do that. Okay. I can go on and on.
Any questions for each other?
Just so you know, the most recent statistics are now out on Vermont's opioid problem. Between January and May of this year, we had 39 deaths in this state from opioid overdose. The 2 worst counties, unfortunately, are Rutland and Windham counties. That's the bad news. The good news is we have actually peaked to some extent on the crisis. those numbers are lower than previous years. I don't want to be too overly optimistic, but there is a sign that what we have been doing to attack the opioid crisis, including attacking those who would bring drugs into this state, are actually beginning to show some signs of working. So I'll agree with Anya that we need to maintain our pressure on that. I just want to offer some hope that there is hopefully some light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, so we're going to go to our last question and then turn our attention to the audience for potential questions or comments on what they've heard. If you had a magic wand, what would you do to help Vermont? Anya, I'll start with you.
When I first heard that question, I thought about it and I was thinking Second Amendment, all of these different things that are important to me. But if I had a magic wand, I would use it to put in place protections for the unborn. Unfortunately, in the state of Vermont, we have gone in a very, as I feel, ungodly direction with this. And if that was the one thing I could do, I would protect the unborn child. They have no voice, and if we don't speak for them, nobody will. And you also need to take into account the other 50% of the DNA, the father's voice, which unfortunately is not being heard either right now. It's unfortunate.
Okay, thank you, Anya. Joe?
I think that I would concentrate on making sure every Vermonter going through school had a real, sincere understanding of the history of this state, what we were formed for, what our intentions were, why we want to preserve things like a constitution, what is important about how to live as a society. If I had a magic wand, I would not just bring kids to the State House in 4th grade. They'd be there in every grade to ask different questions at different times, just to get to know the civic process, to teach all of the kids growing up today that we can have disagreements with each other, but it is critical that we not put each other down. In order to survive as a society, we can't be polarized. We have to be able to talk to each other. And I may be very opinionated in the things that I talk about, but I've never hesitated to step back and say, listen, Benning, listen to what other people are saying, because possibly the remarks that you're making should be changed to some extent. If your viewpoint should be changed for the betterment of all. Those are the things I'd like to see in a magic wand.
Thank you, Joe. Bradford?
Well, I like the magic wands from both of these two. I agree with both their perspectives. And if I had a magic wand, I would love to see Vermonters get behind an economic proposal that would benefit the Vermonters that live outside of Chittenden County. I mean, our mid-sized towns and cities throughout the state are struggling. I'd like to see like this tax credit thing I talked about earlier. It's not sexy, but it's something that would have an impact and also attract the very people that we're trying to attract here and help the people that are here already. I'd like to see something bold that would go along those lines that helps people in Bennington and Springfield and Rutland, et cetera.
Great. Well, thank you very much for all of your answers and input today. So now we're going to turn our attention to the audience, which happens to be a very youthful audience today. And we have three people that would like to comment or ask a question. And if you step up to the microphone, would you just quickly introduce yourself and then ask your question?
Okay, so I'm Netanel Crisp. I'm 16 years old, and I live in Danby. And you all touched upon kind of the prosperity of Chittenden County in comparison to the rest of the state of Vermont. So my question is, how do you plan to protect, preserve, and sustain small Vermont towns without damaging their environments, social atmospheres, and unique historic elements? Thank you.
Big question.
Yeah. Well, I think you can maintain our integrity and take care of the environment, all those things that are important that make Vermont unique. I mean, we don't need billboards and high-rises to make Vermont successful. I think we can do exactly what you talk about, which is important about maintaining our roots and what we are, but at the same time, making things available to people that desire to live here so they can prosper here. That's the balance.
I would say through agriculture. Vermont has always been known as an agriculturally friendly state. Unfortunately, it's kind of drifting from that, but people want to come and they want to see the hills dotted with the farms, and it's good for the economy and it's good for the people and it preserves the land, and I think that is one of the biggest things that we could do in the state to preserve it.
First, I'd like to say I don't want to disparage Chittenden County. I disagree with the politics. I am envious, if you will, of the economy that's running there that my county is not enjoying. But how can we take those elements that are successful in Chittenden County and bring them to the other small towns around the state in order to have that economic driver? I think it's possible, but we have to do incentives in order for that to happen. Nobody wants to see, for instance, a small town school close. But the reality on the ground is if you don't have the student population to support it, you have a problem. So what can we do in order to change that? You have to have those economic drivers that are keeping Chittenden County alive, moving out. Can we provide tax incentives for businesses to move from Chittenden outward or to expand from Chittenden outward? Those are the kinds of things that government has to look at in order to entice those economic drivers while still preserving the essence of what small town Vermont is all about.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Hello, my name is Zach Handelman, and I recently graduated from the University of Vermont, and I currently live in Burlington. Something that you guys have talked about a lot during this discussion is competition with jobs from other states. And so I was wondering if maybe speaking directly to the young people in the state, especially those maybe more on the left who believe in raising the minimum wage, and Senator Benning, you're right on the border, so you might have something to say to this, but maybe just speak to your position on why you should or shouldn't raise the minimum wage to $15.
Sure. I can start by saying we had a very large discussion in the State House this past year over that question. The people who are in Chittenden County are having a tough time trying to survive. There may be very good reasons why people in Chittenden County need to have an increase in the minimum wage. But if you come to my neck of the woods, I am literally up against New Hampshire that has a $7 and I think 25-cent minimum wage. If you are going to tell businesses in my area that they have to go up to $15 an hour, the ramification is the business leaves because it cannot compete on the border. If you go to Littleton, New Hampshire right now and you go to Walmart, count the number of Vermont cars. It's loaded in that parking lot with Vermont cars. There's no Walmart in St. Johnsbury. People are not shopping in St. Johnsbury, which is why you also have a number of closed storefronts. That's a problem. So we had this discussion about a minimum wage increase, and I brought an amendment. I suggested, let's try it in Chittenden County and see how it works. My amendment failed. I think it was 18 to 11. But it would have enabled Chittenden County to prove that something would work for Chittenden while still enabling some of the folks in my neck of the woods to maintain the businesses. I'll use this example of a coffee cup, and forgive me if I go a little longer. Let's say you're selling a cup of coffee on Church Street in Burlington, and you charge $2 for that cup of coffee. Simple, all right? You have foot traffic in Church Street in Burlington that could be anywhere from 300 to 500 people a day. Come over to Lindenville, where we're selling the same $2 cup of coffee, and you have foot traffic of maybe 35 people a day. How is a business owner going to compete with that if all of a sudden all of their overhead, all of their infrastructure has to be competing with a $15 an hour wage to the 3 employees that they may have in Lindenville? It's not something that's possible. So I constantly say, the people who are doing business in my neck of the woods will go to Littleton, New Hampshire. We don't want to have that happen. Let's try an experiment. See if it works in Burlington. Hopefully that'll drive things.
Do you feel your question was answered? Because if so, we could get a second question, and we're kind of running short.
Yeah. Thank you.
We could talk later.
Could you repeat the question you asked to all of us earlier?
There was a couple of them. One was, do you feel that you were brainwashed growing up in school?
Okay. So my name is Nessia Crisp, and I'm 18 years old, and I did not grow up in Vermont. I did elementary and middle school in Pennsylvania, but since coming to Vermont, I found that the liberal atmosphere just heightened in school, and I feel not that I'm necessarily brainwashed, but in terms of my classmates and my teachers, I'm not able to have a voice in terms of my political views, and it's a lot of, this is kind of what's expected in society, and you can't really have any differing views on that, and I find that really hard in terms of talking to people openly about politics in the state and in the country.
If I may, when I was running for office, it was, I would say, almost impossible to get an audience in the colleges. They won't allow conservative speakers, and they don't say, oh, you're a conservative, you're not coming. They just make it impossible. So it is biased.
I'm actually trying to get in touch with colleges right now, and they're very not
I
open
wish you the
to
best of luck.
Yeah.
I do.
Thank you.
Can I ask what part of Pennsylvania you're from?
I'm right outside of Philadelphia. Lower Merion was the county I was in.
Okay. Was that generally a conservative area?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, politics weren't widely spoken about, especially Republican views.
So that shouldn't be happening to you or to anybody else. But let me take it out of politics for just a moment. I'm a Yankees fan. A lot of Vermonters are Red Sox fans. We battle with each other all the time over baseball. But what we shouldn't be doing is polarizing ourselves in such a way that we can't speak to each other. If you're being treated unfairly, I don't care whether you're liberal or conservative, that just shouldn't be happening. So if it is happening, please do let folks like me know, whoever represents you, we should be having a much more substantive conversation about it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nessie. Thank you, panel members, for this, for participating in this. As we said, this is the first in a series that we hope to be providing to the public, and
Thank you. I think it's very important to have these discussions.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Good.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you, panelists, and thank you to our audience. What a great group. Let us know if you've enjoyed the format. I would really like to hear from you. And thanks for tuning in. See you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
All right, good morning and welcome to the University of Vermont. We are here at UVM because the Attorney General's Consumer Assistant Program is part of the University of Vermont. It's been a great partnership for the last 30 years. And it really was the Consumer Assistance Program that dealt firsthand with the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. And we are here to announce a national settlement and what Vermont's share of that settlement is regarding the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. I'm Attorney General TJ Donovan. Joined with me this morning is Charity Clark, my Chief of Staff, Chris Curtis, the Chief of our Public Protection Division, Ryan Krieger, who was the attorney who worked on this national settlement, Crystal Baldwin from our Consumer Assistance Program, and members of our Consumer Assistance Program. When the Equifax breach happened in September of 2017, the phones at CAP did not stop ringing. 251,000 Vermonters were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. 148 million Americans were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. All consumers had their social security numbers, their birth data, and their address information compromised. Some consumers had their driver license, credit card numbers, and some credit dispute documents were jeopardized. When that breach became public, our Consumer Assistance Program worked around the clock taking phone calls from Vermonters. We received over 700 phone calls that first weekend because people, Vermonters, were rightfully scared. When you're talking about a data breach, you're talking about a higher risk of identity theft. You are talking about a higher risk of being scammed. The bottom line is this: because of this data breach, Vermonters felt anxious, scared that their financial livelihood was on the line. They rightfully should have been scared. We are in an online, digital, global economy. Scams are on the rise. This Equifax breach demonstrated that. That's why we joined with our colleagues around this country to hold Equifax responsible. And I'm happy to announce today that Vermont is part of a national settlement which will total close to $650 million. Let me give you the breakdown of that money. And the most important part of this is about the consumers who were affected. $425 million will go towards a restitution fund. And I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. $175 million will go to the states. Between 50 to $100 million will go to the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Out of the $175 million to the states, the state of Vermont will receive $1.85 million. Those funds will go into our state's general fund. As I said, we had 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers nationwide that were covered in this settlement. That is 0.18% of consumers, and that equals our share in terms of the settlement. The effective date of this payment is August 22nd, 2019. The payment will be made within 30 days of the effective date. Now, regarding the restitution fund, $300 million is guaranteed payment that must be paid to consumers. That means Vermonters. How do you make yourself eligible, and what is eligible in terms of the restitution? Here's the quick part. Many consumers spend a lot of time on the phone making sure that their money was safe. Consumers can submit claims for time spent dealing with this breach. If you spend any time dealing with this breach, you're eligible for $25 per hour up to 20 hours for time spent dealing with a breach. On the phone, calling us, talking to your bank, freezing your credit. If Vermonters spent time making sure that their money was safe, you are eligible for restitution up to 20 hours at $25 an hour. Secondly, if you have documented out-of-pocket expenses, and we're going to talk more about that later, you're going to be eligible up to reimbursement of up to $20,000. Everybody will be eligible, if you're an affected consumer, for 3 free credit monitoring for affected consumers. If you don't like one of the 3 options in terms of the credit monitoring, consumers can opt for a cash payment and use it to purchase credit monitoring from another vendor. As I said, those out-of-pocket expenses like freezes or credit monitoring purchased apart from Equifax's offer are reimbursable. If that $300 million is exhausted, that additional $125 million in funds will become payable if the original fund amount is exhausted. In terms of the monitoring services, for adults, you will have free 3-bureau credit monitoring for up to 4 years. The monitoring will include a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. After those 3 bureau monitoring expenses expires, consumers will get 1 bureau monitoring for 6 more years. And if you're a minor, if you're a kid, you'll have free 18 years of credit monitoring, 4 years plus 14 years for 1 bureau monitoring. 2 free credit reports every 12 months for 5 years, and Equifax won't charge anyone for credit freezes or any of the earlier breach responses, and no upselling to other services. This is a good settlement for Vermonters. This is good for consumers. But most importantly, what this breach did was to raise awareness about online security. That, as I said, we live in a global digital economy. More and more of our financial transactions are being done online. That raises the risk level for scams and for these breaches. Vermont has one of the strongest and most robust data breach notification laws in the country. That's a good thing. Why we have that is so we can protect consumers, so we can tell consumers when their money is at risk. When we are in a world where people have anxiety and angst and uncertainty about their financial futures, we have to do everything we can as a state to protect them. And given Vermonters the knowledge, the information, and the tools to protect their money, their retirement, and their livelihood is good consumer protection. That's what this settlement does today. That's why I'm proud to be a member of this national settlement, to bring this money back to the state of Vermont, and more importantly, to open up avenues so Vermonters who are affected can get paid back for the time they spent making sure that their money was safe. With that, let me turn it over to Chris Curtis, the chief of my Public Protection Division. Chris.
Great. Thank you, General Donovan. Again, my name is Chris Curtis. I'm chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. I want to invite Ryan Krieger, one of my colleagues and our Assistant Attorney General who worked on this matter for our office, to the podium. Ryan has done an outstanding job. And I also want to thank Crystal Baldwin and our entire Consumer Assistance Program team for all of the work that they have done to reassure Vermonters in the wake of this data breach and others. When these things happen, this office is responsive. And General Donovan has made this issue a top priority for our office. And Vermonters should know that we've redoubled our efforts with respect to data privacy, consumer privacy, security breach, all of our outreach efforts in this area. And the Attorney General has made that a priority for our office. The truth is, the future of consumer protection is online. We have a long and historic tradition in the state of Vermont of protecting consumers, and many of those laws are responsive to the face-to-face transaction, the Vermont handshake, the understanding between parties. But increasingly, we live in a wired world, and those transactions are happening in cyberspace. So it is crucially important that this office be responsive and be bold in making sure that there is accountability, there's transparency, and that there is an effort with respect to both our education and outreach efforts and our public policy initiatives, that those are reflected in this office. And that's what Attorney General Donovan has done. And that's in part what this settlement is helping to do as well. It's a broad recognition, almost an endorsement of the efforts of this office in that area, that we are going to make sure that Vermonters feel secure, and that when there's a breach, there is accountability, that there is restitution available for Vermonters, as in this case, where it's warranted, and that we can have preventive measures in the future. So ongoing credit monitoring, all of those security measures that will be in place for affected Vermonters going forward, critically important. I want to note that 2 years ago, when news of this massive breach broke, not only did the Consumer Assistance Program triage, in fact, our entire office, we had attorneys taking calls from consumers that were alarmed, hundreds and hundreds of telephone calls from concerned Vermonters all across the state. But that wasn't enough. The Attorney General directed our office to work with our partners in the legislature to have community meetings. We went to Barton, to Springfield, to Bennington, to Burlington, all over the state to convene community meetings to address Vermonters face to face and tell them what they could do to take steps to protect themselves, how to prevent identity theft from happening, how to secure a credit freeze on their accounts. And even that wasn't enough, because subsequently we worked with our partners in the legislature to make sure that Vermont eliminated fees to place security freezes on their credit files so that no Vermonter would have to pay to put a freeze on their credit so that they can help protect their identities at no cost to themselves. That obviously was a law that took effect going forward in time. So for Vermonters that heard about the news and immediately acted to protect themselves, they may have incurred costs. Another reason why this settlement is so important, so they can get reimbursed for those costs that they may have incurred. So this is a crucially important settlement. It's going to have, I think, major importance across the country for consumers, for federal agencies, and of course for our state. And we're very pleased to be part of this today. I wanted to, Ryan, if there's anything you want to add vis-a-vis our outreach efforts or with respect to, I do want to note that Attorney Krieger has done an amazing job of helping us to facilitate working group proposals, both as to privacy matters, along with our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark. They have spearheaded the effort on privacy working group. There is a bill pending in the legislature on additional privacy measures in the future that may help to ameliorate some of these kinds of issues in the future. And of course, we had a data broker working group that resulted in the nation's first data broker registration law. So all of these activities are part and parcel of this new frontier, new online consumer protections. Our office is proud to be a part of it, and we're proud to get this matter resolved for Vermonters today. And with that, I want to open it up to our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, and she can share with you what Vermonters can do to better protect themselves.
All right, so as Chief of Staff, one of my responsibilities is that I'm lucky enough to oversee the Consumer Assistance Program, which is located here at UVM. And they have, I want to reiterate what others have said, they did a phenomenal job in the aftermath of the breach of being available to Vermonters. They had a website up literally the first day. People didn't know where to turn, and they knew in Vermont because we were so responsive. So I was very proud of that. I thought it would be helpful if I shared some tips about identity theft. And I also, the Consumer Assistance Program, brought these handy dandy brochures for you that can help with a recovery plan if you do have an identity theft situation on your hands. These are free from the FTC, so we have a bunch. I'll pass them out because they really have a lot of great information. And let me say what some of those tips are. So the first step is we should all be reviewing our credit report every year. You can get a free credit report going to annualcreditreport.com and just looking it over and making sure there's no inaccuracies or suspicious activity. When I'm talking about suspicious activity, I'm talking about things like credit card accounts that you did not open, address changes that you didn't initiate, loans that you did not take out, things like that. And if you do find suspicious activity on your credit report, there are recommended steps to take. The first thing that you should do is call the company where the fraud occurred to let them know, I did not open up this credit card account, I need to close it, and let them know that you believe you may be the victim of identity theft. You should change your password, your logins, your PIN numbers, and then contact the credit reporting agencies to ask for a correction to your credit report. And the FTC is incredibly helpful. Not only do they have this brochure, but you can go online at identitytheft.gov, identitytheft.gov, and they will walk you through a plan that would work best for you. Some of the other things that might be recommended are to put a fraud alert on your credit report. That means that when someone is looking something up, it'll kind of have a red flag on it to alert them, this person may have been the victim of identity theft, so just be careful here. And you can also freeze your credit. That used to cost money and it doesn't anymore. So you can freeze your credit and unfreeze it without paying anything. So that's available as well. And the other step that we always recommend at CAP when folks call is to contact your local police and make a report of identity theft. You can use the police report that you'll fill out. If you need it down the road, you might need to demonstrate to someone, this happened to me, and you can have that in your file. With all of this, with identity theft, be sure to keep really good records, keep a file, and who you talk to and when, and it'll help you as you move forward. So those are just some of the resources that we wanted to bring to your attention, and like I said, I can pass these out that if they're any use to you. So thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Charity. So this is where we need your help. How do Vermonters get their money? Here's the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. This is going to be the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com, where Vermonters will go to submit their claims, whether it's for the time spent, again, $25 per hour, up to 20 hours, for just time spent. equifaxbreachsettlement.com. Secondly, if you have those out-of-pocket losses, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If you have out-of-pocket losses, it's up to $20,000 reimbursable. So those are the big two restitution issues for Vermonters to be paid back. You got to submit a claim. In addition to that, the free 3 credit monitoring services that will be provided to all affected consumers. So please get this website out, and Vermonters should go to equifaxbreachsettlement.com. I don't want to confuse matters, but there's another website too. The FTC, just explain what that is, Ryan, please.
So the Federal Trade Commission has set up, the Federal Trade Commission was one of the parties in this settlement. They have set up a website. All you have to do is Google FTC Equifax Settlement, and it's going to be the first thing that comes up. That's probably the easiest way to get there. And on that website, there is a link that you can click on, and you will get email updates regarding the settlement. That's important because on that equifaxbreachsettlement.com, there is a judge in Atlanta that needs to approve this settlement, and once that approval comes through, some of the things on the breach settlement website will go live that might not be live right now. So if people go immediately to that website, they might not be able to take advantage of all the other things. We suspect that within a week, everything will be live on that website.
Thank you. Okay, so to get updates, the FTC website to submit your claim is going to be Equifax Settlement, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If our partners in the media could put that information out, we would appreciate that. So with that, let me just again thank my team. I want to thank our partnership with the University of Vermont. I want to thank the students at UVM who were on the phones talking to Vermonters. It is a great testament to the quality of students here at the University of Vermont and to the institution itself for having such mature, responsible young professionals that the Attorney General's office relies on to handle consumer issues. I just want to say this about CAP. 13,000 calls a year we get to the Consumer Assistance Program from Vermonters. I think we're the only place in state government where you actually get a real live person on the phone. That's why we get so many calls. We're not going to be able to answer every question, but we do our best to navigate the bureaucracy of state government to get information to Vermonters to solve their problems. That's how government should work. That's what we're doing here at the Attorney General's office, working with UVM and working with our CAP program. So with that, let me conclude and open it up for any questions. Joe.
You said what, 256,000 Vermonters had security breach?
251. The exact number is this, 251,419. 251,419 Vermonters were affected, 148 million total Americans.
So, I'm trying to do my math here.
Yeah.
It comes to like $7 a person.
Your math is better than mine, Joe.
Do you think that's enough?
Yeah.
This is a severe security breach.
Yeah. I think when you are part of a national settlement, which we are in this case, and we are in many other cases historically as well. It comes down to an equation in order to try to bring about fairness, and population and the number of affected consumers is always going to be part of that equation. So I think the exact math, and I may be wrong about this, but this is what I have. 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers is 0.18 of consumers. And our share of the penalties is about 1%, 1.05%. So that's the ballpark, and I think the math does work on that. When you're in these national settlements, it comes down to the affected consumers' population, and it's always going to be an equation.
What did Equifax do wrong? I mean, was it willful? Was it an accident?
I'm going to ask Ryan Krieger to explain that, and to talk also about I think the importance of our data notification security law.
Sure. So the key thing that Equifax did wrong was not having sufficient data security. And that is often the case when we see these data breaches. It is possible to have a data breach and still have done everything within your power. The bad guys are often just that good. That was not the case here. Equifax had some pretty bad data security. In particular, there was a vulnerability called the Struts vulnerability. It was a known vulnerability that Equifax should have patched. They did not patch it. The bad guys were able to get to a database by logging in through the internet. It was a database with a lot of data that probably should not have been easily accessible from the internet. And another really important part of this settlement is there is an entire data security regime that Equifax is going to have to implement in order to comply with this settlement. So they have to have much better data security going forward.
And is it still true 2 years later that no one has been provably not exposed, but there has been no actual damage yet? These stolen files have not been used yet, is that correct?
That is really hard to say. I don't know that the files have been, say, dumped onto the dark web for purchase. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not being used. Identity theft happens all the time. Were the bad guys using this tranche of data to do that? It's hard to sometimes tie an individual ID theft to an individual harm, although in this case, if someone was affected by the breach and they did suffer ID theft, they will be able to submit receipts to try to get reimbursed.
Who were the hackers?
I don't know that they were identified.
We don't know?
I don't believe so. I can look into that deeper and get back to you afterwards, but I'm not sure they were identified.
Do you have to do anything to sign up for the 10 years of free credit monitoring?
You are going to have to go to the Equifax breach settlement website. Yes.
You have to ask for it?
Yes.
Ryan, how do you spell your last name?
Kriger.
I do want to, I know that there was a mention of the FTC website. One benefit of going to that website, and it's very simple. It's ftc.gov/Equifax. So if you can put that out there as well, consumers can sign up today to get email alerts so that when the National Claims Administrator website goes live, or portions of that start to go live, they can get email notifications through the FTC that that's happening. So that is one action step that a consumer could take today, so that even if the settlement website isn't fully up and running until after the orders are approved and so on and so forth, the FTC will keep people updated. So if you want to know and not have to be checking back yourself every day on that website or looking for the news about when the settlement is approved, you can sign up for the FTC through the FTC website for email updates and alerts that will keep you apprised as the process unfolds. So.
The judge's decision is expected when will the money start flowing?
It's impossible to say for sure. We are hoping and suspecting that within a few days it will come down. Yes.
Well, I'm going to conclude the press conference before I file a consumer complaint because of the paint fumes in the room. But with that, if there's no other questions, thanks for coming.
I call the meeting to order for Tuesday, September 3rd. The meeting having been moved from last night, which was Labor Day. I hope you'll have a weekend. First order of business is, is there anything that you want to add to the agenda? Anyone? Hearing nothing, we'll go forward. Minutes of the meeting of August 19th, which I think you've had a chance to look at. Any comments?
No, I'll make a motion to accept the minutes of August 19th.
Thank you. If no further discussion, all in favor of approving the minutes for August 19th, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
I was trying to think, where was I at that August 19th meeting? What's my name on
Your name's
it?
not
Don't
there.
matter, don't matter.
You know what?
That does.
Mr. Fitzpatrick
You were
and
there.
Miss Huber abstained.
Is that the one you came in late?
Absent.
No.
Okay, so we need to
We'll put you on.
amend
Get you on.
the minutes, right?
Yes.
We voted on it, didn't we?
Yeah.
We
well,
voted it, but we can go back and amend it, can't we?
Because I was at that one.
Just a
We were
motion.
there.
Yeah, motion to add.
Okay, a motion to add
Should do it.
Mike Fitzpatrick as a member present.
Further discussion? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Good catch, Mike. Okay, road foreman and road commissioners report was passed out this evening. Anything you wanna point out as a highlight?
I've only got one person so far that's interested in the stone wall repair on Cemetery Hill. One guy I talked with said he was booking 2 years out, so I kind of eliminated him. The speed study that you have, at some point that the traffic safety audit people now have a copy of it, and I think they will shoot us back a little recommendation thing after they review it. And then we should plan on having a meeting with the village people to talk about it all. It probably shouldn't be a regular meeting because it could be a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Special meeting. Yeah.
Yep. So New Fane Hill Road will be closed Thursday morning for a few hours for tree removal. And as of right now, Thursday or Friday will be the milling in the village. And I'll touch base with Angela and figure out how we're gonna try to let some people know. Chris Campney was gonna do it, but I don't believe his message said he's out until Thursday night, so.
You could reach out to Bob Litchfield or Ken Shafter.
Okay.
As
Bob-
the other trustees.
Bob's gone, I think, too.
Okay.
So once they mill that, Jay, then we gotta put that granite curbing around? Take that all up and shave
Yeah,
it?
he said he could give us some advice on how to do it. I guess they've done some curbing work, so he's supposed to be down here. Maybe it's either tomorrow or Thursday morning. So the paving guy said he could give us some ideas. So.
Can I just, what are we talking about in the village? What area that's being done?
West Street, Court Street, Cross Street, and Church Street.
And then the curbing is what?
At the end of Cross.
Oh, that funny.
That weird thing. We're gonna try to make it so that we can actually plow that. And make it so the fire trucks can turn left and go down West Street too.
So you said West Court, Cross, and Church?
Yeah.
So when they plan on paving it,
Tuesday maybe, depending on weather.
And you're gonna mill that Friday?
Thursday or Friday. There's a chance it'll happen Thursday because of where the machine is or something.
Well,
So,
we had the village meeting before where you came and talked about it, so they're aware it's gonna happen.
I just was trying to give them heads up, so
Right.
people parking on the street and stuff.
I'm not sure how we're gonna be able to do that.
Flyers.
You know what day they coming to pay? Monday or Tuesday, you said?
Tuesday,
Cause I was gonna say, you made a good day, so put that curving
Right.
back in place. And all that, and then compact it into the blacktop, so you have to dig the dirt out, but they put the grass.
Yeah.
That's up this week, right?
Yeah, the paving would be next week, yeah.
So like the library should be notified, Four Columns.
Fort Collins knows, I talked to them. They actually called today because they weren't sure what was going on, so I did talk to him for quite a while.
So even like a flyer or something that's on each of the houses?
It's a little late to do that.
Chris was gonna post it on some of the telephone poles, I guess is what he's done in the past.
Chris, you?
No.
Chris Camping.
Oh, Chris.
The
All
chair
they're
of the
doing,
trustees.
they're taking off a couple inches of pavement.
Yeah. Should be
I'll
able to
stop
do
by
that.
their house on my way home and check in.
Is that milling gonna go anywhere, or are they just taking it away? 'Cause I,
Towns.
huh?
That's the towns.
Yeah, it belongs to us, we're gonna take it down to the pit and then we'll use it, mix it in some gravel or something and use it again.
Okay. It belongs to the town.
When we finished that cement extension, Renault Brothers did on Southwards Road, came out really good. And matter of fact, the day we backfilled it, I noticed people were moving over about 2 feet from where the road used to stand. So they seem to be using that extra space now, so,
Yes, yeah, it looked good.
yeah, it came out good.
What section is that?
Where they did it?
Yeah, it's up.
We went over it last, two
Yeah, it's
meetings
a-
ago.
It's up, down 8th of a mile beyond our town.
2 meetings ago was a long time ago for me. I'm just asking a question.
It's up about 8th of a mile, quarter mile beyond our town, Eddie Road.
Oh, it's on Eddie Road?
No, it's on
Oh,
South
past,
Road.
yeah, okay, yeah.
It's like the second corner up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Above that, yeah.
Thank you.
On your third one on the stone basin,
Yep.
how many people have you talked to? Just two or?
Talked to two so far, one is interested, one wasn't really. And I've got a couple other names, I just don't know if they're gonna be more artistic than just a structure. I mean, you just need somebody to lay up a wall that's gonna hold. I don't know, I'll try to find somebody that can
Did you check into the place down in Brattleboro?
I know a couple of those guys, and they do tend to do some pretty nice work, which I don't know that we can afford. You know, we're looking for more of a basic stonemason.
John Stebbins.
Is he still able to do?
Still doing it.
Okay, I can try him.
Did you talk to Henriette about the name that she had? No? Okay.
All right, well, we'll go on. Thank you very much. Anything else on the road foreman's report?
I make a motion to approve the road foreman and road commissioner's report.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. No further discussion, all in favor of approval of the foreman's road commissioner's report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, thank you. Administrative assistant does not have a report for us this evening. She'll have a follow-up with our next meeting. As far as I know, we don't have any scheduled members of the public. Unscheduled members of the public. You're not a member of the public, you're planning commission.
Below. I'd much rather be up here with unscheduled.
Okay. We'll put you anywhere you want.
Hi, Leslie, Hawaii's good.
I bet.
Okay, if you want me to go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Lynn Forrest, New Things Planning Commission. The Planning Commission secured for the town a municipal planning grant for 2018 that went through May 31st this current year. In order to finish our reports, we have to have an authorizing officer and a grant administrator, and the authorizing officers that we had when we applied for the grant are not here anymore. And the grant administrator was Shannon. Shannon has moved on to greener pastures, we hope. So we need two new authorizing officers. I spoke with Pete. He said, well, usually the chair is number one, and then there's an alternate, and it's a form that is exactly the same as the form that was filled out and signed by the select board previously, except the names have been changed to protect the guilty, and it's got the grant number on it. So I would give this to the select board for their signature. And then I'd give it to the Planning Commission Chair, who's Ken Esty, and then it can go to the state of Vermont.
Very well. If we could take a glance at it, pass it around quick. Okay, I've seen enough.
It resolved, it resolved.
So you need two of the authorizing officials? Or do you just need an authorizing official from the board and a grant administrator?
There has to be an authorizing official and an alternate authorizing official and the grant administrator. I volunteered to be grant administrator because I wrote the grant, submitted the grant, did the work on the grant, and I'm almost done with the finished report.
Okay, thank you. So now we just need two people, officials.
And I spoke, since Angela was involved with the grant and the work on the grant during that time period, the commission had asked her if she would serve as the alternate, and she said yes.
Joanne?
Did I say Joanne? I mean Angela.
Oh, okay.
Joanne was there feeding the planning commission, but no, she did not serve in that capacity.
If that's okay with the board.
So do I nominate Angela then, vote on it, how do we do it?
It would be a nomination and
Nomination, nominate Angela.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the nomination, election of Angela Sandborg to represent the select board, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Okay.
Abstentions?
Since it's a nomination.
Okay,
So just to clarify, it's Pete and Angela, right?
yeah, want to make a correction to my name, that's
Hendrick.
my real name, by which I seldom answer, to which. Okay. Then Ken Esty takes over from you, right?
Right, as planning commission chair.
Yep. Okay, any other further questions, comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Well, okay. Pass it around for signatures. I believe we've taken care of unscheduled and scheduled members of the public just by virtue of general information. I'll get to a couple of others who were involved in some things when we get to new business. and/or correspondence. Okay, last meeting we had on our agenda the conflict of interest policy, and it was thought that we would perhaps take a little time to take a look at it ourselves and come back with comments, queries. Thank you. Oh, I've got a couple there, I'm sorry.
Well, the select board members have to sign.
Does
And I
anybody?
can make a copy for Lynetta and send it to her.
Thank you. Great. If if you had a chance to look at the conflict of interest policy that was, I guess, adopted some time ago, is there anything that anyone wishes to, well, not that long ago, but is there anything that anyone wishes to have considered for change,
Well,
improvement, whatever, excuse me?
Yes, I did receive an email from someone in the community, and I wanted to share what they had written. Hi Shelley, I'm contacting you today as a Newfane resident and would like to share some thoughts about the conflict of interest discussion underway among the select board. But first, let me thank you for your ongoing services to the town of Newfane and the dedication and seriousness you bring to it. Next, if it's okay with you, I would like what follows to be on background, meaning I encourage you to share them with the board or anyone else, but without attributing them to me by name. My suggestion is quite simple. I believe the town should have a written rule according to which no town officer, select board member, or salaried person can engage in any sort of business with the town. If an individual wishes to bid and perform a paid service for the town of Newfane, they cannot be an elected member of the town government, select board, administrative assistant, treasurer, town clerk, road foreman, etc. If someone wants to perform a paid service for the town, like paint the town offices, pave a dirt road, set up a network in the town office, whatever, and ultimately present the town with a bill for their services, either directly or through a company they work for, this individual cannot also be holding any town governance position, nor can they already be an employee, full-time or part-time, of the town of Newfane. We live in a small area, and it's perfectly legit for a Newfane company to bid and to be hired by the town to perform a job. It should just be established once and for all that the person or company hired cannot be a town employee nor hold an elected position. If they do, they would have to step down from their position before their bid would be considered by the town. I do not question anyone's integrity and don't believe we have any kind of cronyism going on right now, but the optics have not always been very good. So a clear set of guidelines would help everyone. I hope this makes sense. Please let me know if you need any clarifications, and I would appreciate it if you would not mention me by name should you pass this suggestion to the rest of the board, respectfully, anonymously.
It's kind of like a double-edged sword, what she said. One thing, you can't sit on a board and do any bidding. Next thing, you sit on a board and get up and excuse yourself as they open the bid, it's not like you can do it, which is the way we've always done it.
I had a member of the public say that if a member of the board had a company, they could have somebody else step in as a liaison between the company and the board, but that still is kind of a conflict. But I've had a couple of members of the public who wish to remain anonymous state the same facts.
Yeah, but what are they saying? Can you bid out? Because I mean, I'll tell you one thing right off the bat. When I was asked to be a selectman, I told them if it ever interfered with me bidding, I'd get the hell off the board so quick it'd make your head spin. You know, because it doesn't bother me. It interferes with me when I bid for the $200 or $500, whatever, even if it's $10,000, it wouldn't be worth it. You know, and they said, that's what everybody said then, there's no conflict, no nothing. So I mean, if you do it that way, there ain't too many people in town could even serve on the board that Might as well go out of state, out of town and get the goddamn people to sit as selectmen. Because everybody here could have a conflict, you know, with anything you do. And I said that, and it's just like this woman here, right? It's like that person's almost saying you can't bid. Actually, she says, well, if you do bid, you gotta sit off, excuse yourself. And that's what we've always done here anyways.
Well, that's not exactly what that person is saying in this here.
Well, no, she did. It's 1 minute at a
Is it
time.
a
You
she
should.
or a he? Do we know?
It's a person.
I know, but you keep saying she.
You
So
know,
I want to
we know
clarify.
it's a person.
I want to
The
clarify.
person can't say who they are.
Right.
I don't like that at
No,
all.
I don't either.
But because it's a small town, some people feel like they want to
Yeah,
remain
you know,
anonymous, and that's their
Well,
right.
it's the same thing, you know, people call the state on you all the damn time. They don't wanna give you a name. Well, if you ain't got balls enough to put your name up against it, don't say it, you know? I mean, as I say, I don't like that. And like I said, before I even took this position, if they're looking at us, I mean, let me know tonight, cause that was the case, I'd get the hell out here tonight, I'd resign right now.
I only brought this because it was sent to me and I felt responsible to bring it to the public.
No, I know, I said it, but I'm just saying, you know, no, I ain't got nothing to hide.
And that's what we're here for too, is if members of the public come to speak to us and they want to remain anonymous, that is what we should do. We should do what you did and not name names, because if they wanted to come and talk to the board, they would have been here.
Right.
But because it's a small town, they feel.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. And, you know, if we look back at our conflict of interest policy, in Article 4, definition, and A, conflict of interest means any of the following. I mean, it's laid out, direct or indirect personal or financial interest of a public officer, his or her spouse, a household member, a child, a stepchild, a parent, a grandparent, a grandchild, sibling, aunt or uncle, brother or sister-in-law, business associate or employer or employee in the outcome of a cause, proceeding, application, or any other matter pending before the officer or before the public body in which he or she holds office or is employed. So that's one definition of a conflict of interest. And, you know, in our conflict of interest, that means what's the resulting action? I mean, I don't know exactly where that is resulting, but it is a conflict of interest in those situations. And, it says here, prohibited conduct under Article 5. A public officer shall not participate in any official action if he or she has a conflict of interest in the matter under consideration. So that means that that person should step aside from any voting, right? And a public officer shall not personally or through any member of his or her household, business associate, employer, or employee represent, appear for, or negotiate in a private capacity on behalf of any person or organization in a cause, proceeding, application, or other matter pending before the public body in which the public officer holds office. So it doesn't preclude someone from being in public service as a public officer, a board member.
No, but they can't participate in any action.
Right. So, you know, just to clarify, I mean, anyone can say anything about conflict of interest, but these are our policies. And I think our policy should be, I don't know if it's on the website as a statement, so public can review them. There's also Article 7, it says consideration of reclusal. Once there's been a disclosure of an actual or perceived conflict of interest, other public officers may be afforded an opportunity to ask questions or make comments about the situation. If a previously unknown conflict is discovered during a meeting or a hearing conducted by a public body of the municipality, the public body may take evidence pertaining to the conflict and, if appropriate, adjourn to an executive session to address the conflict. I mean, it's pretty extensive as to what to do if there is a conflict of interest. I think it's important that the public understands that this is our policy and that the board members also understand what the policy is.
I wasn't here when this was approved in April, 5 months ago. I'm curious as to what brought this to a vote at that time.
I think
was it a similar discussion?
No, I think we were just updating what was already in existence, and for the new board members to be to recognize what the conflict of interest is.
Yes.
Then why are we doing anything about it now? We already voted on it then.
It was brought up at the special meeting we had recently about conflict of interest, and we decided we needed to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, I've gone over this thing, and it looks to me like a pretty clear-cut piece of work that a couple of one or more attorneys put together. It's probably in use in a number of towns.
I was hopeful that maybe Juanetta would have done some research just to show what other town conflict of interest policies look like.
I think you'll find that was taken out of the book of the BLTC.
Yeah, more than likely.
I would suggest it's
right?
Good possibility.
Yeah.
At the same time,
I think you'll find that's been in the order for a long time too.
Right.
We just adopted it again, all that.
Right. I mean, for each board new that, I mean, you should be aware of it, and we should have your signature on it as a, board member.
well, it's in effect having been adopted by the board on April 1st, so that's not.
I don't think, personally, I don't think we need to do a thing with it right now. Because it was just adopted.
Well,
We're not saying that, we're just saying we're reviewing it. So it's in the public's understanding of what the conflict of interest is. My suggestion is to put it on the website so that if someone needed to see it and understand it, they could just click on it and get it, or come in here, get a copy of it.
Yeah, because it's part of a public meeting, it's always available.
Right.
Anybody can come
They
and
go
get
right in
whatever
there
they
and
want
look
to
at
see.
it.
I think
Yeah,
we came to this because there were some that wanted to review it and see if there was anything that should be updated on it. The second question that we have now is, well, should it go on the web, on the site? I don't think there's any question of that. My question at this particular point, is there an amendment, a change, an addition, anything that anyone wants to make to the Newfane conflict of interest policy at this time? Or any other action that anyone would like to suggest?
Well, one action, as you said, put it on the website.
I don't think it'd be as simple as just adding something to the thing right now. I don't think you can do that, can we? I mean, that goes out to like a public meeting and everything else to change that kind of stuff, right? And then when we went through we went down through all them whole list of things when we were doing it.
I think that
I don't know if you can just change it anytime we want, you know?
Yeah.
the key words in this, to my mind, conflict of interest means any of the following: a direct or indirect personal or financial interest of a public officer. I think that's pretty straight and pretty narrow, and my observations since I came back on is that in instances where there have been some, don't know if question is the word I want to use, that the situation has been handled correctly by the individuals that have been involved, let's put it that way. So unless I hear something
It's,
different.
well,
I'm
you
sorry.
you can't just say that because it's giving you the prohibited conduct. And that is, they shall not participate in any official action. So
If
can't.
they have a personal or
Right.
financial interest.
Right.
Correct.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, that's been the policy. And like you said, it's reiterated. It's probably by BLTC, which is what's the full name?
Vermont League of Cities and Towns,
Yeah, and they use,
them up there.
yeah. And they're legally, I mean, they've done all the legal review of the policies that they put in, as suggested. And they refer to statutes in the state Vermont law. So in this one, it's 24 VSA 229120 that they reference.
Whoever wrote this referenced it, we don't know if it was VLCT or not.
Well,
we're guessing.
Guessing, pretty sure.
I just want to give us a little wiggle room there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I guess my interpretation at this point is we take no action on conflict of interest policy.
I think the document is fine the way it stands.
I would have to hear something to the contrary to move forward without.
I think it's all right the way it is. Leave well enough alone.
It is alone. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
But can we make a motion, or do we have to make a motion, or just a note that you're going to ask the admin to put it on the website? Can we agree to that?
I agreed to ask her to do that. Yeah, I got a note to do that. If you want a motion.
Well, everyone,
fine.
do you feel the same way?
I feel like if we're leaving it the same and the only thing we're doing is adding it to the website, then it should be fine. We're not
Right.
changing anything. It's just another piece of paper to go on the website.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We don't need to make a motion to that.
Okay, but I just wanted you to, I just didn't want any stopgates or concerns.
Okay, thank you. Our next item of business is open the bids on Hunter Brook Road project. And we have one, if you'd be so kind. Thank you.
I don't want to get any paper cuts anyways.
Need my knife. A bid proposal from Fitzpatrick Excavating of Wardsboro, lump sum contract of $11,000. This is the sole bid proposal that we've received on this particular job. What is the board's feeling?
I have a question before we say anything about that to Fitzpatrick Excavation about the Dover Road project. At the last meeting, you had said you had talked to Mark Pickering. What is the status on that? What's that?
I talked to him about it this last meeting, I guess, so.
And when is that gonna be completed?
Probably within the next week.
Oh.
That's probably what you should do. I'd recommend giving that to Mark, let him look it over. That's what you wanna do with all the bids, so.
Can we, could we, because of the timing, could we award, tentatively award them subject to Mark Pickering reviewing them? Because you're either gonna have to have a meeting in another day or two, or we can't wait till the next meeting.
Yeah.
So try to,
October 1st.
yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be done.
So,
I make a motion that we have Mark Pickering, right? Who is
this district engineer.
district State of Vermont District V-Trans engineer review it, and with his approval, that it's granted to Fitzpatrick Excavating.
I'd like to make an amendment to that. Whoever gets the next bid is done the same way. It's coming, that we're gonna open in a few minutes, so that he looks at both of them, then they can be done immediately there afterwards.
Okay.
Well,
I second that.
I think we should do it separately though, only because then we have it in
I would-
the notes best.
I would agree. I'd like to have it,
Separate.
yeah, separate. Let's do them both.
I mean, it means the
But
same
I
thing. I don't care who the person is.
Yeah.
It means that is it soon looked at, it can just,
Yeah, but let's
Yeah.
do it separately, each bid.
whatever.
So we'll make this as a, I second his motion, no, I made the motion.
Yeah, is there a second? The motion is that we forward this to
Mark Pickering.
sorry, Mark Pickering for his review and comment. He doesn't get a chance to approve. And then if he has no problems with it, we go ahead with Fitzpatrick Excavating. That's the motion before us. Is there discussion?
On your bid, it seems, from my recollection, this is a different price from the first one that you had done, is this correct? And that's because,
I was about 2.5, 3 months later, gonna bid at the first one.
okay. And the project has changed
Yeah.
because
Well, it's just a schedule.
the schedule?
Labor.
Further, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Did we get a second?
Yes,
Who seconded?
a second. Yeah, Chris.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. Aye.
I'm still looking for ayes.
Aye.
Thank you. Any nays? Any abstentions? I can be recorded as voting in favor. If you would do the honors.
Two of them?
2 bids on the Hunter Brook project. I mean, I'm sorry, Lynch Bridge project. I'm stuck on Hunter Brook till that gets done.
Now, where's Lynch Bridge?
Just next to me, this side of my
I
house.
don't know where you live.
It's that really nice bridge that
Way the
doesn't.
hell.
Bridge that goes to nowhere.
Yeah.
The first bridge towards Dover on Dover Road,
Yeah, yeah.
because you have
Nice bridge.
Lynch Bridge and then you have Hunter Brook Road Bridge.
You go
It
across
is
the bridge.
clear.
Oh, that little one that goes
The
across
little one that goes
the
nowhere.
curb? Okay. Is that a problem? That I don't know where that bridge is?
No, not at
Okay.
all.
No,
Okay.
very few of us do.
Yes. So this is a bid for the Lynch Bridge project, and the bid amount for the stream stabilization work is $22,000, gravel bar removal and trucking to South Newfane Yard was $20,000. Total bid is $42,000. The bidder is Fitzpatrick Excavating, and that's one bid.
How much was his bid?
Together was $42,000. And the second bid, same breakdown for stream stabilization work is $33,000. Gravel bar removal and trucking to South Newfane Yard, $15,000. Total bid is $48,000. And this is from Amadin Construction LLC, and that's in Jamaica, Vermont.
And we can look at those?
Yeah,
Awesome.
certainly. And they've been marked as the time and date they were received. Probably keep those envelopes for a while. Okay, there's no question.
What's the board's pleasure?
Well, I make a motion to accept Fitzpatrick Excavating since it's the lowest bid and meeting specifications.
I think what I feel is a board member is that he has 2 jobs open, perhaps, the Hunter Brook Road, and then he still has the company has the Dover Road project, and these have to be done by October 1st.
Oh.
Because we have to be out of the river, right? Seems like it's cutting it close. And it doesn't say in our purchasing policy that we have to go with the lowest bid, it just.
And I know Mark wanted to look at these too.
Right.
So I think I'd just send it down to him, look it over. It's just like he said, it's not up to you guys
No, we
to decide
can't.
if you get the work done in time.
Okay,
Just out of curiosity, if you got into these, how long do you think it would take you to do them, all 3? 2. I mean, the 2.
Well, finish up on one.
Two there.
Finish up on one.
Probably a week and a half. Week and a half. I mean, I'll tell you the truth, I'm not the fondest of doing like how we're doing this to the town. I was taking the gravel budget to pay for this. It makes pretty expensive gravel. I mean, if it had been me, I'd have tried to get a grant, you know, for the town, but I guess Jay's looked into it a little bit. And like I said, you got that one bridge where we're gonna riprap on the side of it. I mean, the state didn't spend $500,000 to watch that bridge get washed out. You'd thought they'd come up with some money to pay for the riprapping of it. And as far as cleaning the brooks, there's different outfits that have grants and money to do that. I mean, just like Trout's Unlimited and different things like that. But I mean, yeah, I weren't the fondest of doing it this way for us to use our gravel budget because it cuts down on what gravel the town's gonna have to use on their roads. Because this is going out bank run, still gotta process it to make it work.
So my comment on that was that that was part of the bid, is that we would use our gravel resource or
That's why you
source.
can do it. The state will allow you to go and take it. The gravel has to go to the towns.
The gravel has to go to the town?
We have to use it on our roads.
Oh,
That's the only way they'll let you remove gravel from the stream, is if the town is gonna use it.
oh, and that's where it came from?
That, it would be coming out of the stream.
It's coming out of the brook.
Oh, okay.
Because they got gravel bars and stuff in it. It makes the water, push the water different places it shouldn't be going, so.
Oh, okay. That's what the gravel bars are? That's like a, like.
Big pile of gravel, like the water you'll see pushes it up. I mean, you go down here by, if you look down here at the bridge where the depot comes out, where the water, the 2 rivers meet.
Yeah.
That's almost full of gravel clear across that big river now.
Yeah.
And that's all the gravel coming down out South Newfane. It's made a great big gravel bar.
Right.
You can walk out through there now and hardly get your ankles wet till you get to the other side.
Right.
Another year that'd be
It's part
full.
of the erosion and the sediment that builds up.
Yeah.
It doesn't always build up where they want it to build up.
It's a sandbar made of gravel.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can I look at it again, please, Jay? So, or remove it. Removing it. And trucking it to South Newfane, yeah, that's what it is. Now I understand. Well,
That was your motion.
We get back half.
Yes, Shelley made a motion.
to accept Fitzpatrick's, I think Angela made a comment and got answers to her questions.
And this is subject to Mark Pickering's. Okay,
So then Chris is going to note that we can approve this, have this approved, or have Mark Pickering review this, and if he approves it, then it's a go.
To vote whoever we pick, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions?
I oppose.
You oppose? Thank you. And Mike is abstaining. Okay,
We have a vote of 3, right?
yeah,
Okay, so it's approved.
it is. Let me ask a quick practical question. How does Mark get a hold of these to look at?
I'll scan them and email them to him early in the morning.
Thank you.
So he'll have them first thing.
I put them in for careful keeping, and thank you very much.
Is that all?
That's the whole smack, thank you. Okay, see if I can find my agenda, get back into business here. Correspondence, we have.
Now, wait a minute, we haven't voted on that yet. Where's Chris?
We did.
They did. To Fitzpatrick.
I know we did the first one, I didn't catch the second one.
Shelley made a motion to.
All right. I'll do this.
Shelley made the motion.
Your
Who
vote.
seconded it?
Thank you.
We asked Carol. Who seconded on that?
I didn't hear.
Oh, you didn't hear it? Okay. So let's
I
go
heard
back.
you make the motion twice, but I didn't hear
Okay.
who seconded it.
Run that tape. We'll just make, so we'll have a second.
I,
You want to hold a second on it?
I don't usually, but I could be put down for that, hung for the same thing.
I'll second
Thank you.
I thought you did say that.
Okay, so if you wish to revote to make sure that everybody understands where we are, I would allow that. It is to award the project for Lynch Bridge to Fitzpatrick, provided Mark Pickering approves the bid. All in favor? Go ahead, revote. No? Okay,
No, we have to second it. I have the motion on the table that he.
Chris seconded it.
Yep.
Chris seconded it.
He's asking for a revote.
Okay, then I will call a revote. It's highly unusual, but let's make sure everybody's happy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Chris is an aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Nay, I am opposed.
Okay. We have under, if I can reach it, correspondence. Have a piece of business with the state of Vermont. We must provide a quitclaim deed for property that the town owns in the vicinity of, I'm not sure the size of the lot or any of that, but it is adjacent to and very important in the Arch Bridge project. So what we would be doing in this case is selling the property involved by virtue of a quitclaim deed to the state of Vermont so they can go ahead and do the work on that bridge when the time comes.
How much is that? I mean, is where the old garage is?
What they need is lube. little teeny corner of that land right there.
It's,
Yes, to answer your question, Mike.
I'm sorry, what, this is for what?
For the arch.
for the Arch Bridge
Oh,
project in Williamsville.
Yeah,
So they need a little piece of land over by the old town garage
to do what on it?
to put the bridge on, to make it wider.
Bridge is gonna be replaced.
Yeah, I know that,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
I
what,
just didn't think it came all the way up that far,
What?
to the garage.
well, the town owns
The
the
town owns, see,
middle
the
of the
town owns
stream.
to the bridge.
Oh, gotcha.
To the
That's
bridge
clear.
And to the middle of the.
I didn't
old
know
white,
that.
That old white building sitting right there used to be the town garage.
Yes, I understand that part,
Right.
yeah.
It's 1,357 square feet. Could we do without 1,357 square feet of surface land in town of Newfane?
Are we selling it for $1?
I don't know, we're gonna get out
It's $1,000, I think they offered it.
We'll take it.
I think it will come out pretty well if they do the bridge and it comes out well. May I have, is a motion on this? The motion would
I'll make
be,
a motion to do it.
okay,
Second
yeah, we-
I'll third it.
I'm sorry, I should have picked up on this, we'd get $1,000. Okay, the motion is to sign the quitclaim deed. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
Okay,
Um,
so,
it. Now, does the state own this bridge when it's all done?
No. Sorry.
I just wonder why they want to quit claim the land to them if they don't own the bridge too,
Yeah.
when it's all done, you know? Because the town owns it now, right?
Yeah.
The town owns the land. I wouldn't think you'd have to quit claim the land to the state to have them,
do they maintain it or have any?
no, after it's all done, it's, as I say, it's the town maintenance or they own it and maintain it, you know?
What does it say on that?
Well,
They're just looking for that little hump of land right now.
it is subject to and takes advantage of the bridge program that the state has, so we get money toward maintenance on it.
Yeah.
Like any
Putting
other
that bridge on there,
What's that?
redoing the bridge.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
in-
the question is why do they need that land in their name?
They do anybody that has any adjoining, that they need a piece of it, same way.
Yeah,
So be it.
it doesn't say anything in that letter, reasoning.
It's,
public
is I right
information.
titled interest, certain easement.
So does the new bridge when it's widened goes towards Grimes Hill more?
Well, no, the other way,
So that the,
both ways. They're gonna
Do you
change
want me to
the
read that one
driveway
section
some.
there? It says what the parcel is.
Does the town own the roadbed on either side up to the abutments where the bridge
Yes.
begins? The town does.
temporary easement during the period of construction, to put land to the grantor for construction purposes, including the right to cut and dispose of trees, stubs, brush, bush, and debris, install project demarcation, fence, erosion control barriers, together with the right to keep the erosion control barriers clear of debris and functioning properly throughout the project. Project construction as necessary and as noted on the transportation project plans. Undertake general construction functions in an area of 476 square feet, more or less, left and between approximate stations 51 and 32 and 52 plus 15 of the established center line of the transportation project. In other words, the town gets rid of responsibility for one, construction of the bridge, two, maintenance of, everything that goes together with construction of the bridge, and maintenance of that particular section of it. Total maintenance of that particular section, which is awfully small, but at the same time.
Well, what I heard
in
out
the
of
future.
it, which I would like to read it, I guess, is a temporary easement, perhaps during the construction period.
Well, that's so that they can clear the brush out of the way and put a fence up and keep
Nosy people out of there.
squirrels out.
Yeah.
It's pretty kind of interesting to watch them build that. How they hook up to that rock somehow, huh?
Take the other one down,
Take
now
the other
and
one
they go
down.
in the river.
I know, it's all full of gravel, right? Just an arch filled in with gravel.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how
Get
they
a hammer
do
on
that.
that, it all drop right in the brook.
Park a couple trucks down there, let her go.
They say that thing's rugged enough, when it's supposed to be.
Well, it looks like a permanent sale,
Yeah,
but then it talks about easements on top of it.
Yeah, well, that's for construction purposes.
Rights and easements on the land is shown on right-of-way detail sheet. Conveyed to the town of Newfane by warranty.
When's the date they're supposed to start that? They get any closer or not?
21.
Huh?
April 2021.
21?
They're gonna do it in one season.
Oh, yeah, it's 19.
Okay, so it's actually the purchase of that land plus easements.
No, the easement, once they have the land, well, the easements are on other property of the town owns, so they can put fences up on our land.
Okay, you're saying so easements that are going into other parts of the town property during that
That's the
period
way
of
I
time?
read it.
Well, I mean, it's important that we know what we're signing here, at least for me it is. So they're purchasing land and then they're asking for easements on other parts of the property that are bound.
No, that's this land they're doing right there. The way I understand it.
No, see, no, it's other easements that are, they're gonna take advantage of, other properties. See, I think.
All the property owners have to do this.
If there is a property
Oh, yeah,
owner.
'cause Dave Barry had one section, right?
Right, yeah, he's already done
He's
it.
already
Dave
done
Barry,
this.
probably.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's fine, but it's kind of important that we understand what we're signing.
Well, if you would like to put it off until the next meeting, but I would not suggest that. I mean, this is, again, is boilerplate.
I do believe we already made the motion, seconded it, and voted on it already.
Okay, if you guys just wanna sign off on it, that's fine. I haven't read it, but that's fine. I think we should have been afforded a copy of it in advance.
Well, we can come
And
in and get them in advance.
I would suggest doing that in the future.
Two copies. We'll move on to other correspondence. On September 11th, from 6 to 7 in the evening at Memorial Hall in Wilmington, there will be a meeting with people from the state, invited by the Windham County legislative delegation to talk about broadband in our area. And this is essentially an invitation to anyone that would like to attend that meeting. Again, September 11th, 6 to 7, Memorial Hall in Wilmington. I'll pass this around so you can take a look at it. I would say we do not need any action on this. Anybody that's interested in going can just go. You're not representing
aware of
the
it.
town or anything.
He's not interested. I'm aware of it.
My grandson said it for the Navy that day, sir. No,
I already
take
know
it
about
off.
it as well.
Thank you.
Look at it or? Okay. to admit this. This is new to me as well, so this has to do with broadband as well.
Be the last one.
I think I'm going to sit on this particular piece of correspondence. It's half a dozen pages or so, and I'll bring it up at the next meeting. I don't think it's...
I think it's part of this.
Yeah, it is. It's but at the same time, if anybody wants to see what it says, what's involved, I probably will go to that meeting, although I haven't the least idea what they'll be talking about, but I won't. We had a letter, or an email actually, from Karen Corris that we brought up in an earlier meeting. She twisted her ankle coming out of a theater production in the Williamsville Hall, and we were going to have Williamsville Hall committee people come in and talk to us about it. That has been postponed until September 16th, September 16th, our regular meeting on that evening. At the request of the...
Now, is she looking to...
Sorry?
Is she trying to get it put through on the insurance or something like that? Or?
No, I don't think so. Let me read, I'll read the letter again. This is... it was to the town from Karen Corris. Because you're involved in the Williamsville Hall events, I'm letting you know last Saturday night, which would have been early August, after attending Nickel and Dimed, I fell and twisted my ankle crossing the street to my car. Because it was pitch black outside, I stepped off the blacktop onto the grass, inverted my left foot, and collapsed onto the ground. My husband was there to help me up. I've seen a Grace Cottage. I'm hobbling around, but likely will need physical therapy. I ask that the people responsible be more careful about illumination at night for people leaving the building. I guess my only suggestion relative to that before the 16th would be, if and as you pass by the Williamsville Hall, take a look at it and see if you can come up with any ideas as to how we might put illumination on the street.
Well, I've thought about this, and I've said it one other time when they talk about the whole thing right there with traffic. I come through there one night when they're all coming up through there, and they're all, next thing you know, you see a flashlight, somebody waving a light at you. Really what they need down there is a couple street lights.
Yeah.
I mean, you can put one down by the Williamsville Hall, there's a pole right on our land that, you know, the town could have one up there, and it needs about 3 lights up to there to light that up, because when you come out through there, when there's people in that thing, I mean, you know, you want to see them keep doing things there, but it is dark down through that street.
Yeah. The trees on either side and so forth.
But I mean, well, I think we ought to look into maybe putting up some street lights right there. Because it would have to be the town, right?
I think, I looked at it, I think there are a couple places where some floodlights could be put on the building that would be helpful, but I'm not so sure. I'm not sure how helpful they would be on the other side of the street. It's obvious that she was stepping up onto the grass on the other side of the street from the pavement, from her description. And so I think that your suggestion is probably the answer.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I would recommend that during those performances that they have docents, which would be members of the players or whomever is having an event there, to be like the cross guards, make sure there's flashlights and
flaggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at more of like a permanent thing, because I mean, they're talking about the traffic that's going through there all the time. And I was talking about, you know, he's walking up through there and the car comes flying by. Well, you don't see anybody walking through there, because it's dark. So I
The
think
level of activity in that particular area of, in Williamsville, let's put it that way, has picked up considerably.
For the restaurants and everything else.
But we'll be meeting with the Williamsville Hall people on the 16th, so we can bring up all these things.
But I
And
mean,
in the
I just
meantime-
think as far as the town, maybe like Jay or somebody, a couple of us went over there and looked. I mean, like I said, I know there's the one pole right there at the town hall that we could put a light on.
Then you're gonna look at the other people that live there, they probably don't want that damn light flashed in there,
They'll have-
shining their house all night.
We'll have to.
I mean, they make different style lights, you know, they have different, you know, wattage or degrees or whatever else, so.
We'll have to take that into consideration when we get that far down the road.
I remember here a while back at one of our meetings, somebody said something there, coming out there one night at a meeting, somebody almost run them over, you know, because they're coming down the street. And, yeah, I came through there one night and they were all walking up to there, and next thing you know, I see a light. And you just half dozen people walking up the street.
Yeah, I've attended there.
In the middle of the road, most of
My-
them.
Yeah.
My recommendation would be to at least get them, you know, let them know that they should be assisting their attendees.
I would
At
like
least the
to,
one at the town hall, there's not a house right directly across from it. Then another one pole I was looking at would be the one right there by the firehouse. And that would take care of a lot of the people that are in and out of that store. There's a pole right down there too, it'd be in between that and Rob's house.
Isn't there a light on the firehouse, big light? Used to be one there.
There is a light out there.
It doesn't work now.
It's not on,
I was gonna say there always was a
like a street light.
light there.
My second recommendation is to look into grants. And my third recommendation would be to understand, you know, the dynamics of, you know, that village and look at those plans that people had proposed originally for redesigning that
Well, originally, they had
roadway.
trees and everything else up on the
And
road.
cutbacks and crosswalks and,
They had all kinds of stuff
you know,
up
it's a
through there.
village.
But I think just a couple of lights would help quite a lot up through there. I mean, you'd have to ask some people about the houses, but like I'm saying, at least by what we've got, you could put.
Definitely, I think there should be lights, but I think that we should look at trying to find ways of getting grants to do that work.
okay, this discussion is going to come up again on the 16th, so I go back to my original suggestion is that as you go by, slow down, and take a look and see what you think the answer is, what the problem is, and what the answer might be. We can get all these things out on the table on the 16th as a start. I appreciate everybody's suggestion tonight. They'll come up again.
So I think this thing right here, the whole ankle thing's gonna turn into more than just a letter.
Yeah.
We're gonna be paying for therapies and everything.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Well, just have to see what. Just by way of general information, it's 6 o'clock on Friday the 13th, unlucky date, but at 6 o'clock on Friday the 13th will be, the Newfane tree warden will hold a hearing relative to an ash tree that's growing adjacent to the South Newfane Williamsville firehouse. And it's a candidate for removal, but it can't be removed without a hearing. So,
It needs removing.
What time?
It's split.
6 o'clock?
6.
And it's held where?
At the tree.
At the tree.
At the tree. You could call it the firehouse, but 6 o'clock.
Ring around the rosy.
Say it's gonna make an awful hole when they do cut that one on that. It's a big tree.
It's good size, white ash.
You ready to go to Florida?
I have to finish a couple.
Oh, she wants to know.
I'll get it to you. There's a couple of blanks that still need to be filled in. I'll do that. Thank you. Is there any other business correspondence, anything that needs to come before us before we go to pay orders? Hearing none. Move to the next item on the agenda, which is pay orders. Thank you for so far. Thanks, Jay.
So, we don't have a quorum, but we can cover some materials that don't require action, and then we'll move on from there. A reminder to any guests, we're happy to have you here, number one, and number two, please do remember to sign in over at the table over there. And we'll be getting to an opportunity for public to be heard very shortly. To begin with, I would like to introduce the board's newest member, Sabina Brochu, sitting here to my right. Sabina is a remarkably accomplished young woman. Just to mention a few things, she has been a legislative page, so she's seen it the best and the worst. She is a very accomplished ice hockey player on the state championship team, under 16 last year. Few years back. She, as a fourth grader, spent a semester in Slovakia, studying in school, speaking Slovak the whole time, which is pretty impressive, I think. And many, many other accomplishments. We're really delighted to have you with us, Sabina. Thank you. Let's go around and just introduce ourselves, starting with Bill.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Jenna O'Farrell, St. Johnsbury.
Peter Peltz, Woodbury.
And I'm John Carroll from Norwich. And I'm the acting chair, simply by virtue of the fact that I am the vice chair, and the chair has resigned from the board, and that leaves these people stuck with me for at least a couple more minutes. Amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I do want to, this is not an amendment exactly, but I want to just clarify. In an earlier version of the agenda, we had visualized having a discussion about what we call guidelines for members' participation in political campaigns. A topic that had been thrust upon us in recent weeks. We will have that conversation. We all concur that such a conversation is much needed. We will have that conversation at our September meeting. I think we all feel that it's a little early, and we all need to be thinking more about it. And we wanted to keep that conversation separate from what we regard as a warm, appreciative celebration of our former chair, who will be here at noon to be honored by this body. We'll have to hold off on the consent agenda. Are there any board members' announcements or reports? Bill, you usually have something to report on. Do you have anything you'd like to report?
Nothing worthwhile.
Well, okay. It hasn't stopped you in the past.
Well, it would be novel to have that criteria. It would shorten the meetings, I'm sure.
Okay. Nothing. Anybody else have any reports that they'd like to share, Peter?
Other than just that school is opened in Orleans Southwest, and we have a new superintendent, Adam Rosenberg, who comes from Rutland Central, I think, and he's got some good ideas, and I think with Act 46, things are coalescing very well, and there's a common commitment and energy devoted to just serving the best needs of students on a broader context now, and the new board is working very well together.
Very good. Thank you. Jenna? Okay. Thank you. So let us move on to, we're racing ahead of schedule, but not by much, to item C on the agenda. We're skipping item B for now. Item C on the agenda, public to be heard. Don Pinney, would you like to begin? Please come to the table here, introduce yourself for the record, and give us your thoughts.
So Don Tinney, I'm a 31-year veteran English teacher from South Hero and currently serve as president of Vermont NEA. My primary purpose for being here today is to distribute to you our survey results that we conducted in the spring regarding PBGRs and PLPs. So I had been requested by the House Ed Committee to testify on the state of PBGRs, and they had heard from constituents and others that there was concerns around it. And in that testimony, realized I really didn't have a great handle on our members' experiences of PBGRs and PLPs because, and as I said, at that time they were all over the map. It very dependent upon what professional development activities, the approach that each individual district took. So with the help of our NEA headquarters and the research experts down there, surveyed over 1,000 of our members, and I've presented the survey. I've shared the survey results with the Secretary of Education as well. And one of the, I guess, conclusions, the one conclusion we can certainly make is that we, as I had stated to the House Ed Committee, we definitely are all over the map in terms of the experience that our members have. Just a couple of notes. I just want to make sure that this is simply from our members' experience. So this is really, I guess, would be considered anecdotal evidence more than this is not a survey of test scores and all of that. Simply what our members are experiencing with their students and seeing in their students. A couple of, I think, very important findings is that they're noticing a decline in work ethic. And even, and again, this is anecdotal, but in talking with educators in various schools where things are going well, where it has been implemented well, one of the side effects that I don't think people saw coming was with the multiple approaches, right, with multiple chances to demonstrate proficiency, many students are saying, well, I'm just not going to really try that hard, essentially, for the first go around. And they continue to, realize that there's nothing on the line at the first attempt. So I think that's one thing that as a profession we need to dive into. The other concerning thing, and again, there seems to be a correlation. It's not necessarily a causation, but our members are experiencing a decline in content knowledge. And I think one of the great indicators really is in our CTE programs, because our CTE educators continue to administer the tests and exams for their professions, right? So allied health, building trades, culinary, all of that. And one of the things those who are keeping track of that information have let me know that what they are seeing is a decline on those test results over the years. Now, can we connect the dots directly? That's for smarter researchers than I to figure out. So, and again, this is what we have. So, and it also seems to be a real wide range of professional development opportunities and what was the level of engagement of educators.
You said that was teacher perception. Did it come through in terms of the test results themselves? Did you see the actual numbers?
Well, with regard to the CTE educators, they were looking specifically at test results. So that was limited to a couple of areas, right? So one specific was an allied health program. So that was not their perception. That was they have the data directly related to the test scores on those professional exams that the kids take. And maybe that's an area of research to do, is to look at how those scores.
I question the causal connection to Act 77 relative to what preceded in terms of kids participation and test scores and whatnot, I believe they were already indicating a decline, and I'm wondering how much you can attribute this to just that.
I think
Because certainly the
that's
intent, and the intent was to get these kids by alternative methods of teaching and engagement, and with a the broader full person kind of perspective. And I wouldn't doubt that there are. I know there are issues, but I think the intent and from what I'm hearing is that in some regards, some programs are working really well, and it is very scattered. It's not.
No, absolutely, and again, I really want to caution all of us not to make any causation, conclusions. And again, it's correlated, but there are a lot of other factors in that as well. The scattered piece is one of the things I think is really important for this body to look at. And I was going on based on what I had heard from various members, and members usually don't call me up and tell me how wonderful things are going.
Right.
So my question was around, well, how is it going across the state? And what we see is really sort of an affirmation of the fact that, yes, in fact, it is very scattered. It is all over the map. There's certainly schools, Winooski being one of them, and certainly over in Mount Mansfield, where everything is run very smoothly and effectively. That those schools, Burlington, Brattleboro, things are going very well. The Waterbury area folks are doing a great job as well. So I don't, in no way does this reach the conclusion that things are not working, but not as well as we think across the board.
Do you think had there been a statewide plan in terms of common plan that would have been applied rather than at the district level to create these programs and change would have made a difference?
I don't know. I mean, it's always a difficult one to say, because if you talk about a statewide plan, it's still an implementation of the plan, right? And I think I think there were a lot of challenges in that process. I would always am leery of something being imposed by the state.
Was there any parties or individuals that were helping in training or transition in this that were not directly associated with the school itself, at large, to help the implementation?
I think many districts had consultants come in and work with them, and I think again you see a wide range of schools that had who came in to work with them, and and some were just left on their own. Again, where the resources were, there were a couple of places that I know of that had very large grants. They were able to bring in consultants who did a lot of community outreach, et cetera. But again, that was not across the state.
Don, you've used the word scattered. What is it precisely that is scattered?
Oh, I think what I meant by scattered is the experience of the implementation of PBGRs and PLPs is scattered. It hasn't been consistently administered and implemented across the state.
So when you say the experience, are you describing the degree or extent to which it has been rolled out in individual
I think
districts, or the degree of satisfaction of the teachers about it?
Well, I think there's a connection there, right?
Okay.
I mean, I think where you had educators engaged in the process from the very start, those schools seem to be doing a better job, because I think you had a, for lack of better terms, a buy-in, let's say, from the educators who understood what it was, and as opposed to, oh, we have to do this new initiative because the state tells us to.
So if the data could be, or the responses could be parsed into two groups, schools with fairly mature rollouts and schools still in process, if you will, Are there any differences between those two groups in these two indicators about content knowledge, so-called decline in content knowledge, or the so-called decline in work ethic? Do you see a difference between early rollout, late rollout?
That's beyond what we've conducted in terms of the, I mean, we could perhaps go back into that. You know, I'd have to check with the folks who have the data. I think that's an interesting question to find out. I mean, I know of one teacher who is a great proponent of the new approach and feels it's going very well, but did say that they're even finding the work ethic and the rigor has been decreasing, but does in no way wants to toss out the new approach.
But that's one data point.
But that's a one data point. And again, maybe this survey, maybe we need more specific questions in specific areas, or perhaps superintendents and principals and our members can look at this data statewide and say, okay, well, let's unpack it a little bit more in our district.
Obviously, I just got handed.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you, and maybe that's in taking a deeper dive into the data, but for me, what's striking is the slide 22 and 23, where you have a large percentage of teachers saying they're confident in their ability to implement PLPs on slide 22, and then on slide 23, reporting the majority of students being disengaged.
Right.
So if we have confident teachers and disengaged students,
right,
that's the gap there, right? So looking at when you take this back to your constituents, like what do they make? What are their recommendations for closing that gap?
Right. And again, I think that's I mean, my hope would be that those conversations happen locally, right? That we see that. And I think that there are people who believe in the PLP process, but that the students haven't taken to it and don't see it as something that is worth their while. Yes, sir.
There was a reaction from the sort of traditional Carnegie unit college track students versus those with this new approach, that some people felt like it was going to negatively impact kids' chances to get to college if they went into this. And apparently the colleges don't think so.
But there was a reaction. Did you look at that in terms of how that?
No, because that would, I mean, we're surveying our members for what they're seeing, and I think that would be something that would be more specific to parents and students to ask them. I think it would be interesting to look at how different guidance departments have handled the transcript and all that, because again, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of consistency there. You know, so you know, I don't know exactly how one would find out all of that information, and it also means, well, how do we know for another 5, 6, 7 years when those students are at the university level academics, as well as in the trades, right?
So is it this year or next year that this is fully implemented in terms of the year of graduation?
2020 was the original.
This was the year.
Right. And, but I think one of the things that I appreciate about the Secretary's statement around a deadline, right? It's like not to put too much weight on a specific deadline, right? That this is sort of ongoing.
Excuse me, Don, we have one more question here. Bill?
I'm just noticing on pages 9 through 13 that a majority of the teachers are reporting that they haven't been prepared for this, that, or the other initiative. Well, that's kind of stunning. And it has a lot to say about how well we're going to be able to go forward on these initiatives. Any comments on this?
I think the professional development piece is always a challenge, right? And we're seeing that in a variety of areas. It's going to be a challenge around ethnic studies. It's a challenge around trauma-informed instruction. And it certainly is a challenge here with this huge shift. I think in my own experience when I was teaching in St. Albans was you have a very small number of teachers who go off for the training, and then there doesn't seem to be time built in then to essentially have those educators teach the educators who didn't go to the conference. And I think part of the problem around the professional development piece, and there are other folks who may want to speak to this, but one of the things that happened, because the grading system kind of went hand in glove with the change, which there seemed to be a need to do that, what happened was that the grading system became sort of front and center, as opposed to what was at the core of the objective of proficiency-based graduation requirements in terms of how do you reach that proficiency, right? So that tended to be, I think, sidetracked a lot of the conversation, and that people spent hours trying to figure out new computer programmings for the grading and the reporting of the grading, as opposed to what were students actually doing.
Good. Don, we want to thank you very much.
Sure.
We're delighted to have not only your report, but also a chance to discuss it with you. Thank you so much.
And we will continue to conduct surveys. We do have the technology. We do have the support of our national organization. So if there are further questions that you want us to put, we will probably most likely send one out in a few weeks. I don't want to interfere with the AOE survey on school climate and all, so I want to get it out earlier than later. But if you feel that certain questions that you want to ask, just simply email me and we'll include that.
Good. Thank you very much.
You.
Are there other members of the public who wish to be heard at this time? Yes, please. Please come up, identify yourself.
My name's Jackie McEwen. I sent out a memo to you folks and some other constituencies last night. I'm here just to share that orally with you if you haven't read it, but I'm also happy to respond to questions or comments. I'm a retired teacher. I taught for 35 years in Vermont and 2 years in New Hampshire. A mother of a teacher, a grandmother of 3, and my issue is that my goal is to advocate for school safety and cultural safety to come to the top of your strategic plan.
Great. Jackie, we'd love to hear from you. Can you do it in 5 minutes?
Yes. Would you like me to read it if you have not?
I think, did you send it to all board members?
I did.
Yes. So why don't you just talk about it?
So basically, what I'm looking for is a brand new approach, way of thinking about addressing gun violence, but also just unhappy, angry, traumatized children who turn into angry, traumatized, unhappy adults. I think that the approach needs to be collaborative across agencies, and I think that there are many, many good ideas out there. I don't propose that I am at all here with the answers or with any particular expertise. I think that there are new things to think about. I think thinking about the role of parents is something that is difficult and very complex, but has to be addressed if we're going to improve on this. Thinking about the role of knowledge. There is a lot of good information about social emotional learning curricula out there, a lot of research that supports the positive impacts it has on children and their outcomes as adults. And I think that data collection on that and addressing that systemically across the state would be a good step in the right direction. Communication across agencies. I was also a special ed director for 7 years, and experienced the frustration of sharing information across multiple agencies when families were in need of support, as well as politicians getting on board. It's the time for thoughts and prayers and hand-wringing are over, and I worry, today's the first day of school. I'm thinking about my daughter who's a teacher, and in a few years I'll have 3 grandchildren in public school, and I will think about them every single day. I've experienced my own real-time, real-life lockdown drills in schools, and drills, and seen the terrified looks on the faces of children. And I just want this to be our #1 priority in this state. So I'm here to help. I don't know what I can do. I'm not an expert in anything, but I bring a long historical view of education to you. I've taught in 1-room schoolhouses, 2-room schoolhouses, and started in 1980, so I have a broad view of where we were and where we are now.
Good.
So that's why I'm here.
Thank you for your engagement with this. Peter?
No, I think this is an issue that's here to stay and has to be dealt with. So thank you.
And I think we hear you about your daughter, your grandchildren. Many of us are in similar situations and feel the same kind of personal concern.
Yeah.
I think I can speak for the board and say that this is a topic that we want to figure out where we should go with it, what should be our role in this conversation, better yet, this transformation. I mean, talking about it's great. Someday we need to change things. The board, in its September meeting, takes a whole day for taking the long view and the big picture. And I think we'll be sure that this topic will be among those that we say, what should be our role about this? How do we be part of the solution on that? So we think, Bill, do you have a question or comment?
I think it's a bigger problem than just us and this group meeting here. It's a social problem.
Yeah.
It's also looking back to maybe some things that happened in children's lives with their family, society, the schools, all playing a part. But it doesn't lend itself to an easy solution, and I worry about it.
John?
Yes.
You know, and this is my own opinion. I also oversee our local police department. I think one of the easiest things that you can do is to ensure that there's a line of communication between the police department and the school too. And even you know, I'm a believer that police departments shouldn't be in schools only when things go bad. They should be eating lunch there, especially if the food's good. They should have that sort of relationship with the school. And I think in some schools that I've seen, the police department only shows up. If the police department shows up, everyone talks about it because the police department's here. Something must have gone wrong. And it really shouldn't be that sort of environment. It should be, oh, well, the police department is here and they're just talking to the principal or talking to the kindergarten teacher or talking to the lunch staff.
Okay, I'm mindful of our time and schedule.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
I just wanted to add, Callahan Beck, who was a student representative on the board here, my first meeting, one of her last meetings in April, she spoke to a smaller group of us about the importance of social emotional learning and feeling safe in school. And I think those were really powerful words from a senior who had been through public school and graduated and really felt that she wanted to be heard around the importance of excellence being viewed as a social competency and really how powerful it is to feel safe at school and working in schools that teachers feel safe in school too. And that's all information that the board heard and will consider moving forward.
Great.
Jackie, thank you very much. You came up from Heartland?
Weathersfield.
Weathersfield.
Yeah.
Close enough.
John, Kim had something.
I was just going to add, I'm appreciative of your holistic
commentary on the topic. Social emotional learning, it's not simply gun violence, but it's among the issues to consider. And I think that is, the broader view that be something that we may be able to be impactful and think systemically around shared information at the state level and what our school districts are doing as systems to support safe learning environments for students and safe, healthy adults. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Well, welcome, board members who just got here out of traffic. We're glad you're here. We now have a quorum.
Construction on the first day of school is just a
So we're going to flip back to our...
meeting, so I apologize.
Understood.
For your patience.
We're going to double back now to item B, consent agenda and board announcements. Is there, excuse me, a motion with regard to the minutes of the meeting?
Make a motion that they're approved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the minutes of the meeting as presented. Any discussion? You ready to vote? Those in favor of approving the minutes as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Unanimous, the ayes have it. Excuse me. The second item on the agenda is the Chittenden East Supervisory Union confirming its designation as a school supervisory district. Is there a motion with regard to that item? You have the information on the green sheet.
Moved.
It's been moved to approve and confirm the designation of Chittenden East Supervisory Union as a supervisory district. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Are you ready for the question? Those in favor of approving the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous, thank you. That completes our work on items A, B, and C. We'll now go on to item D, the subject called board leadership. And I'm going to introduce the topic, if I may, by saying that our former chair has, as you know, resigned. Really only about 4 months into her second term as leader of this board. Typically, elections are in March. I think this year we didn't get to it until April because we were waiting for some new members to join. And so there's about 1.5 years remaining on the term of the former chair. In theory, at least, the vice chair would automatically ascend to the role of chair, but this vice chair, at least, feels that the board ought to have an opportunity to choose again who its leader is, proactively choose rather than just inherit an officer. And so I would welcome a motion that we conduct an election for the chair of this board. Peter.
Yes, I'd like to move that the board now conduct an election to select a chair to serve out the remainder of the former chair's term.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Move it.
It's been moved and seconded that the board conduct an election to choose a chair to serve out the remainder of the former chair's term, which would be approximately February, March, or April of 2021. Is there discussion? Are you ready for the vote? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Therefore, I will happily turn the gavel over to the non-voting member, senior member of the board.
So what I do is I'll entertain nominations for the position of chair. I don't need seconds, just nominations. Are there any nominations for chair of the State Board of Education?
Bill has one.
I'll nominate John Carroll.
John Carroll's been a nomination. Any other nominations? Okay, nominations are closed. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of John Carroll as chairperson of the State Board, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
I'll imagine that. Thank you. Thank you for the nomination, Bill. I noticed that you were sort of holding back, and but thank you for that. So that means you don't have a vice chair. So we should conduct an election to choose a vice chair to serve out the term of the former vice chair. Got that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask a question, I guess a parliamentary inquiry? Could you have more than one vice chair, or?
It is possible.
It is possible, okay.
So far as I know. I look to legal counsel. Maybe, Bill, you can recall verbatim the language of statute in this topic? No.
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? For what purpose?
Just to share the load more, or have specific duties for the vice chair. I'm also sensitive to the current chair and the former chairs on how much work is entailed in running this ship.
I can only say from being vice chair that the duties are not really defined.
It's kind of like vice president, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think it's a matter of treaty between the chair and the vice chair as to how the work gets divvied up, if it gets divvied up at all.
Does the chair have any thoughts on whether he would, I mean, it's really,
Yeah.
the chair and the vice chair should have a relationship that works well and,
Right.
and an understanding, so I guess I'd be interested in the chairman's thoughts on.
Thank you. Yeah, I have thoughts. First of all, it's my thought to serve out this term, but it is not my thought to go on indefinitely being chair of this body for a lot of reasons, partly because I'm 76 and slowing down maybe. But more than that, there's a new generation of board members, all of whom are much younger than I, and I think it would be really good to have that new generation preparing itself to become the leadership of this group. So I see my term as one of transition and maybe even training to bring others on board in leadership. And so it would be my hope to have a vice chair or chairs, if that is the will of the board, who can in time become more actively involved in agenda setting and shaping the work of the board, doing the legwork that's involved, serving as chairs of various committees that the board might create. Does that answer your question?
It does, I believe. Yes.
So let's begin to invite nominations and see where we want to go from there. Is that all right? Or do you want to decide in advance that you wish to have a single vice chair or two? Bill?
I would like to suggest that we have a single vice chair and recommend to the chair and the vice chair that they be as collaborative as possible in terms of involving other people in committees. I think we could do a lot better in that regard. And I'm ready to make a nomination.
Okay. Please do.
Jenna O'Farrell.
The name of Jenna Farrell has been placed in nomination for the position of vice chair to serve out the remainder of the term of the former vice chair. Are there other nominations? Hearing none, then the question before you is, shall Jenna Farrell be elected as vice chair to serve out the term of the former vice chair? Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. And Jenna Farrell is unanimously chosen as vice chair. Bless your heart.
You're in the deep end of the pool now.
I take the former vice chair's advice to heart. I think that we can do, I don't want to say a better job, we'll do a good job of engaging those who have the time and energy and interest to be engaged. Later on, perhaps today, and certainly during our retreat day, I'm hopeful that this body will create some, what you might call special interest working groups who will focus on certain topic areas that are surely of high priority to this board in the next 18 months. A real obvious one being reform of special education. This board, after all, is at the pivot point about formulating and adopting the rules that will govern special education for some time. Nothing goes forward until this board does that. And so it's a very, very significant responsibility, an amazingly complex area that I don't begin to comprehend, and my goal is to draw in members of this board who have expertise and or interest in that area into a working group that does the legwork for this board, because we have a lot of work to do. And there may be other topic areas that will be identified during the retreat where we should form some working subgroups or subcommittees of the board for those purposes. If you're comfortable with that, then I would like to move on and add into this section of our conversation your approval. I am asking your approval of a resolution that we have prepared in honor of our former chair. If you would distribute that around.
Thank you.
And I'll give you a moment to read it, and it will be read publicly when our former chair is with us at noontime for lunch. Just by way of clarification, at noon we will be taking our meal upstairs in the small dining room at the CAF. Connor's going to come and photograph it, videotape it, and Krista will be joining us. I'm hopeful that her daughter Cora will be joining us. Her husband Nick is at work and unable to be with us. And so we would like to read this resolution to Krista and to give her a framed copy of it. I trust that this meets with your approval. We also have a gift for Cora, for Krista, and maybe it's not a gift, but we also plan to sing a song, don't we?
Could be a gift.
Oh, I don't know. You're a great singer. You're just a snob about music. Yeah, anybody who's really particular about what they sing will have difficulty with this, but we have a ditty to sing just for the fun of it and to praise our former chair, for whom I think we all feel both admiration and affection. So that's the plan at noon. And if there are any other questions or comments about all of that, I'm happy to hear them. All right, then we are done with items A through D, and that means those who got here late can go and have some coffee. Remember, we're not able to bring any refreshments, not even coffee, here into this room, but room 10 across the way has all that you need, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. We are at item E, the Secretary's report. Sir, it's all yours.
Good morning. I just wanted to briefly call to your attention this issue we call a policy work plan. This isn't the best room to present this. It is a live web page. If you get a chance to go to our website and under the About Us section, which recently was redone, You will see at the bottom of that page some narrative and a link to what we're calling our policy work plan. So I wanted to call that to your attention, and also as we go into the retreat in September, offer you the opportunity to include, if the board develops a work plan. I know the prior chair was sort of providing that sort of guidance to you, that that's something you might want to consider. We'd be happy to include your schedule of work as well. But if you would, between now and the retreat, get a chance to go to our About Us page and look at the policy work plan. There's an explanation of what it is, as well as it's basically a Gantt chart that lays out the major deliverables of the policies that we are implementing, which are, as you know, rather complex. So we felt the need to, for our own internal coherence, but also to our various stakeholder groups, be very overt and advertise how we see the work being delivered, where the milestones will fall, and we think that'll be helpful for everyone to know when, as the different issues come up. It's not a schedule of everything we're doing at the agency. It's just a description of how we're implementing all the major policies that are in play right now.
And the major ones being obviously 173. What are the other major bites?
So 173 certainly. There's not much on Act 46 in the work plan right now. But we have the centralization of the school finance program, what's called the unfortunate acronym of SSDDMS. So that's a major initiative in itself. Certainly 173 and its major components. We have the report card, you know, as you've heard about that. So we have some deliverables on that as well. But those are the major initiatives, and you'll see the subparts of those. And we also included a list of all the legislative reports that are coming in. So we're just trying to, once again, just so we can advertise to various stakeholder groups and the public at large, you know, how we're approaching the different issues.
Any questions for the Secretary on the policy work plan? We will, excuse me, we will talk later about the state board's work plan with regard to Act 173. And we will, I think, try to really flesh that out at the September meeting. Yes, please.
Would it be reasonable that at a meeting with the better
Right.
AV, we'd have the opportunity for you to walk us through it a little?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
on
what
it
I was going to
right
intend
now.
to do. It
It's
just, I knew it wouldn't project well in this room.
Yeah, it's challenging to
So yeah, I'd be happy to
follow it.
walk through it.
Thank you.
But as you'll see if you get into it, it's a link out to a sort of a live system, so we'll be making adjustments for that as the work develops, but it gives people an idea where we are in the different subparts, milestones, and so forth. And hopefully, you know, that will lend itself to some coherence as we implement policies.
Do you recall the EQS deadline for populating all pieces of it?
We have snapshots on our schedule for policy work plan. We have another snapshot of the data going in this month, coming up in September. Then we have another release in December. But even at that point, not all aspects will be fully implemented.
Other questions or concerns?
To give an example to Bill's question, one of the key elements is school climate survey. That whole initiative is still in the early phases of selecting a vendor and so forth. So that won't even be, you know, implemented in schools until late spring at the earliest, possibly next year as a pilot. So that's a key component of sort of getting the balance in the snapshot. That won't be complete for another year at least.
Okay, you have the timelines on the website?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. The point is to have a really frank and open conversation of those deliverables so people understand, you know, where that is.
John? Oh, Kim.
Just if I can plug the, whatever is necessary to move that process along. It feels as though we've been on hold in our, I'm going to put my other hat, school board hat, in not implementing our own climate surveys, waiting for this statewide survey to, and I think that as districts are merging, climate is critical to culture and implementing change. So to the extent this would be ready for use in the spring and be useful for planning in the summer for districts for the following year, that would be really very important, frankly.
Yeah,
We've
I
been
mean,
waiting.
everything's really important, so part of the approach is to just admire all the different pieces of the work and to be very clear about when deliverables are coming in. But yeah, it's not to acknowledge that some things aren't not important, but we do have infrastructure priorities. In order to implement the school climate survey, we have to have some infrastructure in place to do that, so. But to the point that's been raised on several occasions, it was never, I mean, still, my opinion, the report card, the snapshot was never meant to be implemented all at once. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
Some of these issues were never resolved, and this predates my arrival as secretary. So there's issues and aspects of the report card that we still need to work on inside the agency. And issues like the school climate survey obviously need to be piloted and so forth. So there's, those things obviously were not meant to all be done at once. So.
Is that the only major piece that's still in development?
I don't have confidence on answering that directly, but what we would like to do is for your next meeting is schedule our data team to do a presentation. I think that's the last piece is sort of your, I would say, formative learning on measuring quality that you haven't heard from yet. So you heard last time from Patrick on sort of the programmatic lens on the snapshot. What I'd like to do is bring in the data team to speak to you about the broader infrastructure work that they're doing, and they're the folks that are sort of on the backside of all our data pieces, so you can have an understanding of what their vision is and how that work is progressing. So I think they'd be able to answer that question directly for you.
Yes, Jenna.
Circle back to Kim. You wouldn't recommend that at the local level that schools put off doing their own climate surveys or anything that they're waiting for the AOE to populate? Would you think locally that should be on hold while they wait, or?
I think, as a superintendent, I had my own initiative on a school climate survey, and I know other superintendents do as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an open question until we understand what the content of the climate surveys are. So what the content of our statewide one will be relative to what your local needs might be. But it would be my hope that ours would serve a broad purpose, particularly for those districts who didn't have the resources to have their own school climate survey. And hopefully that will provide a good statewide picture of what's going on in schools in that area. But I can't answer that question essentially. But if we can get very clear about the content, I think then local decision makers can decide whether it's sufficient to meet their needs or not.
Other comments? Yes, Kim.
I think that part of the delay has been part of the moving target about when we might see it, but also I think there's a certain sense of sort of survey weariness that you don't want to have come into play before that which is going to be needed to populate becomes available. So
yeah, and that's been a big part of as much as we look at our own infrastructure and ability to deliver on things, we're also considering what the field can digest and when they can digest it. So it's an important consideration. And I was telling a few people on break, that's part of the reason why we're producing the policy work plan at this particular moment in time, because we have large major structural policies in play right now in the state. Act 46 gets limited treatment, as you'll see on our policy work plan, but it's important to acknowledge that's been a fundamental restructuring of our organization of our education delivery system. So if you consider that foundational restructuring that's going on, we on top of that are now rethinking special education in a fundamental way, putting in statewide data systems for the first time. We have major structural elements all at play at the same time. So it's not so much that they're complex unto themselves, but to try to do this at the same time. We have to be sensitive to the coherence and lack thereof and how that impacts people to do their jobs at a local level.
I'm reminded of the NEA presentation that started us off this morning.
Right.
In terms of the capacity of the field to absorb these things, and yet there's more things coming. And somehow I think we need to look at what our capacity is and make some decisions about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is frankly, part of my overt attempt to advertise that. It's not as simple as giving the agency 20 more people. The system itself can only handle so much change while still educating students on a daily basis.
In the field.
in the field.
Yeah.
And many of our laudable goals are actually not going to be achieved, in my theory, if we continue to engage in this complex policymaking. So,
And
anyway, it'll be great conversation.
Yeah.
So I think for your retreat, I just want to alert you it's there, and I think it might, if you see it as applicable, we'd be happy to host the state board's work plan if it develops one on our system as well. And then for next time, I'll work with the chair on that, but we'd be happy to have our data team come in and provide that sort of, I think it's the last piece of information you need to engage in that understanding about the quality standards. We spent some time, I believe in April or May, to the information that Don was talking about on what are the quality standards. And then we brought in the team that's involved in creating the report card, which is how you measure the quality standards. But the last piece would be to understand from the data team's perspective how they build the infrastructure to do all those things. So I think you'd find it really useful to your deliberations.
Thank you. Peter, anybody else? Comments? What's that?
I guess my only question or comment is how much of this is coming from the feds that we're dealing with, and how much can we screen or be selective in terms of response?
Yeah, it's a great question. I just looking at our plan, the big focus and the major policy before us now is not federal. It's state, and that's Act 173. You could argue special ed is federal driven, but we've engaged in that as a state for a number of compelling reasons. Certainly the report card, there's elements of the report card that are driven by federal policy. But our interest in centralizing data systems, the business system and so forth, that's all state. Those are things we did to ourselves.
Okay.
So.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I just wanted to alert you to that product, and I think it'll be useful for our future conversations.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So, we're happily running ahead of schedule by about 15 minutes. Let's move on to item F in our agenda. Since I came in on this agenda making somewhat late, and I'm not quite clear on who is saying what about the two topics, Federal Education Group Report and SBE Work Plan. Is there a presentation with regard to the Federal Education Group Report, either from the agency or from others?
We have our general counsel here, Emily Simmons, who we could invite into this conversation as well, but we were going to comment on a little bit on Act 173, I believe, and certainly the work plan that I just alluded to will give you some sense of that, but I wanted to speak to a couple of issues, and I invite Emily to step in here at some point if you'd like. In terms of the Federal Education Group report, I believe the State Board received a copy of that.
We did.
Yeah, so we are also digesting that, and we're working with partners to understand its impact on our rulemaking process. If you remember how we originally were laying out the draft rules, if you think of there's law, there's regulation, and then there's guidance that the agency has the ability to do. Rules are generally within the purview of the State Board of Education. We have made the decision in our draft to separate out a lot of the documenting of financial costs and put it into guidance and take it out of the rule process. So our proposed rules that went to you don't really speak to many of the issues highlighted in the Federal Education Group report, mainly, how are we going to deal with flexibility and documenting costs. We had proposed to deal with that in guidance. So that we are digesting the Federal Education Group's insight into our construct of special education as a state that will largely impact that guidance work that we're doing. As we work through that guidance report, we might come back and say, we want a few tweaks to our proposed rules. There might be a connection that would be useful to make some modifications there. But just want to underscore that we also found that report very useful. It's making an impact on our guidance documents where we're addressing the issue of documenting special education costs. That work's underway. It's visible on our work plan titled Documenting Special Education Costs. We also recently are working with 173 in particular. This is more of a general comment on providing some leadership around getting coherence in the issues that Mr. Tinney had raised earlier on Act 77 and so forth. So we recently released some guidance, I believe yesterday or Monday, that's now circulating on the field. And it's sort of a framing document that talks about how the agency interprets its role relative to implementing Act 173, specifically on the technical guidance that districts will need to address the professional development and curriculum aspects. And similar to the presentation I provided to you at the last meeting, I believe, where I was describing our inclination to more actively leverage some regulations that haven't been actively implemented from my perspective, relative to requiring school districts to have a coordinated curriculum, local assessment plan, and needs-based professional development. So this guidance that we produced, I'm not sure if you received a copy of it yet, but our approach is going to be sort of to leverage the current regulation to try to deal with those sort of foundational elements of dealing with issues like Act 77 to ensure school districts, particularly school districts now that Act 46 has basically created a construct where these groups of districts are now required to work as systems, that we want to leverage those issues and really help districts develop district-wide curriculum, whatever that means. We need to get further clarity on that topic. District-wide approaches to local assessment planning and district-wide approaches to professional development, because that's what your regulations require districts to do. Many of those shifts occurred to the SU level as a result of Act 153 in 2010, but we haven't, from my perspective, followed up enough with school districts to see how that's being played out. And particularly with Act 46, I think it's really hard, I think, for us at the agency to understand how districts are going to be successful making the shifts and providing supports to all students if those foundational elements aren't working on a systems basis. So, and as you know, special education also was centralized at the SU level through Act 153 and Act 156. So at any rate, I'll stop there with my general comments, but the specific on the federal education group, a lot of that, the insight from that report will impact our guidance documents, and we might come back later with some modifications to rules. We're working with partners to dig into that issue in more detail. And then lastly, we have produced some recent guidance, technical guidance around how we envision the support for 173 rolling out to school districts. So.
Thank you. I would like us to have an opportunity to ask questions or offer comments about the Federal Education Group report, which some of you, I think, have had a chance to study. Before we do that, I just want to ask, would you like Ms. Simmons to speak about any of this before we begin that conversation?
I don't think so. I mean, I would just invite her to jump in if she felt. She's been leading some of that work internally, so she's got a good handle on some of that.
So, board members, you've studied the Federal Education Group report. Do you have questions or comments? Bill.
We received a letter from 5 educational groups that raised some questions about the interpretation. And I was just wondering if we could expand on that or hear what these differences are. And maybe this would call on, I see some of the representatives from the groups are here.
Perhaps, are you asking the Secretary what is his response to that letter?
Well, I'm asking that, but I also think we should hear from the people who wrote us.
Happy to do that. Would any of you wish to speak to us about that letter and express some of your, or review some of your concerns for the board?
I think if we speak, we should speak as a group, because it was a group effort.
All right. There seem to be 3 chairs here. Imagine that. Is that going to be enough?
We need one more chair. I'm going to deliver that chair. There you go.
Nicole, we're happy to see you still here with us. How much longer can we enjoy that?
We need more than that. We need. We're trying to match up with.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, this is great. Are you ready for this?
Well, it's the board.
The only problem is you can't bring food into the room.
That's right. That's it. It keeps us on task. Well, maybe let's begin with asking you to identify yourselves for the record and for the board. Please start, Mel.
I'm Mill Moore, Executive Director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association.
Nicole Nace, Executive Director of the Vermont School Boards Association.
Jay Nichols, Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association.
I'm Tracy Sawyers, and I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Council of Special Ed Administrators.
Jeff Fannin, Executive Director of Vermont NEA.
Jeffrey Francis, Executive Director of Vermont Superintendents Association.
Thank you all. So we all have, I think, has everybody on the board seen the letter of, I think all of you were co-signatories of this letter. Has everybody seen that? Good. So please tell us what you had in mind.
So I think there are two separate issues that are being perhaps blended together. One is the letter that I think all of us, with the exception of Jeff Fannin, signed regarding the June 6th and June 7th memos that were issued by the agency that have now been put on hold for 1 year, so we can speak to the issues in that letter. And then there is the Federal Education Group report, which the five of us, with the exception of Phil, worked together to obtain basically an outside opinion about the draft rules that the agency had put forward with respect to funding and Act 173, because we shared a concern that perhaps the draft rules were not aligned with the intent of Act 173 and did not take advantage of the flexibilities that were available through federal law. And so we contracted with this group who has substantial expertise in IDEA and interpreting federal regulation. These attorneys were formerly State Education Association attorneys and have worked with the Council of Chief State's Officers on issues related to federal law and regulation. So we were very appreciative of the analysis that they provided. I don't think any of us feel prepared to go through the findings itself. A representative did present to the Act 173 advisory group when that group met, and I believe a few of you were present at that meeting and heard what Shira Barak had to say about the findings of the report. But happy to talk with you in terms of why we asked for the analysis and what we're hoping will come of it moving forward. Is that helpful?
Please. So let's focus on the latter of the two topics that you could be speaking about. It sounds like the first has been addressed, or at least put aside for a period of time.
Put aside for now, and I think we all share interest in continuing the conversation about the issues that we laid out in the letter. A delay is good, but we still need to address the issues. In terms of the Federal Education Group report, the Secretary mentioned that we're engaged in ongoing conversations with the legal team at the agency. I believe some of us are meeting tomorrow to try to reconcile the recommendations from, or the findings from the Federal Education Group report and the draft rules. I think my hope is that we can come to a meeting of the minds in terms of how to construct the rules in a way that maximizes the flexibility available to school districts, understanding that no matter what, districts are obligated to provide services that are called for in a child's IEP, but what level of documentation is required in order to do that, and what constitutes a special education service, I think are big sort of foundational questions that really need to be grappled with before we can move forward with guidance around what documentation is required at the district level. So our hope is that we can keep focused on the intent of Act 173, learn from the analysis that was done by Federal Education Group, as well as other states that are operating within a census block grant model, so that we can you know, really move forward with implementation of the laws that was envisioned by the General Assembly.
I think that the visual here is indicative of the nature of the work, which contextually Dan referred to. I think that Nicole did a good job with the what and partially the why. What I would add is that, particularly with 173, we realize that we are facing a phenomenal amount of work as a system. And each of us has a part in the implementation of the act and fulfilling what I describe as the vision that was created through the legislative process when they looked at the special education delivery system and the funding system that would support that delivery. So in terms of the why, we realized as associations, and we talked about this in making decisions about how we were going to proceed, that if we didn't stay consistent with the expectations under 173 for a change in the delivery system to respond to the funding model, then we could find ourselves with bigger challenges, frankly, than we have today. So as the process of Act 173 implementation came to pass, we decided, based on activity that preceded the involvement of the Federal Education Group, that we needed to check in to make sure that we were not missing opportunities with regard to application of regulations and laws in Vermont. And I think each of us can probably, in this case I'm speaking for myself because I have no authority to represent these folks. We were heartened, I think, by the response from the Agency of Education and the Secretary when we got to the point where we had that report and they said, yes, we're going to consider the report from the Federal Education Group in our decisions as we move forward. So I regard that as a good sign. Secretary French, I think, articulated it well when he talked about the sheer magnitude of the work that confronts us, which had all of you shaking your heads in affirmation. We think that I believe that my association believes that the strength of our ability to improve public education in Vermont is going to rely on our ability to work together, which means that we won't have differences of opinion, we will. And our involvement of Federal Education Group was try to bring what we saw potentially evolving as a difference of opinion to the table as quickly as we possibly could. So now we've got a report from experts in federal education law who specialize in special education that is intended from us to inform the context of how we move forward. Which doesn't mean that we are not going to confront challenges, because each of us has a different perspective. We learn that when we work together. The agency has an approach that it takes and the capacity with which to take that approach. The state board, I think, is fulfilling its obligations by honing in on what's transpiring and helping to guide it, which is its role. But we did not engage Federal Education Group without a fair amount of discussion about what it was we wanted to do and why. And what we wanted to do was make sure that in this state we had a context for what the federal law said with regard to options and opportunities in special education.
Can I, Jeff, when you allude to or mention bigger problems if this isn't done well, were you suggesting lawsuits on chronic?
No, I mean, and again, it's the way I speak. This is not unlike Act 60, for those of you who recall the implementation of Act 60. There were tremendous aspirations about what we were going to do for students to create a more equitable learning environment. That was a major selling point of Act 60. There was also a complete school of thought that was we were going to become more efficient and economical as a result. So there were two pieces there. There was a money piece and there was a delivery of education / quality piece. Act 173 is an evolution of the delivery system, but those two same principles, in my opinion, hold true. There's a tremendous amount of interest in serving children better in more equitable environments, and there's a notion that we can do it more cost effectively. The more cost effectively piece gained a lot of attention in the General Assembly because of the prospects for saving money. That theme will not diminish. But if we change the funding system, to put it in the most basic terms, and we don't change the delivery system to conform to the funding system, then we're gonna have more money to spend than we're currently. We will be spending more money because we haven't changed the delivery system. But the most important piece of that law from the perspective of my association is that we are trying to serve children better, more equitably, and in a lot of different ways. So to come all the way back, when we were looking at the implementation of the law and the rulemaking process and how we were concerned that the rules might not conform to all the options and opportunities that were afforded us under federal law, and that was really the basis for that work, I would say. Others may have a different opinion, but.
Seems like your two pillars may be contradictory. When we're talking about Act 173, census base, you put out the money, the local district lives with it, life goes on. What's the problem?
Well, the problem is if you define how that money can be used, in our opinion, too narrowly, and we think the Federal Education Group's report supports that, then you don't have the latitude to the local district to really do the things that you want to do. And a concrete example would be, right now, I'm using special ed reimbursement as a principal or as a superintendent to provide services, but I really could be using that block census money to hire 2-3 more reading teachers so that I really help kids learn early on and give them the support they need early on. And under the reimbursement model, there's not the flexibility to do those types of things unless it comes from the local side of the budget. Another thing that came up in the legislature is that over the last half decade, maybe even decade, the proportion of money that's being spent on special education within the local budget keeps increasing. And when that occurs, obviously it hurts other programs as well. So this gives principals and special ed directors, people on the ground working on a day-to-day basis with students, opportunity to use resources better.
Right. Yeah, and I would just add that, our support around Act 173 was really the change in practice. So as you know, it was the UVM study, but it was also the District Management Group report, which really changes the culture and practice in schools. And so we feel like it's critical that we have that practice change as well, or it's just less money for special ed, which is...
But if you're capped on your amount of money that you're getting, wouldn't that put natural limits on what you could spend and force the local districts to be more economical?
No.
I don't think so either.
I mean, theoretically, yes. I'm going to go back to something else that Secretary French said. He talked about a system in evolution. So people have heard me say, and again, I'm speaking only for myself, that it would have been great to implement Act 46 10 years ago and then watch the other systems changes unfold in response to more sensible systems, as it were. We stacked up many significant policy initiatives, one on top of the other, on the heels or concurrent with Act 46. So to expect that a change in the availability of resources would necessarily lead to a change in practice would be equivalent in my mind to taking a pretty sophisticated text and providing it to a group of people who were all in all different phases of the learning to read process. We're trying to communicate to people, and this is why there's such interest on the part of all of our organizations, that the practice change is going to need to be well informed and be pervasive through the entire system. So when we engage with conversations about the professional learning plan that's being developed at the Agency of Education, what we're paying attention to is, will that professional learning plan lead to instructional aids teachers, principals, parents, advocates, superintendents, special ed directors, families, in terms of what the change means. So this is a more complicated endeavor than Act 46. Because Act 46 talked about the governance structures, and the implementation of Act 46 relied on information and preparation and training, but you were dealing with a relatively small segment, important but small segment of the delivery system. This law touches the entire delivery system, and we're trying to get it right.
And I think the way that and the Federal Education Group report is useful in helping us better unpack this conversation, because what it illustrates, to me at least, is that the way we have defined special education and the way we have made certain expenses eligible for reimbursement has made, I think, what was a very well-intended approach, and quite frankly, groundbreaking and revolutionary at the time some of these rules were put in place, in terms of Vermont wanting to be as inclusive an environment as possible for students who had special needs, has evolved into special ed being this sort of an additive program and not something that can be delivered by a general ed teacher in a classroom by adapting the way he or she delivers instruction to students. And so if we don't reconcile the way we've always done things in a sort of a narrow definition of what is a special education service, which is connected to the services that are identified in an IEP and the services that are eligible for reimbursement, if we don't start to expand that definition to really reflect, I think, what federal law intends, and what our students need, which is to have instruction tailored to meet their specific needs, not supported by a paraeducator who may or may not have expertise in literacy instruction, which the child really needs, but by that classroom teacher who needs more support and professional learning in order to understand how to teach a child or work with a child who's dyslexic, for example, which was an example in the report itself. Then we are going to be in an environment where folks are continuing to be obligated to have one-on-ones and these additive services with potentially fewer resources to do it. That's an outcome we are trying very hard to avoid. So there's a lot of interconnected pieces. The rules are a big piece of that, and it's important that we lay that foundation well, so that we don't end up in a situation where districts are continued to be obligated to provide this set of discrete services that we now know, based on the analysis by the district management group, it's actually not serving students well, is costly. We can use those funds still to meet the needs of students, just do it in a different way and a more effective way.
I'd like to inquire of Mr. Fannin to hear about how this looks to the people on the ground.
Right. The folks with whom I've spoken, and my members, are concerned about one of the chief concerns they've had with special ed over the years is paperwork. And the promise, if you will, as Jeff alluded to, of Act 173 was that there would be greater flexibility, that there would be, as Nicole just pointed out, a better delivery system. So I think that's a key component to this. I, too, was heartened by the Secretary's and the agency's open-mindedness to the Federal Education Group's letter, and I'm looking forward to that. We all now have, when Act 173 was passed, for purposes of the State Board of Education, you have to pass rules. These are your rules to pass. They gave us a little bit of a delay, and we decided collectively, I think, that we needed to take advantage of that delay, that time, get a good expert report, which we think we have, at least got going on this, and gives you and us collectively some time in which to develop rules that make sense for the folks on the ground, that make sense for folks in the office, to run these programs and do them well and provide greater services to all kids, whether they've been identified or not. And that was one of the promises that my members were saying. They see kids who are heading down a path, if we can work with them a little bit earlier, perhaps we can stave off being identified and put on an IEP. So that's the promise, the hope, and I think the Federal Education Group's letter expands the definition, or suggests we expand the definition of special ed services, and hopefully we can all tie that together in a way that makes sense, so that when we come back to you with rules, we collectively agree on them, and it's an easier process for you to approve them.
I just want to observe that the saying, the devil is in the details.
Absolutely.
And for example, what you're talking about, flexibility, has to find a way of meshing with what the secretary has to talk about, which is accountability, traceability, observability, documentation, and sort of where's the balance, and that's the devil in the details that you all need to figure out, obviously. And yes, we don't have the expertise to formulate policy. I think it will be our duty as a board to listen thoughtfully to different perspectives, the perspectives of the agency, the perspectives of practitioners and specialists, and we hope, encourage you to find the middle ground that works, without losing the thrust of what the legislature had in mind. Find the middle ground that accomplishes, in fact, what the legislature had in mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Peter.
Jeff mentioned it would be best if 46 could have preceded all of this. We tried 10 years ago and it didn't work. And it was only by imposition that it happened. We're doing the same thing with what we're dealing with right now with special ed. It's for having been on school boards for many years, special ed was a third rail as a board member. You really couldn't do much about it. I mean, and I think that's kind of where we're at. We've gotten to the point where now, by legislative decree, we've got to deal with it. You know, I do hope that everything works out, because it is a serious issue in terms of cost and not being really to address or attend to the issues at hand at the governance level, at the local governance level. And it's I don't know if anybody else has been on board members on school boards, but it's really, you don't really have much say about it.
Well, because IEP teams make a lot of these determinations, right?
Exactly.
And so it's not a school board's role to second guess the determinations of the IEP team.
But
I think it's why it's really
cost.
important that we have families at the table and they understand how, well, perhaps historically, these services that have been laid out in an IEP, or one-on-one time or pull-out time, have, you know, been thought to, you know, meet this child's need. But in fact, we think there's a better way. Families are going to need to have confidence that by letting go of a service that has been in their child's IEP, they're actually going to get a better outcome for their child. I think it's really important why the advisory group is so key, because we have representatives of families, we have representatives of it's not just our associations that are the stakeholders in this, it's a much bigger conversation outside of schools, because ultimately the IEP team is going to need to start to talk about how do IEPs look different to reflect the classroom-based instruction that students are going to be receiving.
Thank you. Kim, you had a comment or question?
Just in having read the report and the recommendations to redefine special education, would lie with whose responsibility or authority?
I think, you know, they're, firstly, I think they point to our statutory definition, so there's some statutory language. My interpretation is they would suggest perhaps there's a construct. And a lot of the commentary in the report, my analysis of it is that it wasn't directed necessarily at our new rules, it was at our current rules, which were established in 2013 in that statutory framework. So I think possibly where I think just at a general level explain the trajectory of the work, we're heading, as I said, there's a meeting tomorrow, we're digging into that guidance level to get down into the devil of the details, to start to frame that out a little bit, so then we can go back and look at perhaps changes to draft rules or changes then ultimately to statute. We know through, I think predictably with the 173, there's going to be an annual process where we're going to go back to the legislature and request or suggest modifications from the advisory group will do that. So I think it'll be an iterative process in that regard. But I think they're pointing to our statutory construct of how we define special education, to what extent that varies or doesn't, or discourages what we need to enact under Act 173. But there's certainly information relative to our regulatory and guidance as well.
Is there a reason why we would not want to utilize the full extent of federal opportunity in our definitions?
I interpret that, your question, to mean like the flexibility.
Right.
Yeah. I think, it's important that I heard strongly from the FEG folks on both occasions I interacted with them, where as a caveat, when they introduced this work, they say, we do not understand or didn't study Vermont's delivery system. So the role of the agency is often to take federal regulation and figure then on what, federal law, and figure out what regulations are going to be necessary to ensure it's enacted. So one of my hypotheses as someone who lived under our old regulations with all the paperwork and so forth is that we had that system because of the decentralized nature of our delivery system. So there, with Act 156 in particular, we now have centralized special education at the SU level. Many of the issues Nicole mentioned in terms of dealing with IEPs, that process in itself, by centralizing special education systems, start to take on those issues, and you start to see better approaches to how IEPs are, meaning that previously in a decentralized system, how a student with a learning disability in one district versus another, they might have radically different services provided in their IEPs. So when you create a system, they tend to come together around what should be, let's say, a standard IEP for a simple learning disabled IEP kind of construct. So those things are happening anyway, which is good news. But I think part of what we need to do is reconcile what is the structure of our delivery system. So the FEG group would say, and had said repeatedly, you could have greater flexibility as long as you have, quote unquote, a disciplined approach to coding costs at the local level. We do not have a disciplined approach to coding costs. In fact, we are now embarking on that work as well through our rolling out of the SSDDMS system, that centralized business management system. So I think, what I've learned through this process is we have to create a Vermont solution. There are other states, we found pretty quickly, the FEG group spawned opportunity for us to connect with other states in the country. The federal government is largely saying there's greater flexibility available to the states, both under ESSA and special ed law. Go ahead and figure it out. But there's no specificity on how you do that, so we have to create a Vermont solution that's responsive to an understanding of where our school districts will be as a result of Act 46 and Act 56, which is they're in a much better place to act as systems. We will have more ability to document a disciplined approach to coding, as the FEG group would suggest. So I think there is an opportunity for us to embark on a design that will allow greater flexibility to achieve those policy goals. But we're going to have to create it and design it, and it's going to be a problem-solving process, as we've already seen. I don't know if I answered your question. I just kind of got to.
I just view those flexibilities to be exactly what I understood of Act 173 and intention and implementation to utilize the resources in a way that helps head off the largest problems potentially and improve the system for all. And so I just would like us to bear in mind, to the extent there's flexibilities afforded under the federal law, figuring out the mechanics of how we document or otherwise in our now unified systems, I think is an important mechanical thing to solve versus letting that limit what we're able to do with the resources, because that was truly what I understood to be the promise of one.
Yeah, so I think, just to reiterate where we are, we were down into that level of having to work collaboratively with folks to get into the mechanics, to then sort of step back and admire the larger construct. If we find through that exercise that there are statutory changes or regulatory changes that need to be made in our draft rules or otherwise, we'll do that, or we'll promote that. But I think we all have to get to that place where we understand. And I think that was some of the criticism of our rulemaking process earlier, is that we were saying, we'll take care of this guidance, but we're unable to really describe what was in that guidance. And so people were like, well, until we see that, we really don't have a full picture of what you're envisioning. So we've made some progress on that. But this report has been very helpful now.
Thank you. John.
Oh, I had a thought, but it went 3 different ways now. But it's kind of coming back to what Nicole was saying around having families being open to exploring other options. I think it's the same for everybody within that school system, right? And I think on the ground, we have special educators and paraprofessionals and classroom teachers and administrators who are doing the best that they can with what they know how to do. And we're asking them to think differently. And I think thinking differently around how to provide the same service in different capacities is going to take a lot of work. So I think the workflow between like what the rules look like and what implementation looks like, as we saw with the PLP this morning, there's a gap, right?
Bill?
Couple of disparate points. Eventually, this has to come back to the State Board of Education for the rules, and we're going to have to come to some kind of agreement on this before the day is over. In terms of the data system and our inability to collect this stuff, I think that's a national problem as much as it is a Vermont problem. Anybody who's played with the NCES statistical system will know that. And so I think there's a lot of room there. And I asked myself, what's California doing, which is a little bit larger than us, who's implemented such a system, and what have we learned from them? And the third point, which is really a question to you folks, is you've talked about the 10 initiatives that are going on now, and which we've talked about earlier today. And this comes in what appears to be a restrictive way, and I'm just saying, how do we fit all these pieces together? And how would you do that in the field, given the lack of professional development time?
You know, what our analysis is, and that's, you know, our responsibility to sort of also take a pulse on where the field is at, which I've already iterated. That's a key part of our variable, our consideration. As Jeff iterated, our conclusion is that 173 is the overarching frame by which all those other things can emerge. It is the single biggest system lever we have available to us right now to advance the work that's already been put in place to allow districts to continue to act more as systems. And it's through enabling that will better achieve our goals of equity and quality for kids. So 173 isn't necessarily an add-on per se, it's the larger framing document through which we can advance some of the other goals. That's our conclusion.
The agency's document coming out earlier this week to sort of connect a lot of the pieces, because I think that's an important starting point. I think the remaining question for me, and to pick up on Jenna's point, is the professional learning strategy is still, I think, too sort of left to the districts to sort of manage and figure out on their own. And so we're really going to be continuing to look to the agency to provide that leadership. The law contemplates resources being spent on professional learning. We've thought pretty strongly, or articulated pretty strongly through the advisory group, that a targeted approach to professional learning is really important. So based on the agency's assessment of where folks are with respect to the pieces that need to be in place in order for Act 173, you know, the activities envisioned by Act 173 to really come to fruition, you know, which places are at the greatest risk of, you know, not even having centralized special ed, for example, or, you know, the systems just don't exist. Targeting the professional learning towards those systems, because in the absence of that, it tends to be districts that are already pretty far along the path, drawing down more professional learning, designing their own plan, and our fear is that the equity gap just gets bigger between the systems that are building systems and the ones that are still struggling to come together. So we're going to continue to push, I think, on that front as well as the rules.
Peter, you had a comment?
Flexibility and then the divide between special and regular ed, can that be addressed in terms of blending and being able to best address the students' needs rather than just do special ed?
Yeah, that's a fundamental construct of 173, and there's.
I know. That is it. That's the key question. And we think, I mean, we think that with the work the state's done in MTSS, using a multi-tiered system of support and having some flexibility to local level and how you do the funding, how you allocate
Right.
staff, that will allow us to provide better resources for all the kids.
But hasn't it been just by the accounting and how do you channel the money from both,
Yeah, that's essentially the question. And,
Right, that is essentially the question.
And do we have that flexibility?
We do. It's a question of how we enact it in regulation and guidance. So
We think we should have that.
yeah, we have, essentially where 173 emerges, from a narrative is that what was best practice, what has been longstanding best practice, as Jay mentioned, MTSS, the funding system was found to be counterproductive to implementing best
Yeah,
practice.
yeah,
It was providing the wrong incentive. So we have to reconcile that.
That's the work.
That's the
And
work.
the district management group findings.
But you can do that in terms of accounting and what the feds will let you do in terms of being able to commingle or.
We are going to endeavor to find a way to do that, yes.
Great.
So it sounds like we have a commitment that we all want to do the same thing. So hopefully we can make it work.
So, I'm not gonna pass up my opportunity to be redundant, which I.
Yeah, we know. Nicole and I love that.
So, when you listen to, so here's where I wanna go. It's complicated, and it requires differentiation. The systems, if you take a look at school systems in Vermont, and Nicole alluded to this and so did Dan, some are better equipped. If I had 53 superintendents with me right now and raise the prospect for 173, there are some systems that are very far ahead in terms of their thinking and already preparing to make adjustments in order to implement 173. There are others who are not. So we need a professional learning plan originating from the Agency of Education, and they put out that document this week, which establishes the overall construct for what it is we're trying to accomplish with the law, excuse me, and how it matches up with other laws, practices, and policies we have in place right now. One of the reasons that this group looks like this is because I know that to implement Act 173 effectively, superintendents need to understand not only what it is, but what they as the superintendent need to do. Same thing with the principal, same thing with the special ed administrator, same thing with the teacher. We talked about school boards not being involved in the process. Well, when you make a shift in terms of how you apply your resources from individual aids and special classes to more Tier 1 instruction, for example, that is the role of the school board. So the school boards have an important piece of this too. Here's the redundant part. We cannot understate the complication of the work and the magnitude of the work in terms of getting the message out to everybody, because if you want an equitable delivery system, everybody's got to be on top of things. That in my layperson's explanation is that's the challenge, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. And it starts with understanding what latitude you have in terms of the utilization of the resource.
That's the key.
And that was an important question that we turned to Federal Education Group to inform. When you consider the agency's perspective narrowly, and Representative Peltz, former Representative Peltz talked about this, there's a whole accountability issue. So the agency's got to take responsibility for making sure that 173 gets implemented, but they also have to keep track of the utilization of dollars, make sure that it's a lawful utilization of dollars, and the application of those laws are being tracked and are consistent with the law. So.
And I would just add, we also have a leadership function. We can't continue to provide differentiation for 57 different entities. That is interfering with our ability to achieve quality and equity for all students. So I'd like, through our leadership, to get to a place where we only have to differentiate for maybe 10 different types of entities, if you can follow me, on a scale, a continuum of systems functionality. So we need to bring people along so they're acting as systems, because the theory of action is, as school systems, they will address issues of quality and equity within the boundaries of their authority. But we can't continue to have 57 different varieties of a Vermont education system being implemented across the state.
So let me ask about that. What you're saying, it seems, is that there's a different readiness or preparedness to take this up, to put it on the ground, to make these enhanced, more flexible delivery systems work.
There's more to it than that, though. I mean, it's really important that we get the more to part first, because until systems know what it is they're going to be allowed to do and not do.
All right, well, let's just hypothesize that gets clarified.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if we can't do that, we're in trouble. Failing. But let's assume that we really do a great job of articulating this vision and how it really, really works is supposed to work on the ground. What you're saying, though, is that the rate of take-up is very different, just a little bit like portfolio planning. I mean, the take-up rates are very different. So what are the obstacles to saturation virtually uniformly, or as close as you can in the real world? What are the obstacles to making the take-up happen everywhere and not just in some subset of the whole group?
I would just, I'll be highlighting, and to build Dr. Mathis' earlier point about the report card, one of the elements we'll be introducing into the report card soon is staff turnover. So, realistically, as a leader, I have to look at the capacity of the system and acknowledge that there's significant turnover in staff. We also have significant labor shortage, and unfortunately, in the areas that we're talking about, we have significant labor issues in special education. So we're going to have to, as much as we're designing the system to fit the variability of systems, we also have to acknowledge the workforce demographic that we're facing. A lot of our systems make progress, but then suffer from frequent turnover in leadership positions and in teaching positions. And many right now have labor shortages in some of the key areas that we're discussing. So that's going to be one that we're going to have to really, really take a look at statewide.
And I would say the demographics, schools look different
Right.
all over the state. So a school's willingness or ability to embrace delivery with a small percentage of students with special ed needs is going to look different than a school that has 30% of their population that needs services.
Okay. What about leadership? I mean, my instinct always is to look at the leadership.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. But we also have turnover in leadership, and typically where we have the turnover in leadership are the places that Dan is talking about where we have the turnover in teachers. And it's not always because the system's dysfunctional. Sometimes it's because the system can't pay as much as the system next door. I mean, we have some real equity issues in this state in terms of leadership and quality of teachers that some systems can hire compared to others just for financial reasons.
So does anybody have any ideas for mechanisms that can be either added by statute or otherwise that will sort of provide compensatory support, if you will, or facilitation for those districts that are less likely to get there on the same schedule as others? Is that part of your thinking, or are we just going to roll this out and?
Well, we had that conversation.
That's a key, as Nicole highlighted. I think we have a responsibility to do that differentiation through the system. I was just articulating an end goal. Just to be clear, I wasn't talking about consolidation. I was just talking about reducing the variability of a system's quality across the state so that we don't have people all over the map. But I think my goal as we get into the work plan, and the advisory group hasn't met, I think we're meeting mid-September, is that we would always be in a position on an annual basis by December to understand what our recommendations would be to the General Assembly for further statutory revisions in this area. This is going to be a multi-year process. So my hope is that we, as we dig into this specific issue and come back to the regulation level, we'll have, always by around December, have an understanding of where we might need to make some tweaks, either through statute or regulation, to better implement the law. And that will be hopefully responsive to the needs of districts as well.
So that's kind of, I guess what I'm hearing is, though, that the driving change where there's resistance or obstacles is going to happen from the way the agency focuses and rolls out its efforts. I'm wondering if there aren't other institutional things that could be done in terms of financial incentives, or that would, just as the legislature did with Act 46, it sort of put some incentives in place that, well, not everybody took advantage of them, of course. I guess I'm just worried about that we get this working well in 2/3 of the school districts and not very well at all in a third of them, and that really won't be much of a success.
It's a good point. I think, I think of looking back on 46, I mean, it's many of these groups in front of you, if it wasn't for them pulling together and providing resources with Visbit, that, we wouldn't have had the support to do 46 either.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's going to have to be that assessment at some point. But I think the first thing we can do is just sort of frame this out as the major policy initiative that's going to align the system sooner rather than later with our goals for students. So it's a huge opportunity for the system.
It's not only, we talked a lot about the rules, but the other component of the advisory group that we discussed was the professional development, and Nicole mentioned it and alluded to it. It's a critical component to my members. They've got to be trained and trained well. So I think that my members need that training, need to do it well for them, for the directors, the principals, the superintendents. Everybody needs to get it to figure out how this new system operates. And Nicole also mentioned that some of these schools are doing it or very close to doing it already, if you will, or they're ready to go. Those are the ones that we are maybe not concerned about. It's the thirds, as you alluded to, that may not get there. We need to give them extra TLC, and the HC's got, we hope the HC will have the resources with which to give the good professional development to them in particular, and we focus on those. I think that's an aim.
And we also have oversight of their grants, so the federal grants are an important resource. So we, districts that are on a higher tier of technical assistance and oversight, we insist essentially that they focus their investments to address this issue as it emerges as a priority. So those hundreds of thousands of dollars that are available to local districts need to be focused on the issue.
Peter? Can I just quickly comment? We keep on talking about the incentives. The incentives were not just incentives. They were a way to get to a single tax rate after 5 years. And you had to, that was one of the purposes of the way we constructed the incentives, is that everybody didn't get the same amount depending on where you came in on this. And after 5 years, you had the same tax rate. I don't know if there's something similar here in the spending, but I just want to point that out. It wasn't just a purpose to incentivize. It was really a way to come out with equal cost or tax rate after a period of time.
I'd like to just step into a little hornet's nest. I sense from reading some of the advisory group's notes and communications that there's a tension about the differentiation between rules and guidance. I get the sense that there's an appetite for, there's a concern among some of the stakeholders that if things are left to guidance, that they may not have a voice in shaping that, whereas they are reasonably optimistic that they have a voice in shaping rules. I frankly don't understand the sort of differentiation between when is something appropriate for rules and when is it appropriate for guidance. Maybe you could speak to that. And then to you all, is that a concern that this whole thing get fleshed out in rules so that you know the rules of engagement, as it were, as opposed to some rules and a lot of guidance later?
Yeah, I would just as a general construct, I mean, one lens that sort of is useful, I think, in looking at that is where the flexibility needs to be. So statute is a harder process to modify. Regulation also, a little easier to modify than statute, but still difficult. And then guidance should be something that's a little more fluid that I could change. So for instance, we talked about the memos. That was guidance I produced to the field. I was able to pivot immediately and create new guidance immediately, a couple of months. But still, that would be quicker than this body modifying rules.
Right.
So if we do this correctly, I don't say correctly, but where we envision the guidance, particularly in the mechanics, the devil in the details, getting down to the mechanical, we'd certainly involve people in that, but we also need to pivot on those issues as we confront other ones. And the other issue is that the guidance will be responsive to the differences among districts, but also based on the tools we have available. If we were to, if we were successful in getting the SSDDMS system implemented and are able to envision documenting cost in that system more transparently from the state end, then that's a tool that we don't really have in our toolbox right now, is we have to design perhaps more intrusive regulation to ensure we have a disciplined approach to documenting costs, because people have all kinds of different accounting systems. If we get to a place where there's one system, and as envisioned in the SSDDMS, we don't even do vertical reporting with that system. The state basically does an extraction out of the same system. Then we have a whole different tool available to us, and maybe the regulations then start to look a lot different, because we can automatically ensure that disciplined approach to coding on the back end. So I think it's part of it is just that flexibility piece.
Do you have any comments on this question?
I do have a concern with the rules versus guidance. So I think the analysis actually is whether guidance or rules, if they are generally applicable to all schools, then in fact they have to go through the rulemaking process. And I think the Vermont Supreme Court has said that. So I think that the department, it's not a question of whether the agency can, or you can more flexibly or more quickly pivot, determines whether it's a rule or guidance. That's not the analysis. Whether they're applicable to everybody, then in fact they should go through the rulemaking process. So I think we do have concerns. I do have concerns about whether the guidelines, and I don't know what they are, so I can't speak to them, but as a general matter, I had this conversation many years ago with the agency when they were rolling out their rules around No Child Left Behind and guidance thereof. And so that was it's always a concern when you put too much in guidelines and not enough in rules.
Yeah, so.
That's a general concern that I have generally.
Yeah.
The concept of state government. And I've done it myself. Having worked for state government years ago, it's a tendency to want to put things in guidelines that are more easily changed. And that may not be the test.
I suppose one strategy might be to write rules that set the boundaries for guidelines, as it were, so that you kind of know what the range of possibilities is as defined by rule, but the specifics get determined within the advisories or the guidance. Just so that people know what the extremes of the possibilities are. It's the more certainty that can be created for the districts, obviously, the better.
And I think this, to Jeff's point, this topic is going to test that, because this is a highly technical policy area. Probably the most technical one we have. So we're going to have to really work hard at finding where the right categories of things belong, because it's highly technical, and the stakes are pretty high, both from a legal standpoint and a financial standpoint. So.
Yes, and then Kim, then Bill.
I think that we had indicated as a body that we were certainly putting the rulemaking process on hold, that we were waiting for additional feedback from the advisory group, that we wouldn't be taking anything up until we saw the guidelines. So that this process, I'm appreciating Jeff's comment and understanding the confines of what's rule and this is my first round on this rodeo through the rulemaking process. So I'm learning with all of this. But I think that while the guidelines would maybe create those boundaries, I think it's important for the field to have clarity around how it would be implemented, and until knowing what those guidelines or how these rules are expected to be implemented, it shouldn't be expected that we would begin on taking comment on rules. So
and that's
that's
our suggestion now, is that we have to delve into the mechanics of the guidance to then come back and have a conversation about what the rules should be vis-a-vis the guidance. So.
A point of process, I did want to flag for the state board that the former chair of the state board attended the last advisory group meeting and shared the proposed schedule that you all had approved at your last meeting. And there was a request that we delay the joint meeting at least until November, if not December. I want to make sure that message got conveyed back, because the advisory group felt like that was too tight of a turnaround. If the expectation is the advisory group will develop its own language, which seemed to be the request from the chair. We're certainly hoping that we can come to an alignment with the agency, but in the absence of alignment, we're supposed to, the advisory group is supposed to present language to the state board. That October was too tight, and so the former chair had agreed, at least in discussion with the advisory group, to a November.
Or December.
Or November being the earliest time that group would come back together.
Because we
Just
don't
wanna
meet
make sure
again
that-
until September.
That message did not get lost in the leadership transition.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm meeting with Megan Roy after this meeting, and she can affirm that for me.
Great.
Somewhere, this is, I hope, related to the whole sequencing of the rule making process. Somewhere in the notes I've scanned, I think minutes of the advisory group meeting, there was a statement, I thought, to the effect that said that the agency was no longer taking comments from the advisory group on its draft rules. Did I misunderstand something, or is that something?
I think that was accurate relative to where we were prior to the FEG report, in that we had taken comment and presented our rules to you. So process-wise, you know, we were done necessarily, and it was in your ballpark. We are now in a different place, having to work through the guidance and so forth. So we agree there should be a general pause on this until we can work through some issues with our partners on the guidance. So you'll see that sort of schedule manifest in our work plan.
Will there be a double back then to the
Yes.
advisory group where they'll have a
that's
crack at this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been
And
alluding
that'll
to.
be when?
Well, we just produced our guidance. We have, our frame, we call our framing document. That'll be a major function or agenda item and the advisory group in mid-September. Meanwhile, we'll be working on the guidance. So I think we're scheduled to, if we continue to make progress on that, have a working draft of the guidance by the end of September. That would be our goal. So I think the advisory group in October-ish would have, we'll know where we are, whether we're in consensus or not by October. So at least we can try to work through some of those details.
I've got a question in terms of what's the legal status of the word guidance? Is that provided for in law? I can see the absolute need to be able to communicate stuff with the field.
Yeah, we put out guidance, yeah.
Are we inventing a quasi-legal document here of some sort?
It's not our intention. We understand that broader pattern of how agencies do guidance, and there's, my understanding, a general latitude giving to agencies to interpret their own guidance. But it's not our intention to create a process or something that avoids the public process. That's not what we're endeavoring to do, but it is this is a very complex technical issue. So our challenge is, we are an agency that technically under the law could do its own rulemaking process. We've been given an advisory group that at times wants to be the state board, in my view, and do rulemaking, do the rules for us. So we're trying to take their feedback, but also maintain that discipline. Yet then we come to you as a third entity that has to be involved in the rulemaking process.
Well, isn't the advisory committee to advance the state board and also you?
That's correct. But they're a group of diverse stakeholders as well, so it's been challenging. So it's just, to make the observation, this is a highly technical, very important policy, I would argue our most important one. We've also created a very complex process through which it has to navigate. I'm not advocating for simplifying that. I'm just suggesting that it shouldn't be a surprise to any of us that there's been turbulence in the process. I think there is an opportunity, largely through the leadership of the folks in front of us today, through the FEG, to sort of get that consensus, which I think the board would appreciate if we could do that.
There's something you just said makes me wonder. It had been my understanding that the authority to adopt rules for the implementation of Act 173 lies exclusively with the state board. Is that correct or not?
Now, there are spaces in the statute, I was referring generally, but there are specific areas of the statute that mention the state board shall develop rules. And I believe that's the case with 173. But it's a general rule of thumb, agencies have the authority to do their own rules.
But not in this case.
Not in this case, because we're still operating under this construct where the state board roles and responsibilities haven't been
Still
clarified.
operating under this construct. Yes. I sense an agenda item.
No. I think it's wonderful. It's working well. I just think it's just I don't want to belabor the point, but this is a very complex work process. And we shouldn't expect or be disheartened by running into obstacles. We need to problem or solve our way through these issues. And there won't be consensus on every issue, but it's not our endeavor to
Well, I heard you also say, and I commend the idea that there be accommodations reached to the extent possible between the advisory group and other stakeholders and the agency in the language that's adopted. But the board, I think, is perfectly prepared if such accommodations can't be reached, and there's a final draft from the agency, and there are pieces of it which are not endorsed by the stakeholders. The board, I think, is perfectly prepared to arbitrate those disputes and sort it out. None of us are experts as you are, but we're a bunch of thoughtful lay people, and we can sort out those differences. And it would be my goal that the board sort out all of those differences before it begins the quote rulemaking process. I don't want to go forward and publish a document that the board is not completely on board with and satisfied with, and sees no at that point in time sees no reason to change. Now, then we go out into a hearing process and get a few dope slaps and realize there are some needs for change. Fine, we'll deal with that when the time comes. But I'm really keen on making sure that this becomes the board's ownership before anything's filed with the Secretary of State or any of that stuff.
I think, I'm working on a recollection of the law that I haven't checked recently, but it's my understanding that any group may at any time petition the State Board of Ed to begin a rulemaking. So although I think all of us want to come to you with as much consensus as possible,
Right.
Somebody can walk in at any point with their own petition and their own ideas, and you have to pay attention to them, at least to some degree.
To some degree, yeah. That's why we're really encouraging folks to be sorting out their differences together, so that we don't want to be in the arbitration business because we don't bring expertise to it, but we will if we have to, and that's just the more that the advisory group can reach consensus, and I understand from the Secretary that that's a struggle sometimes, the better as far as we're concerned. Other comments or questions, or comments from you?
I just, I'm not sure I'll do justice to this, but the references to complexity and the timing of the rulemaking process and the influence of the rules on both practice and funding causes me to want to raise the proposition that we need to be paying attention to timing also in a budgetary context, because to the degree that the rules are going to influence what is done and how money is utilized needs to be known to the districts on a timeline that allows them to not only understand what they're going to do, but what the implications of the funding and the practice are. So I'm struggling a little bit with the concept, but it is a reference to the sort of multi-dimensional pieces of this, and how not only do we have to get the rules right, but we need to get the timing of the rules right vis-a-vis the budgetary practice and the professional learning supports.
Boy, it would be very helpful if you could give us some outlines of what that looks like.
October 15th is when the service plans.
Yeah, so we have, I think that's once again the function of the policy work plan, is just to have that well advertised, but we have a need to provide guidance to folks relative to the regular process of service plan development which is where districts basically put together their potential costs for the following year and make a budget assessment of that. But we were unable to get modifications in statute in a few areas last year. There were technical corrections to align some of these dates. So the issue of the project work plan of laying out deliverables is really a critical one for this initiative because it is multidimensional. And we do need to align the current deliverables and requirements under the current regulations with a trajectory of how this is all going to come together. So we are attentive to that.
And I just want to, we have not touched upon this, and part of my frustration with sort of needing to get these details right, which are important to get right, but we haven't had the opportunity to talk about the fact that the formula in the law was intended to be a placeholder because it does not reflect poverty. So the UVM study recommended a factor being built into the formula for calculating the census block grant that reflected the poverty levels of the districts involved. The legislature did not have sufficient information at the time it passed 173, and so what we have currently in law is a straight ADM calculation, which is very problematic for districts that have high percentages of students living in poverty or other risk factors associated with student need. And so 173 directs some of our associations, directs actually the agency to consult with some of our associations after the weighting study is released in order to determine whether or not the formula and how the formula needs to be adjusted in order to account for those factors. I anticipate that is going to be an issue my association in particular will be focused on in the coming legislative session. So the UVM weighting study is expected to come out in November. We're very happy that Professor Colby has made herself available to present at the VSBA annual conference in November. I'm not sure if the report will be public at that point, but she'll at least be able to talk through the methodology and some of the areas that folks need to be paying attention to. But we as a state need to come back to the formula itself and talk about what the implications are of doing a straight census block grant that only takes into account the number of students you have, not the need of the population you're serving. I just want to flag that as that's going to be a big issue.
So
hopefully we'll resolve these other pieces so that we can turn ourselves to the bigger equity conversation.
Do you reckon to be able to speak on that in time for the next legislative session? So that the law could be
I can't
others.
speak for where the association will be in
I think we're going to
November,
certainly
but, yes.
try to do that, yes.
So
We don't know what the findings will be yet, but I think it would be very useful if we can, once again, that December timeline in my mind.
Okay.
We have, I think we're going to continue to be challenged to meet that, but I think it's really important with this type of initiative where we're iterating our way through it, that every December we seek to really get some coherence on what changes.
We'll see that as a milestone in your work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's already there, yeah.
Yeah. But I guess I'm thinking about what Jeff was raising as to when does this land on the districts in sufficient time for them to do the financial planning that they have to do? Not just this piece, but all of it. I mean, just as you experienced your recent memorandum coming too late for people to take account of this year, I feel like we need to understand what are some of the key deadlines for certain major pieces of this. And I presume you're working all this out in your work plan. I presume you all are going to look at his work plan very closely and red flag where you see things arriving too late to be useful.
Well, the weighting study would be too late by definition, I would think. We're not going to make the next cycle as she's reporting in November, and it gets some processing legislative action. Then we're going to miss the next fiscal year completely.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a perfect time to deliver these things, but back what I was addressing earlier is that we have a specific need to provide some guidance this month on how districts are dealing with the immediate issue of service plan.
Right.
you know, those kinds of minor, or say, micro issues need to be addressed in consideration of the broader trajectory of this law.
Right.
But I think certainly the approach is going to be financially to advertise for people well in advance when that's going to be and how to help them transition again.
Right.
But that needs to all be put on rails, so to speak, and we still have parts of it laying around, and we need to put the whole thing together once we understand the broader scope of the work.
Okay. Other questions and comments? Imagine that. I have a,
I wasn't sure what was going to happen when you invited us up here, but I think it's been quite a useful conversation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you very much.
I have just a real layperson's question. Reading the FEG report, my first takeaway was, oh, you mean we're not providing services for enough kids? That the federal statute would permit us to be providing, using these funds, I guess to put it more precisely, using these funds to serve more children. I struggle with that because I have the impression that Vermont ranks very high nationwide in the number of, or percentage of our students who are coded and eligible for special education funding. Number one, and number two, that we rank very high, i.e. expensive, in what we spend per student in special education services. And if I'm not incorrect about that.
I think you are.
I am incorrect?
Well, I think the UVM study would be more useful in that regard. I think, in fairness to FEG, they were just sort of providing an analysis of the legal construct.
Right.
The UVM report, I believe, only identifies one area where we have higher identification rates, and that's emotional disturbance. And they're looking at our regional, sort of on a New England basis, but other than that, our numbers in terms of identification are on par with other New England states.
New England states.
Yeah, right.
But not nationally.
Not nationally.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's but anyway, the data's not in that per se.
I saw, you know, I wasn't, I'm thinking about other national rankings I've seen over the years where just as our per pupil general education costs are among the highest in the nation, so also our special education costs, so also our coding rates. Reading this, I got the feeling like that more and more, that somehow this was going to drive costs higher. Because do you have an antidote for that logic? And am I wrong? And I'd like to be.
So I think, again, they were clear that they don't know exactly how it works in Vermont.
Right.
They're just looking at a review of the regulations. But when you look at the district management group report and what it noted in terms of, so we identify a student as being eligible for special education services, and then through a blend of incentives or programmatic realities or staffing constraints, decisions get made about that student needing to, let's say, be pulled out of the classroom to receive speech-language pathology or specialized instruction on reading, which is and often it's occurring in a one-on-one environment. The funding constraints require that person only deliver, in order to be reimbursed for their time, only deliver services to a child on an IEP whose IEP calls for that specific service. And then not only is the child missing the classroom instruction time, but we're creating a very costly model in terms of a professional's time being used only with one or two students at a time. Whereas if we were to more broadly define what constitutes an expense that would be eligible for special education or could be reflected in the child's IEP, because it is specialized instruction, you know, intended to address or support a child by virtue of his or her disability, then suddenly you can use your professionals in different ways, and you can say we are meeting that child's need for specialized instruction in the classroom, and then maybe they're part of a larger group of students that has more intensive supports in addition to their reading class. But so we're rethinking what specialized instruction looks like, and potentially being able to serve more students through the use of our professional staff differently than we've been, because we've had to keep both our professionals and our students
Right.
in these tight boxes.
So that the delivery of the same, or services with the same benefits
Or
can
more.
be achieved at lower cost
For more
because
more
of
students, yeah.
different, more flexible,
Right.
taking advantage of the capabilities of regular classroom teachers and that sort of thing. So
The
that-
financial piece of that, the hope would be, I mean, I think some people try to sell this as we're gonna save a bunch of money right from the start. I think that's folly thinking. I think a more likely outcome, hopeful outcome would be that over the course of time, we're gonna see less growth in special ed than we, in terms of financially, than we would in a reimbursement model.
Right.
Because we're gonna be able to meet the needs of kids earlier on.
Right.
When Nicole gave the example of speech language, that's a great example. Having a speech language teacher work with 5 or 6 kids who all need support, even if they're not all special ed kids, makes a lot more sense than having him or her working one-on-one with a kid, just financially.
Right, I mean, fundamentally, it's not about more special ed at
Right.
173. It's about that high-quality Tier 1 instruction, and that's really the whole change in practice. So more kids get more services early before they're even, going to enter special ed, so that's...
But just to stay at this kind of really layperson's level, does moving to sort of capitation funding, which is, I think, really sort of a public health term, but you are essentially funding this based upon a population, a comparatively simple number. Does that run the risk that, and so presumably that undermines some unhealthy incentives that might have crept into the system? But in so doing, is there any risk that we would just plain fail to provide funding where it is actually needed?
I think that's why there's a lot of anxiety on this side of the table, because if the professional learn, so the incentive is, the amount of funds you get from the state is going to be not dependent on the number of services you provide, the number of students you have. So there's a built-in incentive, theoretically, to change the practice so that you don't find yourselves in a very difficult fiscal situation.
Understood.
So the two do go hand in hand in terms of practice changes,
Funding
responding to funding.
will sort of drive that.
Right.
Right.
But there's a real risk if we don't emphasize the professional learning, that the perception, particularly among families and teachers, frankly, is that decisions are being driven by funds rather than this is good practice.
And the funding starves the services.
Correct.
And the flexibility is key
And
to
you
even
have
getting
revolt.
there.
Well, you're doing a crummy job for certain kids.
Right.
in that case,
Right, sure.
which is the greatest concern. So,
Right.
so this is a real high wire act, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
The stakes are very, very high.
Yeah.
You had asked earlier what some of the obstacles were, competing priorities. I mean, we every year ask for simplicity in the legislative process, which I know is absurd for us to ask, but when you think about the comments about capacity of systems, if a new law of measurable scope and scale gets implemented, it pulls resources away from this work right here. And we talk with legislators about it. I know that the education committees are fully aware of that, but the legislature is in business to pass laws. And education is always a major area of interest. So competing priorities, disruption, some of the challenges that we've had with the AOE over the last year, and we're not going to talk about the June 6th and June 7 memo, but we opened that way, it's how do we, as a group of people who are all interested in improving the delivery of education for kids and for communities and for the state overall, work better together to make sure that we are able to stay on point with regard to what the real important issues are. And sometimes the distractions are inadvertent. Probably most of the time they are. But, I am I have the benefit of working with superintendents, and depending on how you count, which is reflective of public policy in this state, is either 53 or 56, depending on how you count, because we've got 3 tech center districts, for example. And I understand that when something happens that requires the school system to act, it plays out differently in each of those systems. So when you think about improving things overall for all kids in a manner which relies on systems, then it's really important to try to minimize distractions and keep people focused on the most important work. And what we're confronted by in Vermont at this particular point, 2019, is that we have a tremendous amount of work, all of which is deemed as important.
Right. Sabina, you had a comment.
Yeah, so you were saying something about creating, teaching teachers how to help students with special needs in the classroom. Mm-hmm. And so something that kind of strikes me is there when you get that one-on-one learning for the student, how does that negatively impact them if they're not getting that in the classroom from the teacher? Because it would seem almost that you take them out of the chaotic, classroom situation and put them here where they can get this support that they need in order to be the best student that they can be. And how would putting them back into the classroom and having the teacher who has to teach 20 kids as well as them and then giving them this special support, I feel like that would almost hinder not only the student because they can't get as much support, but it would also hinder the students who don't have special needs and they can't get as much support from the teacher because the teacher has to support the student.
So that's a great question, and I'm gonna
Yeah, so I'll start with that. I was hoping you were going to do that. I'll start with that.
Yeah, that's right.
As a principal for a long time, and a superintendent for a long time, and before that a classroom teacher, one of the things that happens right now in the current system we have is that a student who really needs support, oftentimes, it's different everywhere, may be removed from the classroom, not because they're a behavioral problem or anything like that, but because they need more support. And what happens is they're given that support by the least qualified people. You'd be hiring a paraeducator who maybe has a high school degree, doesn't have any real instructional ability, and that person's giving the instruction to the kid. So the kid, what happens is in that system, the gap just keeps getting further and further. The kid gets further and further behind. So in a model where you can use your funding a little bit more effectively, say you need to have 3 reading groups in your 3rd grade classroom. And really in elementary is where this is really important oftentimes. So in an elementary classroom, you could have 2 other teachers that are in that classroom also teaching reading. And the best teacher of the 3 could be working with the kids who need the most support. It might not necessarily be the 3rd grade teacher during reading time. It might be some reading specialist who does this in 4 or 5 different classes. And instead of her only being able to work with special ed kids, if she was a special education teacher, she would have the flexibility to work with whatever kids needed it the most. That's kind of the thought process behind this.
Right.
Okay, great question.
Right, and for kids with special education being in the least restrictive environment, so we really do want them to be in the classroom because again, if they're pulled out.
If that's appropriate. Sometimes the most appropriate is to be out of the classroom.
Which it could be.
With somebody else because of behavior, whatever.
Right.
And Sabina's question, which was a great question, is probably the question on the minds of a lot of parents.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yes.
For sure.
So
Sabina, to add too, there's also the concept of stigma. Kids being pulled out and being stigmatized is different, needing special attention or whatever. So this is one way to address that. But also the teachers with whom I've chatted and conversed about this is they know, particularly the elementary schools, kids who are not yet identified, who are heading down that path. And they could actually, as Jay alluded to, perhaps give them more attention, the kids who are not yet identified, with the kids who are identified on special IEPs, and work with those kids at a higher level with the classroom teacher, and while she is instructing other kids who are able to work on their own a bit, perhaps. So it's a concept of, the law talks about block grant, block funding, just dollars as per capita, but it also allows teachers, the hope is that it will allow teachers to work with kids who are not yet identified, so that they could then be avoided from being identified. So it's a great question, and it's really at the core of this law.
Right, it's the promise of work.
Which is the virtue of co-teaching. I mean, there are already models that are working.
Yes, sort of. I mean, there's not a lot of research that supports the effect of co-teaching the way that we've implemented in Vermont thus far.
Well, aren't you talking about that if you have different teachers in the same
Well,
class?
there's a legal term for co-teaching, which means right now, it means a special educator and a classroom teacher are teaching a class together, but doesn't have anything to do with necessarily the skill set of those people that are providing it. So I would make the argument that under a block model like we're going to, if we could, if I had a 4th grade teacher who just could knock fractions out of the park, and I have a big school with 4 4th grades, that teacher might be teaching fractions to every single kid. Right. You know, if that was something that was deemed as a real important concept for kids to learn.
Too bad Chris is not here, because I think South Burlington High was instrumental, was early in
Yes,
applying this,
yes.
and I think effective.
Yes, that's very true.
Well, and I think to circle back to the point the Secretary made earlier, it's why a barrier in some places will be staff turnover and frankly, the ability to fill positions, period. So this law is, in many ways, very theoretical and will work well to the extent you have a team of experts that you can, use and, differently than you have. If you're struggling to keep a 3rd grade teacher in-house, period, and every year or every 2 years you've got someone brand new,
Very hard.
that's a very different environment than folks that have had have more robust teams of folks that have been on the ground for a while. So.
I think we've spoke to a lot of technical pieces of, professional development and merging a special ed and regular ed system. But I think at the core of it all is culture too, right? And like that goes to the turnover, right? So it's culture, it's mindset, it's believing that schools have one system, right? So there's a whole belief system that needs to shift for some schools, and some schools already have that in place, and some schools don't. But that's really at the core of, I think, this work.
Culture is hard to change.
It is.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Makes me curious about incentives that fall outside of this, but rather with our higher ed and students pursuing special ed and education degrees and payback of loans and, the bigger picture that gets qualified resources to the areas that need it, and that's outside of our domain, but I can't help but be curious about what other levers can help resource these districts to do this work. Just pondering.
Yeah, it feels to me that this business of deep saturation, widespread saturation of what we're trying to do here is really, really, in the end, central. That if we don't succeed at that, then yeah, we have 3/5 of our districts doing what was visualized, and 1/5 kinda, and 1/5 hardly at all, and that that's such a problematic prospect for me. First of all, in terms of equity for children, I mean, and then just as the principle of it. I mean, if you look at any data point for the state, how well are we doing in teaching financial management? There's this wide distribution of, in 3/5 of the districts we're doing quite a good job, and in 1/5 we're doing a so-so job, and in 1/5 we're doing a crummy job. And the challenge always is, how do we get everybody up into the middle so that, how do you push up your numbers? You attack where the weaknesses are. And so I guess what I'm sort of thinking about this is, how are we going to make this implementation and rollout be truly as close to universal as possible? And we need to be, I think, focusing and attacking on where the weaknesses are, whether they're cultural or labor market forces, whatever they are, that it's so easy to just get 2/3 of it right. And that, I think, will be a disappointment on several points, the most important of which is the question of equitable opportunity for children. Shouldn't be an accident of where they were born.
We're all here for good reason, we want to do it well.
Yeah.
I'd like to say, just in the course of this meeting, it sounds like we went from, earlier you said 1/3 weren't doing well, now we're up to 1/5 aren't doing well.
There you go, already.
In the course of this meeting.
That's right.
Let's keep talking.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, speaking of talking, I think this has been quite a wonderful conversation. At least that's for me.
Thank you so much
quite
again. really
very little about all this. I thank the board members who've contributed and the good questions. Really thank you for making so much of your time available and your background and expertise. We're going to miss you, won't we? Yeah.
We call the quitter around two prospects.
Well, young woman moving forward. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was very good.
Thanks.
Everyone take responsibility for your own chair.
Attaboy, Jeff. So thank you, board. That was a very good conversation. We're left with a little time before we go upstairs, and the timing is perfect on our agenda. Excuse me. You can find it here. Is NASB. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
NASB membership. You received in your packet, did you?
Yep. The invoice, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was our budget. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, there were two parts to it. There is the NASB. So this is what
Yeah, I looked it up, it's not.
That's not
CCSO,
good.
It's
Okay.
a membership for attorneys that work for state boards of education.
Okay, all right. Okay, good, thanks. So the question that, and it's on our agenda to discuss, but I've been advised by counsel, thank you, counsel, that we could actually take action on a motion if one emerges from our discussion in this connection. And I might, yes, pardon me.
Hi, my name is Susan Aronoff, and I do the policy work for the Vermont Developmental Disabilities Council.
Yes, Susan.
We've been following the Act 173 process as closely as we can. I was hoping for an opportunity to ask this question while that esteemed panel was still assembled there.
Yes.
Just for the record, I want to say that as of right now on the Agency of Education website, there is not a next meeting of the Act 173 census group posted. Until yesterday, the day before, there was not a next meeting of the Special Education Advisory Group posted. In trying to find out information about this process, I can't even find out, I'm an attorney, I can't even find out if the comment period for the special education rules is open or not open, or who's drafting the rules and who isn't. So if you could ask the secretary that simple question.
You can ask me.
Easily.
Yeah.
I don't know the process here. Being on the board, I have to ask the chair to ask the witness the question. So the question is, what stage is the rulemaking process at right now? When is the next meeting of the of the Act 173 implementation group? And if you're not part of the group that just came and presented, but you are very involved with special education children who receive special education services, how can you have input into this process? For me, representing people who are currently receiving special education services, there was a lot of testimony during the creation of Act 173 that flexibility could lead to using special ed money to buy buses or a new route or something like that. And that's all important stuff. But we were told, and we believed it, all this will be clarified in the rulemaking process. We will know what flexibility means. We will know about maintenance of effort. Because that nervousness about needy students losing money, it's really real. It's really real. And I can't do my job if the agencies don't provide better access to just basic public information, like when meetings are, and is the rulemaking process open, and if so, how do you comment? So those are my questions. None of that is on the website right now. It's like we posted regularly. There's not even a contact for the chair of the Act 173 advisory committee on the website. Really, I'm skilled at this, and I've been stumped. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the secretary to respond.
Yeah, the advisory group agenda is still being formulated. The chair has responsibility to sort of finalize that agenda. But then once that's done, it will be posted to the website. The meeting will be on September 16th. So that's, once the agenda's finalized, it's our practice to post it, but we don't necessarily control the agenda. We support them, they're a public body. In terms of the rulemaking process, that would be for the board to respond to. But my understanding is the rulemaking process has not started yet. So we're kind of in the process of looking at feedback from what was termed the FEG report. We're working on that internally. The State Board was presented a draft of the rules, but the State Board has not initiated that public process. They're waiting for us to work through the devil in the details on some of the mechanics, if you will, of how documenting costs will go forward. So I think the rulemaking process, my interpretation, is on hold until we can work that through. The advisory group will be a major part of that process. So I don't see it, my prediction was it's not going to open anytime soon until that's resolved.
So a suggestion I made at the advisory group, and I'll make it again for today, is that the Act 173 advisory group have some kind of active emailing. So if someone has a question or wants to email someone, the chair or an AOE staffer, to find out when a meeting is, that there's a live link, because there's nothing now. And the time is moving. I mean, we all know this is on a fast-moving train. Thankfully, the legislature gave us more time, but really kind of.
May I ask, Ms. Aronoff, are you a member of either of these advisory groups? No, you're not. So, but you do attend and you've spoken to them? Yeah. Yeah,
And I will say the special education advisory committee would be well worth a whole, it's an agenda item of its own for this board. It's a really dysfunctional body. So the special education advisory committee never even commented on Act 173 and isn't in a very good position to comment on the rulemaking process of Act 173 right now because, as I said, it's a rather dysfunctional group. So for those of us who advocate for students with disabilities, we need the venues, we need the process, we need access. And if we're not a member of the esteemed education lobby, we're really shut out of the process.
well, I think it's fair to say that the board, when it is prepared to adopt rules, and I think there are sort of two stages of it. We'll be getting a proposal from the agency, which will be kind of the foundation of the document that we ultimately will adopt. At that point, though, we will invite stakeholders of all stripes and colors to tell us what they don't like about it. And, by the way, to tell us what would be better language. Because we're not interested in complaints, we're interested in solutions. So there'll come a time when you're invited to, it'll be open. I mean, certainly the folks you saw here and the advisory groups will be spending a lot of time with them. But also it'll be open to other, perhaps narrower interests such as yours. Out of that will come a rule that the board adopts as its own. It says this is it, at least so far as we know. And it begins the rulemaking process, which is kind of a second round of opportunity for input. It's our goal to get it about 98% right. We don't want to just sort of blunder out with something that's not as close as we can make it. But we understand that it's not final. And we will be out looking for more feedback, and we will be open to making modifications to the rule until we get it right.
Thank you for that clarification. Because the first step of that process has already happened, the part of the agency presenting to the board draft rules.
We haven't received the final draft from the agency.
But we have received a draft.
We've seen drafts, what I considered working drafts. Yes, Kim.
When I plug into the search engine on the Agency of Ed site, Act 173, what comes up is our item from May that is the presumptive Act 173 rulemaking timeline. That suggests that we were accepting the document for rules in June. So I think we would do well to have there be some sort of update to that to delay the process, because that is all that. There are several other documents, but that is the most recent, and it includes June as our start date on that.
I'm sure the former chair was way ahead of the curve on a lot of these things, and with the transition, some of these things there's some slippage, and I've got a lot of catching up to do. And I think our September.
So maybe there's some functionality that allows us to update this
right.
without action, just to say delayed across the
Yeah,
top of it or
yeah.
something that,
Yeah.
because we've not determined what that
Yeah.
timeline will be at this point.
Right, we have not, and we need to do that ASAP.
All we know is our back end deadlines, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Can I just, the
Yes.
Special Ed Advisory Council is on the website. It's scheduled for the 19th, and there's a contact for an AOE employee, John Spinney, if you're interested in that.
Thank you. Okay, it's now 10 of, and in the interest of being prompt upstairs, I'm going to postpone discussion of NASB. It's pretty low priority right now. And a higher priority is to get upstairs for the CAF with your vocal cords ready to go, and so on. You know the drill. So let's recess until, and by the way, please be back at 1 o'clock sharp. We've got some people coming from pretty far away to be present for our discussion at 1 o'clock, then again at 1:30 or 1:45. So please do your best to clear out of the cafeteria about 10 minutes of 1 and be here to start at 1. Thanks. Thank you all for getting back here on a timely basis. We are at item H, the Compass School. I'd like to, John O'Keefe is out feeding a meter. He'll be back shortly. I'd like to just begin by thanking and recognizing the review team that you all created at the May meeting. You'll recall, there he is. You'll recall that you directed the then chair to create a review team to carry out the directives of newly revised, newly amended Section 166, I think it was, where the language of Section 166 created the possibility for the board to create and send a review team to visit a school in the event that the board was not confident that the school had the so-called financial capacity to accomplish its intended purposes. That was the board's finding in May, that it did not have confidence at that point, and so a review team was created. And the former chair did a lovely job, I think, of putting together a diverse review team. Consisted of Sandy Bigglestone from Department of Financial Regulation, who I don't see here, Deborah Ormsby, who is here, raise your hand, Deborah, from the Agency of Education, Jennifer Ryan from the Department of Financial Regulation, also not here, I think, Mark Tashjian from the Council of Independent Schools. Want to raise your hand, Mark? Mark is also the headmaster of Burn Burton Academy or school? Academy, at which we will be meeting in October. As a matter of fact, thank you for offering to host us. John O'Keefe representing the board, and myself. It was a group with diverse perspectives. 3 people from state government agencies with kind of classic agency perspectives, and then 1 person representing the community of independent schools, and John and myself. And I use the word representing advisedly. We may have each joined and started out thinking we were representing somebody. But in the end, I think what we learned was that we were not just a collection of people with special interests that we were representing, but rather our duty was to serve the state board by giving our best collective advice